Chapter 1228. 1228 7th Level Spiritual God Realm. However, at this point Lu Ming did not stop. He continued to devour the refined raw stone. His current intent realm cultivation was enough to support his cultivation level to soar. Piles of raw gemstones were continuously refined and transformed into Lu Ming's essential core. Early 6th Level Spiritual God Realm, Middle 6th Level Spiritual God Realm, Late 6th Level Spiritual God Realm. Lu Ming's cultivation level was increasing at an alarming rate. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. On the 7th day, Lu Ming's aura had reached an unprecedented height. 7th Level Spiritual God Realm. Lu Ming's cultivation had reached the 7th level of the spiritual God realm in one go. So strong. Lu Ming circulated the true war dragon technique and felt the essential core in his body, which was 10 times stronger than before. A smile appeared on his face. His current combat strength was much stronger than it was 7 days ago. Right now, the stronger his cultivation, the stronger his true essence, and the more power he could unleash from the prison suppressing heavenly art, the more his battle power would increase. Buzz. Lu Ming stood up and took a step forward, standing in front of Xianxia. At this moment, Xianxia also stood up and smiled. In just 7 days, Xianxia's cultivation had actually increased by 2 levels, from the early stage of the 6th level spiritual god realm to the late stage. The speed was also shocking. Xianxia had just received the inheritance of an unparalleled existence. During this period of time, her cultivation was in a period of explosive growth. As she understood more about the inheritance, her cultivation would continue to improve. It's time, let's go out. Lu Ming smiled, his eyes filled with confidence. The two of them exited the mountain and river diagram. Sure enough, everyone had already begun to gather. In a courtyard, many geniuses of the South God Palace were gathered. Above them was the black-robed middle-aged man. The black-robed middle-aged man's expression was very heavy. This time the Heaven's Pride experts from the other 3 sides are all astonishingly strong. You must work hard. Once you are selected by the deity sect and become a disciple of the deity sect, not only will you be able to cultivate in the deity sect, but the South Deity Palace will also reward you handsomely. So you must do your best. Yes. Everyone nodded in agreement. All right, follow me. The black-robed middle-aged man nodded and led the group into the air. Not long after, they arrived near the 36 Fecta peaks. Buzz. Whoosh. In the sky, the sound of air being torn rang out continuously. The other 3 heavens favorites had arrived. Buzz. In the sky, with a flash of light, the Esilavir-haired elder of the Heaven God sect and the others appeared above the 36 mountains. The Esilavir-haired old man swept his gaze around and said, "This time the first round will be held in a small dimension. There are no rules in there. You can use any means. Your mission is to stay in that dimension for 15 days. Those who can stay for 15 days will be able to enter the next round. As long as I can stay for 15 days, I can enter the next round?" Many people were surprised. This sounded very simple. If he could stay for 15 days, wouldn't he be able to enter the next round after finding a place to hide? It shouldn't be that simple, many people thought. Also, in this small plane there are some opportunities distributed. I can tell you that these opportunities are very rare in the continent group of the Divine Ruins, and they can greatly increase your strength. The Esilavir-haired old man said, his voice full of temptation. Many people's eyes lit up. This was an opportunity placed by the Heavenly Divine Sect. How valuable would it be? Of course, if you want to get these opportunities, you need keys, and the keys are with each and every one of you. The Esilavir-haired old man continued. You need a key? The key is with all of us? Many people were very surprised and had a face full of doubt. However, the Esilavir-haired old man obviously did not want to explain. An earth-shaking aura burst out from his body. The aura was so strong that even the black-robed middle-aged man, who was a Level 3 Martial Royal Realm expert, was shocked. Selah. The Esilavir-haired old man waved his hand, and a huge door of light appeared in the air. You all enter from here. The Esilavir-haired old man said. Let's go. Buzz. Buzz. Whoosh. Immediately some people rushed into the light door and disappeared. The Asilavir-haired old man had said that there was a great opportunity inside. If they entered first, wouldn't they have a higher chance of obtaining the great opportunity? Charge, charge, charge. One after another, young figures rushed into the light door. Little Qing, be careful after you enter. Lu Ming held Xianxia's small hand. I will, you too. Xianxia nodded. Then the two of them stepped into the air and rushed into the door of light. The next moment, the surrounding environment suddenly changed. Lu Ming found himself in the mountains. There was no one in the surroundings. As expected, he had entered this place randomly. He and Xianxia had separated. Lu Ming took out a jade voice transmission talisman and sent a message to Xianxia. Unfortunately, the message could not be sent out. What? At this moment, Lu Ming noticed that his spine was slightly hot and there were wisps of blood qi spreading out. The blood qi gathered above Lu Ming's head and finally formed a blood-colored qi. That Asilavir-haired old man said that the qi is with each of us. Could he be referring to this qi? Lu Ming pondered in his heart. Perhaps there would be one above everyone's head. Let's go and take a look. Lu Ming randomly chose a direction and soared into the sky. Who is that? After flying for a while, Lu Ming saw a hall floating in the sky. There was a floating palace here. Lu Ming was very curious and flew up. The palace's door was tightly shut, and in front of the door there were two young men. Sure enough, there is a blood-colored qi in each of them. Lu Ming saw a qi floating above the two young men's heads. Open it. One of the young men punched the door of the palace heavily. However, the door did not move at all. Instead, the young man himself was pushed back by the force of the impact. I can't break it at all, I've tried it before. Another youth said. At this moment, the two of them had also noticed Lu Ming and they looked at him. Lu Ming stopped not far away and carefully sized up the hall. It was unknown what material the palace was made of. The youth who attacked just now had a very strong cultivation, reaching the 6th level of the spiritual god realm. However, he still couldn't break it open. There are 9 small holes there. Could they be the keyholes? Lu Ming suddenly looked at a stone tablet beside the door. There were 9 small holes on the stone tablet that were arranged in a wonderful shape. The other two young men's eyes also lit up. 9 small holes. Do I need 9 people and 9 keys to open it? One of the black-robed youths guessed. Buzz. Suddenly, the youth in the 6th level of the spiritual god realm pounced toward the black-robed youth like lightning. A blade light condensed in his hand and slashed toward the black-robed youth. What are you doing? The black-robed young man was shocked and hurriedly tried to block it. Chapter 1229. 1229 Blood-Colored Key. However, the black-robed youth's cultivation was only at the peak of the 4th level spiritual god realm. He was far inferior to his opponent. In addition, he was in a hurry and could not block it at all. Puchi. Blood gushed out as the black-robed youth's head flew high into the air. Even his spiritual god was crushed. If we could seize your key, then there wouldn't be a need for 9 people. The 6th level spiritual god realm young man's lips curled into a cold smile. Then a strange scene appeared. The bloodline power of the black-robed young man who was killed began to gather towards the blood-colored key. The blood-colored key was resplendent and filled with blood-colored light. Then it flew towards the 6th level spiritual god realm young man and appeared above his head. 2 blood-colored keys appeared above the 6th level spiritual god realm youth's head. I was just a guess. I didn't expect that I could really seize it. As long as I gather the 9 keys, I can open this palace alone and obtain the opportunities inside. The 6th level spiritual god realm young man laughed and immediately looked at Lu Ming with a cold gaze. You didn't run away just now. Now you'll be my key. The young man in the 6th level of the spiritual god realm revealed a ferocious expression and cold killing intent. It's a blood-colored key formed by the power of the bloodline. How amazing! Lu Ming could not be bothered with the other party. He muttered to himself with a curious look on his face. Brat die. Seeing that Lu Ming had directly ignored him, the 6th level spiritual god realm youth's eyes bloomed with killing intent. He took a step forward and his figure charged toward Lu Ming like lightning. A blade light slashed toward Lu Ming's neck. Just now he had killed the black-robed young man with the same move. Now the power of this move was even stronger than that. The blade was about to hit Lu Ming's neck. 3 keys, he said. The young man in the 6th level of the spiritual god realm sneered as if he had already obtained 3 keys. However, in the next moment his pupils suddenly widened and his eyes were filled with horror. A spear's gleam had appeared out of nowhere and pierced through his dantian. It went straight through his body and crushed his spiritual soul into pieces. Fast, the spear light was too fast and terrifyingly powerful. The true essence that covered his body was pierced through by the spear light as if it was paper. Don't. He opened his mouth with difficulty, wanting to beg for mercy. The spear light shook, and the 6th level spiritual god realm youth's body was torn into pieces. As soon as the young man died, the power of the blood in his body gathered towards the blood-red key. In the end, the 2 keys, which were glowing with a blood-red light, floated above Lu Ming's head. There were 3 blood-colored keys floating above Lu Ming's head, including his own. There are 3 keys. It seems like I can kill one person and take the other party's key. As long as I gather all 9 of them, I'll be able to open that palace and obtain the fortune inside. I just don't know if there are many of these palaces. If there are, then it would be a bloody massacre. Lu Ming sighed. In order to obtain the opportunities left behind by the Sky God sect in the palace, those heaven's favorites would definitely hunt others down like crazy to obtain the key. Little Qing. Lu Ming was a little worried about Xianxia. First, we have to find little Qing. Lu Ming made up his mind and was about to leave. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 streaks of light streaked through the air and appeared not far away. It's them. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. Lu Ming recognized both of them because they were geniuses who had fought evenly with the continent. One of them was one of the people who had been defeated by Lu Ming in the Divine Ruins. He was at the 6th level spiritual god realm. The other one had short hair and looked strong and capable. It was Lu Qingzhou who had fought evenly with the number 2 heavenly pride of the continent. There were 2 blood-colored keys on top of Lu Qingzhou's head and one on the other. The 2 of them first glanced at the palace, then at Lu Ming. Sim. It's that divine wilderness continent kid. 3 blood-colored keys. When the 2 of them saw Lu Ming, their eyes lit up and they were overjoyed. Lu Qingzhou's eyes were burning with excitement. He laughed and said, "It's actually this brat who dares to provoke me to fight to a draw with the people of the continent. Ah, give me your key." Lu Qingzhou laughed heartily. He dashed towards Lu Ming in a flash as if he was afraid that Lu Ming would escape. Selah. A scimitar appeared in Lu Qingzhou's hand. The blade glowed like the moon and was aimed at Lu Ming's head. Lu Ming moved his feet and his body swayed slightly, avoiding Lu Qingzhou's saber light. "Brat, don't even think about running." Lu Qingzhou shouted coldly. "Me? I'm just afraid you guys will run away." Lu Ming sneered. Buzz. He took a step forward and instantly closed in on the young man who had fought equally with the other young man on the continent. "Get lost." The young man shouted and used the fusion of blood meridians to launch his strongest attack in an attempt to stop Lu Ming. Back then in the Divine Ruins, although he was not Lu Ming's match, he could still exchange a few moves with him. The difference would not be too ridiculous. Now he had the confidence to stop Lu Ming for a while. Bang! Lu Ming's punch landed on his blood meridian. Instantly, the person's blood meridian exploded. Even his physical body turned into dust under the punch. The power of his bloodline gathered on the blood-colored key above his head and appeared above Lu Ming's head. There were a total of 4 blood-colored keys above Lu Ming's head. Lu Qingzhou's eyes narrowed slightly. Lu Ming's punch had made him feel a little frightened. However, he was still confident. It's not bad for a mere divine wilderness continent to have a paragon like you. But you still have to die. Kill. Lu Qingzhou shouted coldly. His blade light tore open the void and left a hideous crack in the space. Whoosh. The sharp gleam of the knife was aimed at Lu Ming's throat. You want to kill me after fighting to a draw with the number 2 genius of the continent? Let's see what you've got. Lu Ming threw a punch and 8 streams of dragon energy burst out of his body as he activated the prison-suppressing heaven technique. The void seemed to be groaning under Lu Ming's fist. The space within a radius of 1,000 miles was shaking violently, creating ripples. Clang. The fist collided with Lu Qingzhou's blade light. Lu Qingzhou's expression changed drastically, and his body was sent flying like a cannonball. He spat out a mouthful of blood. 7th level of the spiritual god realm, but how can a 7th level spiritual god be so strong? Lu Qingzhou shouted in his heart. He could sense that Lu Ming's cultivation was at the early stage of the 7th level of the spiritual god realm. He was already shocked that there was an expert at the 7th level of the spiritual god realm in the divine wilderness continent. However, his cultivation was at the late stage of the 7th level spiritual god realm, which was higher than Lu Ming's. It was shocking that he was seriously injured by a single punch. He was afraid. This is a monster, let's go. Buzz. Lu Qingzhou turned around and ran for his life. It's too late to leave now. Lu Ming used the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps. With a few steps he crossed the void and chased after Lu Qingzhou. In a few breaths he was close to Lu Ming. I'm going to kill you. Lu Qingzhou roared as he merged his bloodline and transformed into a scimitar. The scimitar emitted a blinding light and slashed at Lu Ming. Clang. Lu Ming threw a punch and the scimitar shook violently before it flew far away. Clang. Then Lu Ming threw another punch. With a bang, the scimitar exploded. It was no match at all. Chapter 1230. 1230 White Feather Continent. Currently, out of Lu Ming's 5 types of intense, 3 of them had reached complete level 4 and 2 of them had reached the peak of level 4 upper tier. The power of the fusion and explosion of 5 types of intense alone was already very shocking, not to mention the other intense. Now Lu Ming could easily crush the ordinary prodigies of the same level, even if they had awakened a 9th level divine level bloodline. The scimitar exploded and Lu Qingzhou's body was sent flying far away. His entire body was almost torn apart and he was covered in blood. Blood was also spurting out of his mouth. How could this be? How can he be so strong? He roared in his heart and was extremely frightened. To be able to rank 8th among the 42 continents of the Divine Ruins continent cluster, he had many heaven's favorites. To be able to rank 2nd among the many heaven's favorites, he was definitely below one person and above millions of people. He was invincible among his peers. But now he was seriously injured by Lu Ming in a few punches when they were at the same level. It was unbelievable. All he could think of now was to escape. The further he ran, the better. However, Lu Ming would not give him the chance. Bang! Lu Ming took a step forward and threw a punch. A violent force was directed at Lu Qingzhou. No, no. Lu Qingzhou screamed hysterically, but in the next moment his body exploded and his soul was destroyed. The power of his blood gathered toward the keys. In the next moment 6 blood-colored keys appeared above Lu Ming's head. Buzz! At that moment, the 6 blood-red keys trembled as if they were resonating with each other and gave off dense blood-red light. The light from the 6 keys then gathered, forming an incredibly powerful blood-red pillar of light that shot into the sky. At this moment, even though they were very far away from Lu Ming, they could see the blood-colored light pillar. What's that? What a dense blood light. Is there a rare treasure? Let's go and take a look. Let's go. One after another, figures pounced in Lu Ming's direction. Lu Ming looked at the light pillar above his head and was dumbfounded. Could it be that gathering 6 keys would cause such a phenomenon? It would be too difficult to gather all 9 keys. Wouldn't it be strange if other experts weren't attracted by such a phenomenon? There was no place to hide. It was too difficult to obtain the opportunity mentioned by the Heavenly Divine Sect. If that's the case, then I'll kill whoever tries to touch me. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. He decided not to leave. He stood in the void and waited quietly. Not long after dash. Buzz. Whoosh. The sound of breaking the air rang out continuously. 7 or 8 young men wearing feather clothes appeared first. It's him. It's Lu Ming. One of them was Mu Ju. He shouted as soon as he saw Lu Ming, his eyes gleaming coldly. 6 keys. A piece of trash from the Divine Wilderness continent actually managed to gather 6 keys. Seems like his luck is pretty good. The moment he arrived, he encountered a pile of even more trash. A young man with black wings sneered. How strong could a person from the Divine Wilderness continent be? For him to be able to gather 6 keys, he must have encountered an even trashier continent, which was why Lu Ming had 6 keys. Kill him and I can gather the 9 keys. A young man in Xianxia feather clothes licked his lips and sneered. Ah, Lu Ming, let's see how you're going to die this time. You were lucky last time. Mu Ju laughed. There were 7 prodigies from the White Feather continent. One of them was the young man in the white feather robe who had stepped onto the 36 Fecta peaks. He was high and mighty and he stood above all the other prodigies. With the paragons of the White Feather continent around, he was sure that Lu Ming was dead for sure. Whoosh, whoosh. The sound of air being torn continued to ring out. A group of young men appeared behind Lu Ming. The one in the lead had a green beard and an extremely powerful aura. There are 6 keys. Ah, these 6 keys are mine. The green-bearded young man's eyes glowed with a scorching light when he saw the 6 blood-colored keys above Lu Ming's head. There were 4 keys above his head. Including Lu Ming's, he had 9 keys. Brutal wind, it's you. On the White Feather continent, the expression of the young man in Xianxia feather clothes changed slightly. The green-bearded young man came from the Yellow Mang continent and was ranked 5th in the continent group of the Divine Ruins. He was also an expert who had reached the 36 Fecta peaks. Ah, Xianxia Wing, what a coincidence. The green-bearded youth grinned. Manfeng, I found this kid first. You'd better leave as soon as possible. Xianxia Wing said coldly. Ah, this is ridiculous. This is the test of the Tianxian sect. Who told you that first come, first served? It all depends on your ability. The key will belong to whoever kills him first. Manfeng grinned and laughed. He looked very simple and honest, but the cruel killing intent in his eyes made people's hearts turn cold. At this moment, from other directions, there were also sounds of flying. Another young genius had arrived. However, when they saw Manfeng and Xianxia Wing, their expressions changed. Not good, it's the heavens' favorites who have reached the 36th peak. Retreat. Let's go. The people who came later all retreated with a change in expression. Lu Ming is dead. One of them was the divine wilderness continent's proud son of heaven, Shurdu. At that moment his eyes flickered with a gloating light as he fled far away. Kill. At this moment the Xianxia wings suddenly burst out. A pair of Xianxia wings appeared on his back. He pounced at Lu Ming like a bolt of Xianxia lightning. His sharp claws could tear through everything as he clawed at Lu Ming. Xianxia Wing, you're despicable. You actually sneak attacked him. This kid is mine. Manfeng roared in anger and a beast's roar came from his body. He took a few steps in the air and charged towards Lu Ming. The two of them had completely regarded Lu Ming as their prey, their key provider. In their eyes, Lu Ming's fate was already set. He was dead. They had to be on guard against the other party. It's mine. Xianxia Wing's eyes were cold. He had killed Lu Ming in one move. In that case he would kill Lu Ming first and Lu Ming's blood-red key would naturally belong to him. Hee hee, you're just ignoring me. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. He shifted his feet slightly and dodged the Xianxia Wing's grasp. Brat, you still dare to dodge? Die. The Xianxia Wing bellowed and its claws swiped at Lu Ming rapidly. Lu Ming actually dared to dodge. He was furious. He had seized the opportunity with great difficulty. If Lu Ming dodged, would he not lose it? In his heart he would not even consider the fact that he wanted to kill Lu Ming. Was it not normal for Lu Ming to dodge? He was only thinking that if Lu Ming dodged he would destroy his opportunity. Then I won't dodge. Lu Ming said indifferently. Then dash. Boom. An extremely shocking aura burst out from his body. The aura of the 7th level spiritual god realm was completely released. The 5-colored concepts surrounded him as he punched out. This punch landed on one of Xianxia Wing's claws. Gotcha. The sound of bones breaking was heard. Xianxia Wing screamed and retreated quickly. Chapter 1231. 1231 Chapter 1231 Easily killed. What? Manfeng was rushing toward Lu Ming, worried that Xianxia Wing would get the first move. However, he suddenly saw that Xianxia Wing's claw was injured by Lu Ming's punch and it was forced to retreat. He was a little stunned. In his imagination this was not the case at all. He was still worried that Lu Ming would be killed by Silavir Wing in 2 moves and was silently praying that Lu Ming would be able to dodge and withstand a few moves. He had never expected that it would actually be such a scene. Kill! Lu Ming shouted coldly, his killing intent extremely strong. Enveloped by Lu Ming's killing intent, Silavir Wing's entire body turned cold and he retreated rapidly. Didn't you want to kill me? Why are you retreating now? Lu Ming said coldly. He took a step forward and caught up with the Silavir Wing in an instant. He struck out with his palm. The power of this palm made Silavir Wing's hair stand on end and his muscles tremble in fear. Gah! With a sharp cry, Silavir Wing transformed into a big Silavir bird, emitting Silavir light all over his body. It turned out that Silavir Wing wasn't a human but a demon. This was his true form. He transformed into his original form and folded his Silavir wings to block in front of him in an attempt to block Lu Ming's attack. Bang! Lu Ming's palm struck down and destroyed the Silavir Wing's protective demonic energy. His palm hit the Silavir Wing's wings and with a clang the wings exploded. Silavir feathers flew all over the sky. Arg! Silavir Wing screamed and retreated like a madman. He was like a Silavir lightning. Bang! 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 Lu Ming took a few steps forward and used the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps. The power of each step was stronger than the previous one. The power of each step landed on Silavir Wing's body. With every step, Silavir Wing's body trembled violently. When Lu Ming took the 8th step, Silavir Wing let out a shrill scream and its body was torn to pieces. Silavir blood scattered in the air. How can he be so strong? On the other side, Man Feng was dumbfounded and dumbfounded. Then he felt a chill in his heart. It was too shocking. Silavir Wing's combat strength was about the same as his, but he was killed by Lu Ming in a few moves. This was too terrifying. Run, quickly run. The first thing that flashed through his mind was this sentence. Then he turned and ran. Didn't you want my key? Why is he running away now? A cold voice sounded in Man Feng's ears. You're courting death. Man Feng roared in fear. He exploded with all his strength and threw a punch at Lu Ming, but what greeted him was Lu Ming's punch. Bang! The 2 fists collided. Man Feng felt a sharp pain in his arm. The bones in his hand were broken by Lu Ming's punch. Boom! 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 Following that, Lu Ming's attacks were like a storm. The shadows of his fists were like mountains enveloping the brutal wind. No! Man Feng roared, but in the next moment he was drowned. Then with a scream Man Feng was killed. The 2 top powerhouses who could ascend the 36 Vecta peaks were killed by Lu Ming in an instant. What? How did this happen? Not far away, the paragons of the White Feather Continent and the Yellow Mang Continent watched this scene in shock, their mouths agape. How is that possible? How is this possible? Especially Mujue, he couldn't stop mumbling. He couldn't accept what was happening. Lu Ming's combat strength was very strong. He had long known that Lu Ming had killed so many experts in the Divine Ruins. Even a perfected spiritual god was not Lu Ming's match. However, the geniuses who were able to ascend the 36 Vecta peaks all had combat strength that could suppress those in the great circle of the spiritual god stage. They could even kill those in the great circle of the spiritual god stage. Their combat strength was extremely close to that of a supreme being and were definitely above Lu Ming's back then. He had thought that Silavir Wing would be able to kill Lu Ming. But no. Lu Ming played it down. He casually slashed Silavir Wing and Brutal Wind in succession without even activating his blood meridian. This kind of combat strength was too shocking and terrifying. Mujue, it's your turn now. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes were filled with killing intent as he looked at Mujue. No. Mujue almost peed his pants in fear. He screamed and ran back frantically. The others also dispersed in an uproar. Buzz. Lu Ming's figure was like lightning as he rushed towards Mujue. Don't kill me, help. Help me. Mujue shouted madly. He didn't have the courage to resist. Didn't you want to kill me? Lu Ming said. No, I beg you, let me go. Mujue was about to cry. Back then in the Divine Ruins, why didn't you consider letting me off? Lu Ming sneered. His killing intent was extremely cold. He had to kill Muju. Lu Ming, I'm the young master of the Imyu family. My father is the master of the Imyu family, a king. If you kill me, no one can save you. You're dead too. Muju shouted. Seeing that begging for mercy wasn't going to work, he began to threaten. That's my business, you don't have to worry about it. Lu Ming sneered, unmoved. Don't. Muju trembled in fear and only knew to scream. Kill. Lu Ming could not be bothered to talk nonsense with Muju. He struck with his palm and Muju was killed without any resistance. Buzz. At this moment, the light above Lu Ming's head was even more dazzling. The blood-red light pillar was even more brilliant. That was because there were a total of 9 blood-colored keys floating above Lu Ming's head. Why are there only 9? Lu Ming was very surprised. Earlier he had killed Silavir Wing and Brutal Wind. Logically speaking, he should have obtained more than 10 keys from them. However, there were only 9 keys above Lu Ming's head. It seems that I can only get 9 at a time. Any more than that would be a waste. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Let's open the palace first. Lu Ming's gaze was fixed on the palace. All of a sudden, Lu Ming's hair stood on end as he sensed danger approaching him rapidly. Whoosh! In the sky, a sword light descended from the sky and headed toward Lu Ming. Before the sword gleam arrived, a terrifying chill descended as if it was going to freeze Lu Ming completely. Boom! Without any hesitation, Lu Ming threw a punch at the sword gleam. With a bang, the sword light exploded and turned into ice fragments that scattered in all directions. This was an ice sword. As for Lu Ming, he took 3 consecutive steps back. So cold, such a terrifying cold chi. Lu Ming felt that his fist was a little numb. He lowered his head and saw that a layer of ice crystals had formed on his fist. His fist was covered with 5 different concepts of heaven and earth, as well as the essential core. Under his skin there was also the dragon power due to the explosion. However, the cold air had actually passed through his multiple defenses and was about to freeze Lu Ming's fist. Lu Ming had never seen such a cold air before. Lu Ming looked up at the sky and saw a young man in white walking toward him. 5 keys were floating above the man's head. It's him. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. This person was one of the 4 most powerful geniuses of the North Deity Palace. He was on par with Ji Hongqian, Wang Zhen and the others. Ice Dragon. Lu Ming murmured. The black-robed man had specially compiled a list of the most terrifying geniuses of the 4 divine palaces and the top-ranked continents. Lu Ming had seen them before. Chapter 1232. 1232 Chapter 1232 Fighting the Ice Dragon. Not bad. To be able to take a blow from me and only retreat 3 steps without being injured, you're quite strong. The ice dragon stepped down and spoke indifferently with an arrogant look. Previously he had seen Lu Ming kill Silavir Wing and Brutal Wind, but he was still full of confidence. Stepping onto the 36 Tiangang peaks didn't mean anything. He didn't care about Silavir Wing and Brutal Wind at all. You also want my key? Lu Ming stared at the ice dragon and said. Hee, you just happened to encounter it, so you naturally can't miss it. You can only blame yourself for being too unlucky. The ice dragon spoke in a cold voice as if it had Lu Ming in the palm of its hand. You're that confident? Just now, Silavir Wing and Brutal Wind were just as confident, but in the end they were just giving me the key. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Don't compare me to those 2 pieces of trash. Otherwise, you'll realize that you've made a huge mistake. The ice dragon smiled confidently. As he spoke, he strode towards Lu Ming, his body exuding a terrifying chill. Lu Ming's essential chi was boiling and burning. It seems like you want to fight to the death. You're really like a mantis trying to stop a car. The ice dragon's voice turned cold. Endless ice crystals suddenly appeared around his body. The water vapor in the air was frozen by the cold air and condensed. Around the ice dragon, even the wind stopped as if it had been frozen. Whoosh! The ice dragon pointed a finger at Lu Ming and a terrifying cold air shot towards him. The cold air seemed to be able to freeze everything in its path. Boom! In Lu Ming's body, vital essence was howling. The 5 types of heaven and earth concepts were circulated to the extreme, forming a pair of 5-colored boxing gloves on his fists. Then he punched out at the finger force. Bang! With a violent explosion, a white wave of cold air spread out in all directions. At this moment, with them as the center, the sky within 1,000 miles was white and countless ice crystals appeared. Lu Ming's body swayed and he took 2 steps back. It's so cold. This time not only on Lu Ming's fist but on his body as well. A layer of white ice crystals appeared. What? The ice dragon raised its eyebrows. It was clearly surprised that Lu Ming had caught its finger. He was confident that he could kill Selavir Wing and Manfeng with this finger. 10,000 miles of ice. The ice dragon's aura grew even colder. This time it switched its fingers to a palm and smacked out. The entire sky was filled with cold air that enveloped Lu Ming. At this moment the space seemed to be frozen. Lu Ming felt as if his body had fallen into a swamp and he could not move. Die. It's your honor to die in this move of mine. The ice dragon's cold voice rang out. Oh really? Then let's try the 9th dragon power. The corners of Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. A dragon's roar rang out from his body and the 9th dragon energy erupted. At this moment, Lu Ming's body was covered in a layer of purple crystal light. His muscles were squirming slightly. This power. Lu Ming seemed to have transformed into 9 dragons. His dragon energy was boiling and filled with endless power. Boom. With Lu Ming as the center, the space within a 5-kilometer radius was annihilated and turned into nothingness. The feeling of falling into a swamp also disappeared. Boom. Then he threw another punch at the ice dragon and it collided with his palm. This strength. When the fist and palm collided, the ice dragon's expression changed greatly. His body trembled and 9 layers of thick ice crystals appeared in front of him. At the same time he quickly retreated. Boom boom. The 9 layers of ice crystals were reduced to ashes under Lu Ming's terrifying strength. Chi-chi. The ice crystals contained boundless cold air. They wanted to seal Lu Ming in ice but Lu Ming shook them away with his strength. This cold chi seems to be the ice mentality, but why is it so terrifying? The temperature is so low. Lu Ming was also a little surprised. He had come into contact with the ice concept many times. Although it was powerful, it was still 100,000 miles away from the ice dragon. The ice dragon's frost concept was extremely powerful. Lu Ming had never seen it before. Lu Ming was shocked, but the ice dragon's heart was in turmoil. Lu Ming could actually defeat him head-on. It was beyond his expectations. Seems that you have been hiding your strength. Your strength is indeed amazing, but it's still too early to fight with me. The ice dragon's voice became colder and colder. The aura on his body also became stronger and the cold air became colder. The early stage of the 8th level of the spiritual god realm was the cultivation of the ice dragon. At such a young age, his cultivation had already reached the early stage of the 8th level spiritual god realm. In addition to that extremely terrifying ice concept, the ice dragon could easily kill a great circle spiritual god. Martial technique of intent, absolute 0. Hoo. At this moment the ice dragon performed the bloodline fusion and turned into an ice sword. The sword light was shocking. The moment the sword light appeared, everything in the world seemed to stop moving. It was as if they had been frozen. There was only the sword light in the world. The icy sword slashed at Lu Ming. At this moment Lu Ming's gaze turned solemn. The ice dragon's cultivation was 1 level higher than his, and with the terrifying ice concept his combat power was shocking. The ice dragon indeed had the right to be arrogant. For example, Selavir Wing and Brutal Wind were not even worthy of carrying the shoes for the ice dragon. If they were too far apart they would be killed with a casual move. Roar. The 9 dragon bloodline appeared above Lu Ming's head. Lu Ming also performed the bloodline fusion and transformed into 9 dragons. Kill. The 9 dragons stepped in the air and charged toward the ice dragon. The 2 of them began a great battle. Boom, boom, boom. The entire area was blown apart and an endless amount of energy mixed with a terrifying chill wreaked havoc in the world. In the distance, some people saw Lu Ming's blood-red light pillar and wanted to rush over to see what was going on. However, thousands of miles away they saw the 2 of them fighting. All of them widened their eyes in horror and turned to leave. Heavens, how can he be so strong? Are they still of the same generation as us? That's too terrifying. With such strength he can almost fight with a supreme being, right? Go, quickly go. The heavens' favorites all scattered in fear. They didn't dare to get too close, afraid that they would be sucked in and die. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had exchanged dozens of moves with the ice dragon. The dragon's roars shook the sky as Lu Ming's courage mounted as the battle progressed. Every inch of the 9 dragons' bodies and muscles were weapons of war. He used the true dragon combat technique, 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps, and the prison-suppressing heavenly technique in turns. The power of the 9 dragons seemed to be able to destroy everything, and the power of the prison suppression heavenly art seemed to be able to suppress everything. Although the ice dragon's frost concept was extremely terrifying, Lu Ming had comprehended 5 types of heaven and earth concepts after all. When they were gathered together he could still resist it. Selah. The dragon claw broke through the ice dragon's ice armor and left a deep mark on it. Bang! The divine dragon wagged its tail, and the prison-suppressing heavenly art burst forth, sending the ice dragon flying. Who is this person? Which continent does he come from? How could he have such astonishing battle strength? The ice dragon quickly retreated. The more he fought, the more shocked he became. Chapter 1233. 1233 Martial Technique of Creation. I'll let you off this time. We'll fight again next time. The ice dragon left these words and actually turned to leave, escaping just like that. Lu Ming did not give chase. He transformed back into his human form and stared coldly in the direction where the ice dragon had left. The ice dragon was indeed very powerful. Although Lu Ming still had some tricks up his sleeve and had not activated his 3rd blood meridian, he might not be able to kill the ice dragon even if he activated his 3rd blood meridian. Moreover, he already had 9 keys. Even if he killed the ice dragon, he wouldn't be able to obtain more keys. Take a look inside the palace. What's inside? Lu Ming flew high into the sky and came to the front of the hall. There was a stone tablet in front of the gate of the palace. There were 9 small holes on the stone tablet, just like keyholes. With a thought, the 9 keys above his head flew into the 9 small holes. All 9 keys were inserted into the small hole. Gotcha. The palace's door opened. As expected. A smile appeared on Lu Ming's face. Without any hesitation he stepped out and entered the hall through the door. As soon as Lu Ming entered, the door of the hall closed again. Within the palace was a large hall. Lu Ming swept his gaze around. This is... Lu Ming discovered that there were several platforms in the hall. There were orbs of light on the platforms. He could see that there were symbols under the light. On one of the platforms, under the light balls, there were some symbols of pills. The powerhouse from the Xianxia sect said. There were opportunities in this small plane and the keys were with each of them. The opportunities he was talking about should be these light balls, right? Lu Ming made a guess and then continued to size him up. Under the ball of light on the other platform, the symbol was much more complicated. Under some of the balls of light were patterns in the shape of lightning. Under some of the light orbs were patterns of flames, waves, tornadoes, and others. What's in these light balls? How many can I choose? You can't possibly give them all to me, right? Lu Ming guessed in his heart. After thinking for a while, Lu Ming walked to the light orb marked with the lightning pattern and reached out to grab it. The ball of light was destroyed and a jade talisman was in Lu Ming's hand. It's that easy. Lu Ming was a little surprised. Then his eyes lit up and he stretched out his hand to grab another ball of light. It didn't move at all. The ball of light seemed to be a layer of protective shield that firmly blocked Lu Ming. Lu Ming circulated his quintessential essence and even unleashed his dragon energy. However, the ball of light did not budge at all. He could not break it. Following that, Lu Ming changed to another light orb, but the result was the same. Lu Ming tried almost all the light orbs, but he could not break any of them. It seems like I can only obtain one item from each ball of light. Lu Ming guessed and could only give up. I wonder what is recorded in this jade token. Lu Ming was somewhat curious. What was the opportunity that the Xianxia sect was talking about? He sent his spiritual sense into the jade token and carefully examined it. It's a martial technique, a low-grade martial technique of god-level intent. Martial technique of creation? After Lu Ming took a look of doubt flashed in his eyes. What was a martial technique of creation? Lu Ming only knew about bloodline martial arts techniques. Other than bloodline martial arts techniques, the other martial arts techniques were all ordinary martial arts techniques. How could there be martial arts techniques of creation? Lu Ming had never heard of it. Immediately Lu Ming read the content carefully. The Thunder God Strike was the name of this martial technique. So amazing, so amazing. After looking at it for a while, Lu Ming's eyes lit up and he was filled with amazement. He finally understood what a martial technique of creation was. Ordinary warriors who had comprehended the will of heaven and earth would become more powerful as their levels increased. However, they had not yet discovered the true power of the will. Normal martial artists only use the power of intent roughly. Take Lu Ming for example. The fusion of 5 types of heaven and earth intent realms was usually only used to increase Lu Ming's attack power. However, the deeper levels of each intent realm had not been excavated. As for martial techniques of intent, through martial techniques and special operations, the power of the intent could be exerted to the fullest. The potential of the intent could be used to the extreme. Lu Ming had never even heard of martial arts techniques of creation in the Divine Wilderness continent. The levels of martial techniques of intent were the same as ordinary martial techniques, such as the low-grade divine level and the high-grade divine level. The low-grade divine level martial technique focused on the deep application of intent. As for the high-grade god-level techniques, they were not considered intent martial techniques. They should be called domain martial techniques, which could exert the emperor's domain to the extreme. The power of martial techniques of creation was several times stronger than ordinary martial techniques and even bloodline martial techniques. It was very terrifying. Lu Ming looked at it carefully. The more he looked, the more shocked he was. What a powerful and terrifying power. However, it's too profound. The difficulty of cultivating it is astonishingly high. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. The martial technique of creation was powerful, but it was more difficult to cultivate. Lu Ming felt that although they were both low-grade divine-level martial arts techniques, the difficulty of cultivating the martial arts technique of creation was 100 times more difficult than cultivating ordinary low-grade divine-level martial arts techniques. Yes, it was 100 times. Martial techniques of creation were 100 times harder to cultivate than ordinary martial techniques. Lu Ming frowned and looked at it carefully. In the end, he simply took out the Path Understanding Ancient Tree and placed it at the side to help with his comprehension. Unconsciously, Lu Ming's mind was immersed in the Thunder God Strike, trying to figure out the profoundness of it. After the Battle of Providence, Lu Ming's comprehension had increased by 10 times. Now, under the Path Understanding Ancient Tree, his understanding of the Thunder God Strike was improving rapidly. Lu Ming was completely immersed in the cultivation of the Thunder God Strike. 7 days had passed unknowingly. Bolts of lightning were swimming around Lu Ming's body as if they were alive and had spirituality. In the end, the lightning on Lu Ming's body increased in number but became thinner. In the end, there were countless bolts of lightning, each one thinner than a strand of hair. Countless bolts of lightning as thin as this weaved together to form a lightning armor. It looked exactly the same as ordinary clothes. There was no difference at all. However, if anyone touched it with their hands, they would be turned to ashes by the power of lightning. At this moment, Lu Ming opened his eyes. I've successfully cultivated the first level of the Thunder God Strike. Lu Ming muttered to himself. After 7 days of comprehension, Lu Ming had successfully cultivated the first stage of the Thunder God Strike in one go. This speed was already very shocking. Some peerless geniuses could spend their entire lives and still not reach the first level. Martial arts techniques of intent are indeed wonderful. Can fully unleash the potential energy of the thunder intent. I'm still at the first level. The more I practice, the more powerful it will be. Lu Ming looked at the lightning combat suit draped over his body. With a thought, the lightning combat suit disappeared. It seems that the ice dragon also cultivates martial techniques of creation. No wonder the ice creation can release such a terrifying power. Lu Ming thought of the ice dragon. However, the ice dragon should have cultivated it a long time ago. It had just entered this place at that time, so it couldn't have obtained it from here. The martial technique of creation should have been inherited from the North God Palace. Chapter 1234. 1234 Chapter 1234 Fighting for the Key. The Divine Ruins continent was indeed the number one continent in the Divine Ruins continent cluster. Martial techniques of intent that were unheard of in the Divine Wilderness continent could be inherited here. Perhaps the four great divine palaces all had the inheritance of martial arts techniques of creation. Most of the strongest geniuses of the four great divine palaces had come into contact with them and cultivated for many years. Their power must be extraordinary. Lu Ming guessed that the ice dragon must have cultivated the ice concept martial arts technique to the second level. I didn't expect 7 days to pass so quickly. It's time to go out. I wonder how little Qing is doing. Lu Ming was a little worried. He had unknowingly fallen into his previous state of enlightenment. Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen this time to attain enlightenment. He would have definitely found Xianxia first. This place was too dangerous. All the elites were killing each other to take each other's keys and opportunities. Even with Xianxia's cultivation and combat strength, he was still in danger. Without further hesitation, Lu Ming walked out. Gotcha. When Lu Ming came to the door opened automatically and he stepped out. After Lu Ming left, the door closed automatically. Whoosh! A blood-red key flew out of the 9 keyholes on the stone tablet and floated above Lu Ming's head. It was Lu Ming's sword. The other 8 swords had disappeared. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this moment, a few figures flew out from the mountains below. Someone has indeed entered the palace. Stop him, don't let him go. So it's him. I recognize him. He's from the Divine Wilderness continent. A series of voices rang out. Lu Ming recognized one of them. It was the number 1 heaven's favorite of the Shani continent, Yi Kuang. After this period of time, Yi Kuang's cultivation had also broken through the bottleneck and entered the 6th level spiritual god realm. A total of 3 people surrounded Lu Ming from 3 directions. When they came here some time ago, they found 9 keyholes on the stone tablet in front of the gate. They had the keys and knew that someone had gone in. The few of them waited in the mountains below and saw Lu Ming coming out. This person can't be underestimated. His combat strength isn't weak. Yi Kuang's eyes were solemn. What are you afraid of? With the 3 of us joining hands, do we still need to fear him? Another youth said. Get lost. Lu Ming shouted coldly. You're looking for death. Let's join forces and kill him. A young man shouted. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Ming took a step forward and threw a punch. The man's body was torn to pieces. Then Lu Ming charged at Yi Kuang and the other man. No! Yi Kuang roared in fear. Bang! Bang! With 2 loud bangs, there were 2 more corpses on the scene. 3 keys appeared above Lu Ming's head and there were 4 keys again. Lu Ming did not stop. He used the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps and flew in one direction at top speed. At the same time, he spread out his spiritual sense to search for Xianxia. Buzz! Lu Ming's figure was like a bolt of lightning, extremely fast. In a short while, they had flown more than 100,000 miles. Along the way, Lu Ming saw more than 10 halls in the sky. There were indeed many palaces in this world. All of a sudden, Lu Ming looked in front of him. There was a blood-red pillar of light that shot into the sky. It was obvious that someone had obtained more than 6 keys, which was why the blood-red light pillar was activated. I don't know if little Qing is there, let's go take a look. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He took a step forward and flew in that direction. After flying for a while, Lu Ming saw that there were other paragons flying in that direction from other directions. Clearly, the others had also seen the light pillar. Someone has obtained more than 6 keys. Kill them. Quick, don't let others get there first. A series of voices rang out. Lu Ming took a casual glance and saw no less than 10 young men flying towards the blood-red light pillar. Lion City. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Among these people he saw Shirdu. Shirdu's aura was at the 4th level of the spiritual god realm. It was obvious that he had also broken through to the 1st level during this period of time. In front of them, on the peak of a mountain, everyone saw a young man in blue robes. Above his head there were 7 blood-red keys. It's him. This is the person. He's only at the peak of the 4th level of the spiritual god realm. This person is mine. It's mine. As soon as they sensed the young man's cultivation, many people's eyes lit up. This time, nearly 1,000 young geniuses had entered. The ones with the weakest cultivation were even at the second and third level of the spiritual god realm. This person was at the peak of the fourth level of the spiritual god realm. If he was lucky, he would really obtain 7 keys. Their eyes were naturally burning with desire. If they could kill this person and obtain his 7 keys, they would be able to easily obtain the 9 keys and enter the palace in the sky to obtain the fortune. The blue-robed youth's expression changed drastically when he saw so many people. He turned around and fled. Where should we go? It's too late to escape. A series of cold shouts rang out, and more than a dozen figures chased after the blue-robed young man. Lu Ming frowned. He could vaguely sense that something was not right. However, he was not afraid and chased after them from a distance. A moment later, the young man in blue escaped into a valley. Suddenly dash. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 7 to 8 young men in blue suddenly flew out of the valley. Each of them had a powerful aura and a cold gaze. Many of them had 5 or 4 blood-colored keys floating above their heads. Haha, so many big fish. I'm rich. These people laughed loudly. Not good, we've been tricked. Let's go. The faces of those young men who were originally chasing changed greatly. They knew that they had fallen into a trap. The peak 4th level spiritual god realm youth in blue was only bait. He had deliberately obtained the 7 keys to lure others to kill him, and then be led into his trap. It's too late to leave now. A few blue-shirt youths sneered. Their bodies revealed a powerful aura. 2 of them had even reached the terrifying level of the 7th level of the spiritual god realm. They were very fast. They stepped into the air and surrounded Lu Ming and the rest. 7th level spiritual god realm. It's over. We're dead. Some people were terrified. The Lion City was in the same state. It was terrified and wanted to escape, but it was surrounded by the young man in blue from all directions. Lu Ming. Shirdu turned around and saw Lu Ming. Previously, his attention had been on the young man in blue and he did not see Lu Ming. Now he finally saw him. A look of shock flashed in his eyes. 7 days ago, he saw with his own eyes that Lu Ming was surrounded by severe wings and brutal wind. He thought that Lu Ming was dead for sure. He did not expect that Lu Ming was still alive and well. However, there was no time to be surprised. Escaping was more important. Die. The 7 young men in blue attacked and sword light burst out. Instantly, a series of screams rang out as 5 young men were killed in an instant. The remaining few tried their best to resist and finally managed to block the attack. Shirdu quivered a little and he dodged a move. Bang! Lu Ming waved his palm and destroyed one of the sword chi. Kill! 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 2 cold shouts rang out. The 2 7th level spiritual god realm blue-robed young men made their moves. The sword light was like lightning, instantly killing another 2 young men. Chapter 1235. 1235 Seeking help from Lu Ming. Shirdu and the other young man were lucky enough to survive, but they were screaming in fear. They were no match for the 2 7th level spiritual god realm blue-robed youths. They were too strong and could crush them. No, I don't want to die. Shirdu roared in his heart. He was extremely anxious and his mind was rapidly thinking of countermeasures. Suddenly his eyes lit up. Lu Ming. 7 days ago, Lu Ming was surrounded by severe wings and brutal wind. However, he was still alive and well. Lu Ming might be able to save him. Lu Ming, save me. Save me. He quickly rushed toward Lu Ming and shouted. Why should I save you? Lu Ming sneered. Whoosh. At this moment, a youth at the 7th level of the spiritual god realm made his move. A sword light shot towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming threw a punch and dispersed the sword light. The 7th level spiritual god realm youth in blue frowned, while Shirdu's eyes lit up. Lu Ming could block the attack of a 7th level spiritual god. At this moment, it was as if Shirdu had grabbed onto a life-saving straw. We come from the same place, the same continent. At this moment we must work together. Lionheart shouted. United? 7 days ago when I was trapped, why didn't I see you working together? Lu Ming sneered. 7 days ago, Lu Ming had also caught a glimpse of Shi Du's figure from the corner of his eye. At that time, Shi Du had escaped faster than anyone else and even gloated at his misfortune. Now he needed his help? Wouldn't that be laughable? I'm weak. Lionheart shouted. What's the point of keeping trash with low strength in this world? Lu Ming smiled faintly. He moved and left Lion City. No, please save me. Seeing Lu Ming leave, the lion was so scared that it almost peed its pants. It wailed, Lu Ming, save me. As long as you save me, I'm willing to be your mount. I'm not interested in a useless mount like you. Lu Ming said. Die. At that moment, a youth in blue at the 7th level of the spiritual god realm approached Lion City and slashed out with his sword. No. The lion roared unwillingly and fought with all its might, but it was useless. Its head was cut off by a sword. Lion City, dead. At that moment, Lu Ming was the only one left among the youths who were surrounded. Let's join forces. This person's combat strength doesn't seem weak. A 7th level spiritual god realm blue-robed youth spoke. Get lost, I won't kill you. Lu Ming did not see Xianxia. He was a little disappointed and wanted to leave. Since you've seen us attack, you still want to leave? You're really naive. A 7th level spiritual god realm blue-robed youth sneered. They came from a famous continent. However, if they used such an act to kill other geniuses and word got out, it would be bad for their reputation. Therefore Lu Ming had to die. Why are you talking nonsense with him? Let's attack together, kill this person and leave this place quickly. Another person coldly spoke. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 8 sword gleams shot toward Lu Ming, covering his entire body. Roar, roar. Lu Ming burst out with 8 streams of dragon energy and threw 8 punches in a row. The 8 fist forces struck out and the 8 sword lights instantly collapsed. However, the fist forces did not stop and continued to attack. 2 young men with weak cultivation were directly penetrated by the fist force. The remaining 4 people spat out mouthfuls of blood and retreated with heavy injuries. Even the 2 7th level spiritual god realm geniuses retreated frantically, their expressions changing. Not good, this person is too strong. Let's retreat. Run. One of the 7th level spiritual god realm geniuses shouted in fear, trying to escape. Kill. Lu Ming stepped forward, and the radiance of his fist enveloped the remaining 6 people. A few consecutive screams were heard, and the remaining young men in blue were all killed. Even the 2 7th level spiritual god realm existences could only withstand a few more moves before they were killed. In just a few moments, more than a dozen Heaven's favorites had died in this place. These Heaven's Pride experts stood at the peak of their respective continents. They looked down on their peers and looked down on invincible figures. They had awakened 9th level divine level bloodlines. In the future it was a sure thing that they would become emperors. But here their lives were like grass, constantly being reaped. Lu Ming was even more worried about Xianxia's safety. Buzz. Above Lu Ming's head 9 blood-red keys were suspended. A beam of light shot into the sky. However, Lu Ming was not in the mood to pay attention to it. He did not have the time to open a hall and obtain the opportunities inside. He only wanted to find Xianxia first. Buzz. He took a step forward and used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps to the extreme as he flew into the distance. His speed was extremely fast, like a graceful swan, like a bolt of lightning flashing through the air. What's that? A blood light. It looks like a blood-red light pillar. Above Lu Ming's head there was a blood-red light beam. As Lu Ming flew at high speed, it was like a huge blood-red iron rod sweeping across the void, attracting the attention of many people. However, many people had only just seen it when the blood-red light pillar had already gone far away. It was simply too fast. Lu Ming activated his spiritual sense to the maximum and spread it out in all directions, looking for Xianxia's whereabouts. Fortunately, this small world was not very big. Very soon Lu Ming reached the end. There was a chaotic void in front of him. Lu Ming changed his direction and continued his search. In the sky above a lake, an intense battle was taking place. 2 experts in the 7th level of the spiritual god realm were fighting a beautiful woman together. The woman was Xianxia. There were 5 blood-colored keys above Xianxia's head. As for the two youths at the 7th level of the spiritual god realm, they each had 5 blood-colored keys. The two 7th level spiritual god realm experts couldn't take down Xianxia for a while. After more than 7 days, Xianxia's cultivation had improved again and reached the peak of the 6th level spiritual god realm. However, her combat strength was extremely terrifying and she could fight 2 7th level spiritual god realm geniuses alone. Buzz. Demonic chi seethed from Xianxia's body and formed terrifying demonic palm prints that blasted toward the other 7th level spiritual god realm expert. The battle between the two of them was difficult to determine. Not far from the battlefield there were 3 other figures. One of them was a burly young man with a huge golden ring on his nose. He crossed his arms and watched quietly. On the side, 2 other young men stood respectfully beside him. I didn't expect that a woman who didn't master martial techniques of creation would have such combat strength. It's rare. The young man with a pair of round nose rings said as he looked at Xianxia's beautiful face. His eyes were burning with passion. This woman is indeed powerful. If young Master Niu can capture her, you can take her as your concubine. On the side, a young man revealed a flattering smile and flattered. The young man with a pair of round nose rings seemed to be moved. Yes, let's wait and see. Damn it, who is this woman? She actually has such combat strength. We have to take her down as soon as possible. We can't be underestimated by young Master Niu. One of the young men who was attacking Xianxia growled in his heart. The two of them gritted their teeth and attacked Xianxia with all their might. For a moment the demonic chi around Xianxia was suppressed and he was at a disadvantage. Chapter 1236. 1236 Chapter 1236 Turn him into a dead bull. Although Xianxia was at a disadvantage, his expression was calm. The demonic chi on her body slowly receded, covering her body like a battle armor. God-destroying demon sword. Suddenly, Xianxia's glabella lit up, and a black demonic sword flew out, slashing down at one of the 7th level spiritual god realm experts. The opponent tried to defend himself, but Xianxia's demonic sword was like an illusion. It cut through the opponent's attack in layers of defense, cutting off the opponent's brow. There were no injuries, but the man's eyes suddenly widened, revealing an expression of shock. But the next moment his eyes lost focus and his body fell down. He was dead. This person was killed by Xianxia with one strike. Buzz. After killing this person, Xianxia controlled the demonic sword and slashed horizontally across another person's body. There was still no wound, but the man screamed and his body trembled. He retreated madly, his aura dispirited as if he had been seriously injured. What a pity! Xianxia muttered. Then her body trembled and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Her face was pale. Clearly that move just now had also caused a great burden on her. How could that be? The two people beside the young man with a pair of nose rings were dumbfounded. Destroying a god's soul, what a powerful technique. The young man with the round nose ring had a serious expression on his face, but the light in his eyes was even more intense. You get lost, you useless thing. The young man with a nose ring stepped forward and glanced at the injured young man. He scolded him coldly. The young man gritted his teeth, but he did not dare to refute. This young man with a nose ring was one of the 3 most powerful heaven's favorites of the Western deity palace. He was extremely powerful and cruel, so he didn't dare to argue with him. Little girl, just surrender. Although you have some skills in front of me, you have no power to resist. The young man with a round nose ring walked towards Xianxia step by step. His aura was getting stronger and stronger. The 8th level of the spiritual god realm. Xianxia's eyes flashed with determination. This young man with a nose ring gave her immense pressure, but it was impossible for her to surrender. Xianxia's body moved and retreated like a ray of demonic light. You can't escape from me. The young man with a ring on his nose didn't panic. With a flash of lightning, his body seemed to have turned into a bolt of lightning. He cut through the void and approached Xianxia. Whoosh! At the same time, the young man with the round nose ring waved his hand and a chain made of lightning shot towards Xianxia. Sky Devil Force Field. Xianxia shouted and activated the sky demon power field. At the same time, he used his bloodline fusion to increase the power of the sky demon power field to the maximum. The chains of lightning suddenly began to slow down in the field. What a wonderful force field. It has a trace of the power of a domain. Unfortunately, your cultivation base is too weak. The young man's eyes turned cold. Lightning flashed all over his body. The lightning chain broke the sky demon force field in half and quickly wrapped around Xianxia. Great demonic palm. Xianxia's heavenly demon bloodline sent out a few palm prints in a row, but they exploded after being hit by the lightning chains. Xianxia's face turned even paler and he spat out another mouthful of blood. I've said it before, you don't have the power to resist me. The young man with a nose ring said coldly with an arrogant expression. God-destroying demon sword. Xianxia gritted her teeth. Ignoring her injuries, she unleashed the god-destroying demon sword with all her might. Her glabella glowed and a black sword light cut through the void, slashing toward the young man with the round nose rings. In the face of this sword, the young man with the nose in a ring had a slightly serious expression on his face, and the power of lightning on his body intensified. 9 Thunder Sword. The young man with the nose ring slashed his palm down. A sword with lightning struck out and clashed with Xianxia's demonic sword. With a bang, the 9 Thunder Sword emitted a blazing light, hoping to block the demonic sword. However, in the end it only blocked a part of it. The remaining part continued to slash towards the young man with the nose ring. Block it. The young man with the nose ring was covered in lightning, forming a lightning armor that blocked the demonic sword. In the end, the demonic sword was weakened layer by layer, and only a trace of it entered the young man's body. The young man's body trembled as if he had been struck by lightning and he took a step back. Damn it! How dare you hurt my soul? The man with the nose ring growled, his face extremely gloomy. Xianxia's body trembled as she retreated and spat out another mouthful of blood. Little girl, I didn't want to hurt you, but you asked for it. The young man with a ring on his nose shouted coldly. His body was surrounded by lightning as he took a few steps forward and approached Xianxia. Lu Ming. Xianxia sighed in his heart. Then his eyes revealed a trace of ruthlessness. Even if she were to die, she would not let herself fall into the hands of the young man with a nose ring. What's that? Suddenly, a young man looked into the distance and exclaimed. The young man with a pair of nose rings and Xianxia looked over subconsciously. He saw a blood-red light pillar moving at a terrifying speed in that direction. It was as if a blood-red stick had cut through the void. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of the space being shattered could be heard. They saw a young man flying towards them at a terrifying speed. He was so fast that he even shattered the space. Lu Ming. Xianxia exclaimed. The person was Lu Ming. Stop. A young man stepped forward and blocked Lu Ming's way. Get lost. Lu Ming shouted coldly and threw a punch. The terrifying fist force enveloped the young man's body with an unstoppable force. The young man's pupils dilated. The next moment he screamed and his body exploded in the air. Buzz. Lu Ming's figure flashed and he appeared beside Xianxia. Little Qing, you're injured. Lu Ming's heart ached when he saw Xianxia's pale face and the blood at the corner of his mouth. However, he also heaved a sigh of relief. It was good that Xianxia was fine. Lu Ming, I'm fine. Xianxia's smile was so beautiful that the young man with a pair of nose rings was stunned. Little Qing, don't worry. I will avenge you. Lu Ming reached out and wiped the blood from the corner of Xianxia's mouth. Seeing the intimate expressions on Lu Ming and Xianxia's faces, the young man with the nose ring had a look of jealousy in his eyes. He shouted coldly, Brat, you dare to kill my people and stand beside my woman. You're looking for death. Your woman. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with cold killing intent. He looked at the young man with the nose ring and said, I'll definitely kill you just because of what you said. Kill me, kid with your abilities. The young man laughed. Lu Ming, be careful. This man is one of the 3 strongest heaven's favorites of the Western Deity Palace, Lane Yo. Xianxia whispered. Don't worry, he'll become a dead bull very soon. Lu Ming sneered. He stepped forward and charged at the Thunderbolt Bull. Chapter 1237. 1237 Chapter 1237 Meeting up with Xianxia. Die. Go. The Thunder Bull shouted coldly. With a wave of its hand, a chain of lightning flew out and wrapped around Lu Ming. Roar. 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 A dragon's roar came from within Lu Ming's body. At that moment Lu Ming had burst out with 9 streams of dragon energy. This person was one of the 3 most powerful heaven's favorites of the Western deity palace. He was at the same level as the ice dragon and had most likely mastered martial arts techniques of creation. Lu Ming naturally would not be careless. 9 dragon energies burst out at once. Boom. As he punched out, the space within dozens of miles exploded and turned into nothingness. The lightning chains of the lightning bull also crumbled, and a terrifying fist force continued toward the lightning bull. The lightning bull's expression changed drastically. The power of Lu Ming's punch was too shocking and far exceeded its expectations. 9 Thunder Sword. A huge sword of lightning appeared in the bull's hand and it slashed down. Boom. The sword of lightning and Lu Ming's fist force collided. The force spread in all directions and the sky was filled with lightning. Half of the sky was filled with endless lightning, as if the punishment of heaven had descended. It's indeed a martial technique of conception. It's also a martial technique of thunder conception, just like the thunder god's strike. Lu Ming's heart stirred. The Thunder Bull could use the will of thunder to a terrifying level. There was nothing else it could do except thunder martial techniques. Kill. The Thunder Bull roared and charged at Lu Ming with the thunder sword in its hand. Lu Ming's power made him want to kill him. Kill. Lu Ming charged at the Thunder Bull as well, surrounded by the 5-colored will. With a wave of his hand, the terrifying power of the prison-suppressing heaven technique was unleashed. Boom. Lu Ming threw another punch at the 9 Thunder Sword. The land of lightning was like the might of the heavens, but Lu Ming was not afraid of it. He broke through the might with force and rushed up, crushing the 9 Thunder Sword. The lightning bull's expression was gloomy. Lu Ming's cultivation was clearly only at the early stage of the 7th level spiritual god realm. His cultivation was 1 level lower than his, but he could actually fight with him. This was hard for him to accept. He was an unparalleled prodigy and was invincible among those of the same level. No one had ever been able to fight him with a cultivation level lower than his. Kill, kill. He roared. 9 colors appeared on the thunder sword in his hand. The power of the 9 different thunderbolts converged, making it even more terrifying. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Ming continued to punch. On his fist, the faint shadow of a stone tablet could be seen. The prison-suppressing heaven technique and the thunder battle sword clashed head-on, shaking the world. Chi-la. A lightning bolt as thick as an arm was struck away, falling on a mountain in the distance. Under the power of the lightning, the 1,000-mile-long mountain exploded, turning into broken stones and ashes that scattered everywhere. Boom. A fist force landed on the ground, creating an immeasurably deep hole. Hot lava gushed out from the ground. The 2 of them exchanged more than a dozen moves in a row, and it was difficult to determine the winner. Buzz. The Thunder Bull suddenly let out a loud roar. Its body grew rapidly and finally turned into a giant bull the size of a mountain. Its body was covered in lightning. The Thunder Bull was a demon. This was his true form. Bang! Bang! The giant lightning bull stood in the air and its 2 sharp horns were like heavenly blades. Buzz! Buzz! The 2 sharp horns glowed and 2 sabers condensed from lightning slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming threw 2 punches and sent the 2 thunder battle sabers flying. However, his body trembled slightly and he took 2 steps back. The demons were stronger in their true forms. 9 Thunder Sword, 10,000 Sword Kill. Thunder Bull. The Thunder Bull shouted. The power of thunder on its body became even more shocking. Endless thunder and lightning filled the air. Some of them were even thicker than a water tank. With the Thunder Bull as the center, they shot out and danced in the sky. Lu Ming. Not far away, Xianxia's demonic chi was spread out to resist the force outside. His face was full of worry. Who is this person? He actually forced young Master Nyo to use his strongest combat power. In the distance there were two young men who were shocked by this scene. On the body of the Thunder Bull, endless lightning gathered and turned into 9 colored combat swords, which were aimed at Lu Ming. This was the power of martial techniques of intent. Could kill everything like a lightning tribulation and destroy all life. Roar. At this moment Lu Ming transformed into 9 dragons. The dragons soared to the 9 heavens and his 9 dragon claws stomped out continuously. The sky trembled and a dense explosion rang out. The thunder battle swords exploded in the air one after another. Kill. The 9 dragons strode forward and charged at the Thunder Bull, clawing at it. Bang. The dragon's claw hit the Thunder Bull's body, but it was blocked. First it was the thunder armor. It broke through the thunder armor and landed on the Thunder Bull. It was like hitting a drum. With a bang, the dragon's claw was bounced off. At the same time, the Thunder Bull's horns glowed and a bolt of lightning struck Lu Ming at the speed of light. However, it was blocked by Lu Ming's heavy defenses. Buzz. Roar. A dragon and a bull fought in the air, as if they had returned to prehistoric times. After a dozen moves, it was difficult to determine the winner. Kid, let's fight again next time. The more the lightning bull fought, the more shocked it became. It felt that Lu Ming's strength was endless. Every time he was hit by Lu Ming's dragon claws, his body would hurt. He couldn't help but want to retreat. You want to leave? Did I let you? Lu Ming's cold voice was heard. Brat, you may be strong, but I'm not weak either. You can't do anything to me. The Thunder Bull snorted. Is that so? Lu Ming's indifferent voice was heard. In the next moment, a drop of blood appeared and a layer of blood-red light appeared on the 9 dragons' bodies. The third bloodline. As soon as the blood light appeared, the power of the 9 dragons suddenly increased. They clawed out and broke the defense of the Thunder Bull, leaving a deep claw mark on its body. Blood flowed out. You. The Thunder Bull was shocked and furious. It did not expect that Lu Ming had still held back. Buzz. The Thunder Bull roared and wanted to charge out. Bang. Each step of the 9 dragons could pierce through the sky. The thunderbolts on the Thunder Bull's body were scattered, leaving wounds on its body. Blood flowed out and even its bones were exposed. The Lightning Bull roared madly. It felt a chill in its heart. Lu Ming was too powerful and could threaten its life. He charged out madly. Kill. Lu Ming roared. His 9 dragon claws grabbed one of the Thunder Bull's front legs and tore it apart with all his might. With a hiss, one of the Thunder Bull's front legs was torn off by Lu Ming. The Lightning Bull wailed. Thunder, escape. He let out a long roar and streams of blood wrapped around his body. Then the Thunder Bull's body shrank rapidly, turning into a bolt of lightning. In a flash, it rushed thousands of miles away, and with another flash, it disappeared into the distance. So fast. Lu Ming frowned. It was too late to give chase. This Lightning Bull's life-saving methods were not bad. Young Master Nyo has lost. Go, quickly go. The remaining 2 people screamed in horror and ran for their lives. However, there was a flash of light and Lu Ming appeared in front of them. Bang. Bang. Lu Ming slapped them twice. The 2 of them screamed in pain and retreated while vomiting blood. Little Qing, I'll let you kill these 2. Lu Ming said. Spare me. The 2 of them wanted to beg for mercy, but a demonic sword flashed and their heads flew far away. Legendary Paths of the Dragon Lord. Chapter 1238. 1238 Chapter 1238, A Domain Solidifying Pill. After killing the 2, a total of 9 keys appeared above Xianxia's head. A blood-red light pillar shot into the sky. It shone with the blood-colored light pillar above Lu Ming's head. Little Qing, let's go. Let's go open that palace together. Lu Ming walked towards Xianxia. Xianxia nodded, and the 2 of them flew side by side to the nearest palace. Soon a palace appeared in their field of vision. However, the 2 of them and the 2 blood-red light pillars were too eye-catching. Buzz. Whoosh. With a whooshing sound, 7 or 8 young experts flew over from all directions, their eyes burning with passion. 9 for each of you. Some people's eyes lit up. Get lost. Lu Ming threw a punch at the strongest person. A fist force streaked across the sky and struck towards that person. The terrifying pressure scared the man out of his wits. He tried his best to set up a defense, but in the end he was still hit by Lu Ming's punch and spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was sent flying dozens of miles. Hiss hiss hiss. Gasps of shock could be heard. Everyone recognized the person just now. He was a heaven's favorite who had set foot on the 36 Fecta peaks. His cultivation was at the peak of the 7th level of the spiritual god realm, but he was actually beaten by Lu Ming to the point of spitting out large mouthfuls of blood. This made everyone extremely frightened. A monster, let's go, let's go. Run. The rest of the people scattered and fled, wishing they had 2 more legs. Not long after, not a single one of them was left. Lu Ming couldn't be bothered and went to the hall with Xianxia. There was also a stone tablet in front of the palace's door. There were 9 keyholes on the stone tablet. Little Qing, you first. Lu Ming said. Xianxia nodded. With a thought, 9 blood-colored keys flew into the keyhole and the door opened. Lu Ming, I'll go in first and wait for you. Xianxia said. I don't know if 2 people can enter in succession. You go in first. If I don't, it means that I went to another hall. You don't have to wait for me. Lu Ming said. Xianxia nodded and stepped through the door. After Xianxia stepped in, the door closed automatically. I don't know if it's still useful. Lu Ming had an idea and the 9 keys flew toward the 9 keyholes. Unfortunately, the 9 keys stopped outside and could not enter at all. It's indeed useless. Only one person can enter one palace at a time. Lu Ming shook his head and left. Not long after, he found another hall. There was obviously no one in this hall. Lu Ming used 9 keys to open the door of the hall and stepped in. The scene inside the palace was almost the same as the last time he saw it. There were also a few chilaviers. On the chilaviers there were balls of light. Under the balls of light there were different symbols. Lu Ming sized it up carefully, thinking about what to choose. For the martial techniques of creation, he had the Thunder God strike for the time being. If he chose another one, he would have no time to practice it. One Thunder God strike was enough for Lu Ming to comprehend. If he could cultivate Thunder God strike to the highest level, its power would be shocking. It would be enough for the time being. Learning one more wouldn't be of much use. Lu Ming pondered for a while and decided to choose a type of pill. If it could be placed together with martial techniques of creation, it would presumably not be bad. However, the pill symbols all looked the same. It was impossible to distinguish what kind of pill it was, so he could only choose at will. Lu Ming casually grabbed one of the light orbs. The light orbs shattered and a jade bottle appeared in his hands. Domain solidifying pill. On the jade bottle there was a label with 3 words written on it. It's actually a domain solidifying pill. Lu Ming's eyes shone with a fiery glow and his heart could not help but beat wildly. He had heard of the domain solidifying pill before, but it did not exist in the divine wilderness continent. It was only a legend. If a great circle spiritual god wanted to advance another step, he would have to transform his intent into a domain. However, this step was undoubtedly extremely difficult, astonishingly difficult. If one could condense an embryonic stage domain, they would be considered supreme martial artists. However, if a great circle spiritual god consumed the domain solidifying pill, it would greatly increase the chances of strengthening the embryonic form of a domain and even make it easier to form a complete domain. This was a priceless treasure and its value was incalculable. The Tianxian sect was indeed a major power in the Yuan continent. They could even casually take out the domain solidifying pill as a reward. Or perhaps, in the eyes of the heavenly god sect, a peerless divine pill like the domain solidifying pill was only rare and ordinary. However, to Lu Ming, it was definitely a supreme divine pill. If Lu Ming's cultivation level reached the great circle of the spiritual god stage, this domain solidifying pill would help him to quickly reach the supreme level. Lu Ming kept it carefully and tried to open the other orbs. Indeed, none of them could be opened. I'm going to see little Qing. Lu Ming did not stop. He left the hall and went to the hall that Xianxia had entered. However, the door to Xianxia's palace was closed and he didn't come out. Lu Ming stopped at a nearby mountain peak and asked Dandan to keep an eye on him from the outside. He entered the mountain and river diagram and sat under the path understanding ancient tree to comprehend the thunder god's strike. In this small world the slaughter continued. One by one the top geniuses of their respective continents were killed here, and they would forever remain in this land. Some of the weaker ones didn't even dare to show their faces and looked for a safe place to hide. As for the stronger ones, they hunted everywhere. It was a scene of blood and slaughter. In a valley, Long Chen transformed into an Archean dragonesque elephant and howled at the sky. He took a step forward and killed 2 7th-level spiritual god realm experts. Now Long Chen's cultivation had also entered the 7th level of the spiritual god realm, and his combat strength was even more terrifying. After that, Long Chen gathered all 9 keys and stepped into a palace. On a large river, the ice dragon waved his hand and sealed a few young experts in ice. He also gathered 9 keys and entered a palace. Xianxuan's body was holy and pure, and a milky white light filled the air. 9 keys were floating above her head. Not far away from her was the 3 strongest heaven's favorites of the South God Palace, Wang Zhen. Miss Nianjuan, you can go in first. I'll go to another hall, Wang Zhen said. Many thanks, young Master Wang. Xianxuan nodded and stepped into a palace. Wang Zhen's eyes glowed with a fiery light as he walked towards the other palaces. Such scenes were happening all over the small world. Top geniuses like Ji Hongchen had all gathered 9 keys and entered the palace to obtain their own opportunities. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. Half a month's time was almost up. After 7 days of comprehension, the Thunder God's strike had made great progress, but it would still take some time to cultivate to the 2nd level. At this moment they received news that Xianxia had come out. Lu Ming exited the mountain and river diagram and saw Xianxia standing in front of the hall, looking around. Xianxia smiled when he saw Lu Ming flying over. Little Qing, what did you get? Lu Ming asked. It's a pill. Xianxia explained that she had obtained the inheritance of a supreme powerhouse in the divine ruins. There were a few martial techniques related to the demonic Tao intent. Therefore, Xianxia didn't need to choose a technique of creation. Instead, he chose the pill. Chapter 1239. 1239 Chapter 1239 Interrogation. I chose the demonic energy pill. I didn't expect that my bloodline would appear immediately after I got it and swallow it. I could only start refining it. I didn't expect that this cultivation would last 7 days. Xianxia explained. Lu Ming nodded. No wonder Xianxia had stayed in the hall for 7 days. Little Qing, your cultivation. Lu Ming studied Xianxia carefully. He could feel that Xianxia's true essence fluctuation was extremely strong. After refining the demonic vitality pill, my cultivation has broken through from the peak of the 6th level spiritual god realm to the 7th level spiritual god realm in one go. Xianxia said. 7th level spiritual god realm. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The 7th level of the spiritual god realm was the pinnacle of all the geniuses present. Xianxia was able to break through to the 7th level of the spiritual god realm. With his own combat strength, he had no worries about protecting himself. Lu Ming was naturally overjoyed. There was less than a day to go before the half-month deadline. Lu Ming and Xianxia went around. If they ran into anyone, Lu Ming did not mind killing them and snatching the key. However, after flying for a while, they didn't meet a single person. Many of those with lower cultivations had gone into hiding during this period of time, and it was hard to find them. Time passed quickly. Buzz. Suddenly the space trembled and Lu Ming felt the space around him tighten. He disappeared from there, and the next moment he appeared in the ancient city of the divine ruins, on top of the 36 Fecta peaks. Xianxia also appeared beside him. Countless people were watching from all directions. He's out. The first round is over. Someone exclaimed. In the sky above the 36 Tiangang peaks, people kept appearing and disappearing. Soon more than 500 people appeared in the sky. But after that no one else appeared. There were only 500 people left. Many people's hearts trembled. Needless to say, the remaining people would definitely be left inside forever. Out of nearly 1,000 people, only 500 came out. The death rate was close to half. Such a death rate was really too high. It was shocking. Thunderbolt, you lost an arm. Who has the strength to do that? A voice rang out. Lu Ming looked in the direction of the voice and saw a young man with a ring on his nose. One of his arms was missing and his face was extremely gloomy. Many heaven's favorites, including the sovereigns, also looked at the lightning bull. Lane Yo is one of the 3 most powerful experts of the Western Deity Palace, but one of his arms was actually broken by someone. Who is it? Do you have such strength? Could it be the strongest person from the other 3 divine palaces? Or the ones who are ranked second on the continent? He's really powerful. The Thunder Bull's combat strength is already terrifying. I once saw him easily kill 3 great circle spiritual god existences. He could even contend with a supreme being for a while, but one of his arms was actually cut off. The surroundings were filled with discussion and shock. This made the lightning bull's face even gloomier. He swept his gaze around and finally landed on Lu Ming. A cold, killing intent flashed in his eyes. Then he snorted coldly and walked towards the Western Deity Palace. The others glanced at each other and flew in 4 different directions. Lu Ming and Xianxia came to the South God Palace. The black-robed middle-aged man's gaze swept across them and his face turned gloomy. The number of heaven's favorites from the South God Palace had been reduced by half. The losses were too great. One should know that as long as these heaven's pride experts didn't die, they would definitely become emperors in the future, and not ordinary emperors at that. So many people died. Lu Ming was also observing in secret. Almost every continent had people dying in battle. In the Divine Wilderness continent, Lu Ming saw Long Chen, Xianxia, Yang Patian, the Heartless Monk, the Moonless Bodhisattva, and Ming Zi. Like the 3-headed hellhound, Kong Lin was no longer there. Clearly he had already died in battle. Including Lion City, the Divine Wilderness continent had lost 3 elites. Such losses were considered small. Some continents were almost completely extinct. For example, the 8th-ranked genius Tai Mainland had lost 70% to 80% of his people. Even the 2nd-ranked genius had died. As for the Shenyi continent, it was even more miserable. Only 2 or 3 people were left looking at each other. As for the White Feather continent, they had also suffered heavy losses. Buzz. Buzz. All of a sudden, 2 silhouettes in feather cloaks appeared on both sides of Lu Ming. Their cold killing intent enveloped Lu Ming. What's going on? The monk chanted the name of Buddha. The rest of the people from the South God Palace also looked at the 2 young men in feather clothes. Of the 2 young men, one was wearing a golden feather coat and the other was wearing a pair of black wings. Goldwing, Godwing, what are you 2 doing? Ji Hongchen furrowed his brows and asked. He killed Silavir Wing. Silavir Wing left a special aura on him. Only the wings can feel it. The young man in the golden feather clothes said coldly. What? He killed Silavir Wing? He actually managed to kill Silavir Wing? On the side of the South God Palace, many geniuses were puzzled. Silavir Wing was one of the top 3 heavens favorites of the White Feather continent. He had reached the 36 Vecta peaks and had a high cultivation level and powerful combat strength. How could this person from the Divine Wilderness continent kill him? Ji Hongchen frowned and did not continue to speak. On the other hand, Wang Zhen and Xianxia were gloating. That's right. I killed Silavir Wing. At this moment Lu Ming spoke. Since he had been discovered, there was nothing to hide. How dare you kill the pride of the White Feather continent? Tell me, what despicable method did you use to sneak attack? I don't believe that a piece of trash from the Divine Wilderness continent like you can kill Silavir Wing. Shut up. Golden Wing coldly rebuked. We're all on the side of the South God Palace, but you actually fought among yourself and killed the geniuses of the White Feather continent to weaken the strength of the South God Palace. Also, who is your helper? Could it be someone from another Divine Wilderness continent? The black-winged Divine Wing spoke as his cold gaze swept across the rest of the Divine Wilderness continent. Xianxia, Ming Zi, Yang Patian, and the others' faces turned ugly. I have nothing to do with him. I have always been with young Master Wang Zhen. Xianxia explained. Yes, I can testify that Miss Nianqing has nothing to do with this matter. Wang Zhen opened his mouth and explained. I also have nothing to do with him. I have a grudge against him. Yang Patian and Ming Zi spoke one after another, trying to draw a clear line between them and Lu Ming. The unscrupulous monk and moonless bodhisattva did not say anything. Xianxia stood close to Lu Ming. Bang! At this moment Long Chen took a step forward and stood beside Lu Ming. Xianxia and Yang Patian and the others' faces changed. Long Chen was actually standing beside Lu Ming. We don't need anyone else to kill Silavir Wing. We can kill him with a flip of our hands. Lu Ming said with a calm expression. Also, you guys need to be clear on one thing. Silavir Wing was the one who wanted to kill me first. You guys don't need to slander me for no reason. It's useless. Nonsense. Don't try to quibble. Since you've admitted that you killed Silavir Wing. Life for life. Now kneel down and admit your crimes. Your accomplices are all guilty. Kneel down and destroy your cultivation. When the selection of disciples of the deity sect is over, I will take you back to the White Feather Continent and sentence you. Golden Wing announced. Chapter 1240. 1240 Kill him. The commotion here naturally attracted the attention of the other parties. The heavens' favorites from the other three divine palaces all looked over as if they were watching a show. A beast is a beast. His brain really doesn't work well. Lu Ming pursed his lips. You're looking for death. Jin Yi shouted. His eyes were cold. The other paragons of the White Feather Continent were all filled with killing intent, shrouding Lu Ming. Buzz. Golden light burst forth from the golden wings. It formed a claw with its fingers and clawed at Lu Ming, making a sharp sound as it tore through the air. Boom. Boom. Xianxia and Long Chen's auras burst forth. You don't need to do anything, they're just a few beasts. Lu Ming said and threw a punch. Bang. Gotcha. Lu Ming's punch landed on the golden wing's claw, causing the sound of bones breaking to ring out. The golden wing cried out in pain and retreated continuously. Many people couldn't help but widen their eyes and look at this scene in disbelief. The golden-winged one was an expert who had reached the 36 Tiangang peaks. It was unbelievable that his finger bone was broken by Lu Ming with a single punch. The black-robed middle-aged man from the South God Palace had been standing quietly in the void, watching indifferently without saying a word. Kill. The golden wing's finger bone was broken by Lu Ming's punch. It flew into a rage out of humiliation and transformed into its true form, a huge golden eagle. It flapped its wings and charged at Lu Ming. At the same time, Divine Wing's eyes turned cold. He transformed into his true form and charged at Lu Ming. The two paragons who had stepped onto Fecta Peak had actually joined forces to attack Lu Ming. How despicable. Skid. Bird meat that contains the bloodline of a divine beast is perfect for my meal. Lu Ming said coldly. The dragon power in his body burst out and he threw two punches. The space was compressed into a ball wherever the fist passed, and the fist flew toward the golden wings and the divine wings. Two wails were heard and the sky was filled with golden and black feathers. With one move, Golden Wing and Divine Wing were heavily injured. Kill. Lu Ming struck the necks of the golden-winged and divine-winged birds with two consecutive palm strikes. The terrifying power exploded and the two bird heads were blown to pieces. The golden wings and the divine wings were instantly killed. CSI. Many people gasped and looked at Lu Ming in shock. Those two were prodigies who could ascend the Fecta Peak. They were killed by Lu Ming just like that. It was a piece of cake. The black-robed man's eyes lit up with a flash of surprise. He had some impression of Lu Ming. Back in the Divine Wilderness Continent, Lu Ming only had an 8th level divine level bloodline, but he had easily defeated Mu Feng and caught his attention. Hence he made an exception and allowed Lu Ming to come to the Divine Ruins Continent. Now Lu Ming's abilities were even more shocking. Even he was shocked. As for Wang Zhen, Ji Hongchen and the purple-haired young man, their eyes were filled with shock, astonishment and solemnness. Lu Ming's abilities had caught their attention. Many people from the other 3 divine palaces were also quite shocked. Who is this person? Your combat strength is pretty good. I didn't expect that the South God Palace had hidden such a character other than those 3 guys. Someone spoke. He clearly regarded Lu Ming as an opponent. Among them, the Lightning Bull and the Ice Dragon snorted coldly, their expressions ugly. You killed Golden Wing and Holy Wing? A sovereign of the White Feather Continent said in a trembling voice. Lu Ming waved his hand and kept the bodies of the Divine Wings and the Golden Wings. He said, "What's wrong? You want to make a move too?" No. No. The young man from the White Feather Continent turned pale. Lu Ming. Suddenly a cold voice was heard. Wang Zhen stepped forward, his gaze landing on Lu Ming. Lu Ming, you're too vicious. Golden Wings and Divine Wings only said a few words about you and you killed them. Furthermore, Golden Wing and Divine Wing are the two generals of our southern deity palace. You have killed them so ruthlessly. It is obvious that you are weakening the strength of our southern deity palace. With such a temperament, you are not qualified to participate in the selection of the heavenly deity sect. In the depths of Wang Zhen's eyes, there was a glint of ruthlessness. Xianxia had told him that she didn't get along with Lu Ming and Xianxia. He had to seize the opportunity to impress Xianxia and win his favor. He. Lu Ming looked at Wang Zhen and sneered, "Are you blind? They wanted to kill me just now. Can't I fight back and kill them? How about this, if I want to kill you, you just stand still and let me kill you." "You're quibbling," Wang Zhen said. "Who do you think you are? I don't need to quibble with you. Get lost." Lu Ming could not be bothered to talk nonsense with him and berated him directly. This caused Wang Zhen's expression to turn incomparably gloomy. Who was he? The three strongest heavens favorites of the South God Palace. The Wang family's influence in the South God Palace was even greater than the Mu family's. Lu Ming actually dared to speak to him in this manner. "Kid, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you killed the Golden Wings and the Divine Wings. I'll let you know that there's always someone better than you," Wang Zhen said coldly, a cold killing intent rising from his body. "All right, I'm done." At this moment the black-robed middle-aged man's voice rang out, causing Wang Zhen to stop in his tracks. The Golden Wings and the Divine Wings were at fault in this matter. They wanted to kill others but they didn't have the ability and were killed instead. They can't blame others, the black-robed man said. But Wang Zhen wanted to continue. The black-robed middle-aged man stretched out his hand, and Wang Zhen could only swallow his words. "Brat, you're lucky today." Wang Zhen glared at Lu Ming coldly, then turned and walked to Xianxuan's side. "Don't worry, I'll find an opportunity to kill that brat." Xianxuan nodded casually. At this moment, a powerful fluctuation spread out in the sky, and a few figures appeared. It was the Silavir-haired old man from the Heavenly God sect and two middle-aged men. As for the three young men, they were nowhere to be seen. "Alright, that's the end of the first round. Next we'll set up the venue for the second round. It'll take half a month. Those who survived the first round, come back here after half a month." After the Silavir-haired old man finished his announcement, he turned around and left. Half a month later, the second round of the competition would begin. Many people's eyes were filled with anticipation. After half a month they might be able to join the Tianxian sect. After that, the crowd dispersed and flew off in different directions. "Let's go, let's roast some meat." Lu Ming laughed. The heavens' favorites from the White Feather Continent trembled and looked terrible. Soon everyone returned to their residence. Half an hour later, a strong meaty aroma wafted from Lu Ming's courtyard and spread throughout the entire southern deity palace. "Lu Ming, you really roasted the Golden Wings and the Divine Wings." The youths from the other continents were dumbfounded. "Brother Long, let's eat together." Lu Ming called out to Long Chen's room. The door opened and Long Chen stepped in. "Almsgiver Lu, I wonder if I have the fortune to eat a piece." The unscrupulous monk appeared. When he saw the two big birds that were roasted to a golden yellow, his eyes lit up and he almost drooled. "Of course you can." Lu Ming smiled. Chapter 1241. 1241 Chapter 1241 Lightning Territory. I can't eat Almsgiver Lu's food for free. I have some top-grade wine here that goes well with this roasted meat. The heartless monk walked over and with a wave of his hand, 7 to 8 jars of wine appeared on the ground. This. Lu Ming, Xianxia and Long Chen were all stunned. How could there be such a monk in the Buddhist sect? Haha, then this little monk won't be polite. The unscrupulous monk laughed and his eyes lit up. He rolled up his sleeves and tore off one of the bird's wings, then began to gnaw. Lu Ming smiled and picked up a jar of wine. He opened it and took a big gulp. The wine was thick and sweet and it felt warm and comfortable in his stomach. Even his vital essence could be circulated more smoothly. This was truly a top-grade wine. This unscrupulous monk really knew how to enjoy himself. Then Li Hua gulped down the wine and ate the meat. In 2 hours 7 or 8 jars of wine were finished, and the 2 giant birds with level 9 divine beast bloodline were only left with bones. What made people even more stunned was that the unscrupulous monk didn't even let go of the bones and began to gnaw on them. This is a good thing. It's a pity to miss it. You don't have to be polite. The unscrupulous monk mumbled as he stuffed the food into his mouth. Lu Ming and the other 2 looked at each other. After another half an hour, the monk left reluctantly. Little Qing, a million miles away from the ancient city of the divine ruins, there's a thunder region. I plan on taking advantage of this half a month to go to the thunder region to cultivate intent realm martial techniques. Lu Ming told Xianxia his plan. Yes, I'm going to choose a martial arts technique of creation to practice. I'll practice in the mountain and river diagram for the time being. Xianxia nodded. Lu Ming and Xianxia entered the mountain and river diagram. Xianxia sat cross-legged under the path understanding ancient tree. Chirping. A chubby meatball flew over and rushed into Lu Ming's arms, rubbing vigorously. It was Bubbles. During this period of time, Lu Ming had placed the bubbles in the mountain and river diagram. Now that he saw Lu Ming, the bubbles were very sticky. Little guy, I'll bring you along. Lu Ming rubbed the bubbles and then exited the mountain and river diagram. He left the South Deity Palace Mansion and headed to the west of the ancient city of the Divine Ruins. The Thunder region was to the west of the ancient city of the Divine Ruins. In a room in the Western Deity Palace, Lei Nio's face was extremely gloomy. He looked at his empty arm and was even more furious. His killing intent was cold. The spiritual god realm could not regrow a broken arm. Only by breaking through to the martial royal realm could one regrow an arm. This wasn't a big deal. Lei Nio was just worried that this selection by the deity sect would affect the views of the experts of the deity sect on him. At this time, a black shadow flashed and a thin-looking old man in black appeared in the room. Young Master Nio, do you have any orders for me? The black-robed old man bowed and asked. Send a message back and ask my master to send some experts over. I'm going to find an opportunity to kill that brat. The lightning bull was filled with killing intent. Yes. The black-robed old man bowed and accepted the order. Then his figure moved and he left the place. I need to find a place to recover. The Thunder region to the west of the ancient Divine Ruins city is a place where lightning congregates. It just so happens to be suitable for me. The lightning bull muttered to itself. To Lu Ming, the distance of 1,000,000 miles was covered in a moment. In front of him, black clouds covered the sky. The endless black clouds were rolling and terrifying lightning bolts fell from the thunder and lightning, covering the entire sky like Asilavir snakes. Boom, boom, boom. Thunder boomed and all living things were dormant. This was a vast and boundless domain of lightning. This was the Thunder region, known as the Boundless Thunder region because its scope was extremely vast. Buzz. Lu Ming paused for a moment before he stepped out and entered the lightning territory. Qi-la. As soon as Lu Ming stepped into the lightning zone, 9 bolts of lightning as thick as an arm shot toward him. Thunder God strike. Lu Ming clenched his fist in the air and condensed bolts of lightning out of thin air, negating the few bolts of lightning that struck him. What a strong power of lightning. What a strong lightning concept. Lu Ming extended his spiritual senses and felt the space around him. It was filled with extremely dense lightning energy. This place is still too weak. Let's continue deeper. Lu Ming continued to venture deeper into the lightning territory. Along the way there were lightning bolts striking at Lu Ming, but they were easily blocked by Lu Ming's Thunder God strike. At the same time, Lu Ming also used the power of the lightning here to comprehend the Thunder God strike. Buzz. At this moment Lu Ming's body trembled slightly. He could feel the lightning cauldron in his sea of consciousness shaking slightly. Then the space between his brows glowed and the lightning cauldron appeared on its own. The lightning cauldron trembled slightly and produced a powerful suction force. The surrounding lightning bolts were attracted by the lightning cauldron and flew into it, disappearing without a trace. This works too. Lu Ming was stunned for a moment, then he revealed a look of joy. Buzz. Lu Ming executed his movement technique and sprinted towards the depths of the lightning territory at top speed. The deeper one went into the thunder region, the stronger the power of the thunder and lightning would be. The strength of the thunder mentality would also be stronger and it would be easier to comprehend. Along the way, Lu Ming also noticed a few auras. Clearly there were other people cultivating here. Not long after, Lu Ming came to a valley. The power of lightning here was extremely strong. Endless lightning bolts rained down with a shocking aura. This is the place. Lu Ming walked into the valley and sat cross-legged, quietly comprehending the power of lightning between heaven and earth and cultivating the thunder god's strike. The lightning cauldron hovered above his head, occasionally absorbing a few huge bolts of lightning. Wisps of lightning swam around the body of the cauldron and sparkled. Chirping. Pow Pow lay lazily on Lu Ming's body, squinting its eyes and sizing up the surroundings. Lightning is destruction. It is the punishment of the heavens. Lu Ming carefully comprehended and muttered. He was experiencing the essence of the power of lightning. The power of thunder and lightning was the power of divine punishment. It feared everything and its power was extremely terrifying. However, it was also extremely difficult to comprehend its essence. In the past, Lu Ming had only used it roughly and did not explore it in depth. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming had been cultivating in the valley for 3 days. He had learned a lot in the past 3 days. He was very close to the second level of Thunder God Strike and could break through at any time. However, at this moment, Lu Ming felt that the lightning in the valley was not powerful enough. He needed stronger lightning power to cultivate. Lu Ming got up and walked out of the valley, continuing to venture deeper. 2 hours later, Lu Ming arrived in front of a majestic mountain. In the sky above the mountain, there were endless lightning and thunder. The power of the lightning was extremely rich. However, Lu Ming sensed that many cave abodes had been opened up in the mountains, and there were auras entrenched there. It was obvious that experts were cultivating there. Lu Ming pondered for a moment and was about to turn around and leave. He did not want to stay any longer. Whoosh! Suddenly, a bolt of lightning shot out from the mountain. An elder in green appeared in front of Lu Ming, blocking his way. At the same time, he stared at the lightning cauldron above Lu Ming's head with a burning gaze. Chapter 1242. 1242 Chapter 1242 Stealing Treasures. What a wondrous lightning treasure. Boy, give this lightning cauldron to this old man and you can get lost. The azure-robed elder said coolly. His body emitted a powerful aura. It was the aura of a great circle of the spiritual god realm. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. It turned out that the other party had his eyes on his lightning cauldron. Lu Ming's lips curled into a cold smile. A mere perfect stage spiritual god. Lu Ming did not care about him at all. Since the other party was seeking death, he did not mind sending him on his way. Brat, didn't you hear me talking to you? Hand over the lightning cauldron and get lost. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave when this old man makes his move. The azure-robed elder berated. You can try. Lu Ming replied indifferently. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. You're only at the 7th level of the spiritual god realm. Do you think you can compete with me? Since you're so stubborn, I'll send you on your way. The green-robed elder's expression turned cold, and his body began to exude a cold, killing intent. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Right at this moment, a few more powerful auras rose up from that large mountain. A total of 3 people flew out from the mountain and appeared around Lu Ming, surrounding him. All of them were at the great circle of the spiritual god stage. Old Monster Qing, how can you keep such a treasure for yourself? A one-eyed man shouted. Everyone, this old master discovered this first. The azure-robed old man's expression became even gloomier when he saw the one-eyed man's group of 3. You discovered it first? What a joke, I was only cultivating just now. but my spiritual sense had already discovered it. The one-eyed man sarcastically said. The other two also said that they had already noticed it. The four of them completely ignored Lu Ming and actually started to fight over it. In their eyes, Lu Ming was just a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. He did not pose any threat. Are you done with your nonsense? Just as the four of them were fighting and confronting each other, Lu Ming's voice was heard. The four of them quieted down immediately and looked at Lu Ming in a daze. Enough nonsense, then I'll send you on your way. Lu Ming's body emitted a murderous aura. What? What did this kid just say? Ha! The one-eyed man laughed. Under such circumstances, surrounded by four perfected spiritual god experts, Lu Ming actually said that he would send them on their way. Was this kid crazy? Brat, I'll send you on your way first. Killing intent flashed in the one-eyed man's only eye. At the same time, a battle axe appeared in his hand. The power of thunder and lightning bloomed all over his body as he swung the battle axe at Lu Ming's throat. Buzz. With a single thought, the lightning cauldron above his head trembled. Then a bolt of lightning as thick as a water tank burst out and struck the one-eyed man. With a sizzling sound, the one-eyed man was drowned by the lightning. The power of the lightning emitted from his body was like a mouse meeting a cat under the lightning of the lightning cauldron. It instantly vanished. The one-eyed man wailed as his protective Xingyuan was also shattered by the lightning. His skin and flesh were split open and smoke rose from his body. What a powerful force, what a powerful treasure! The green-robed elder exclaimed. At the same time, the blazing light in his eyes became even more brilliant. This treasure is extremely powerful. Why don't we join forces and seize the treasure first? Then we can discuss how to divide it. The green-robed elder said. All right. Sure. The other two agreed without any hesitation. The power of the lightning cauldron's attack had shocked them, but at the same time, it also made them even more excited. In an instant, the three of them attacked. 3 terrifying attacks fell on Lu Ming. With the three of them working together, even a perfected spiritual god would be severely injured or even killed, let alone an existence at the 7th level of the spiritual god realm. Roar, roar, roar. At this moment, a dragon's roar came from Lu Ming's body, and 9 streams of dragon energy burst out instantly. Bang! Lu Ming struck out with his palm and destroyed the attack of one of the gray-robed elders. His palm did not stop and continued to slash at the gray-robed elder's body. The gray-robed old man let out a blood-curdling screech as his body caved in. His body was sent flying like a cannonball as he spat out a large mouthful of blood. A great circle spiritual god expert was severely injured in one move. Qila. From the lightning cauldron, a huge lightning bolt flew out and drowned the gray-robed old man. He wailed in pain. When the lightning bolt disappeared, the gray-robed old man's body was already charred black without any signs of life. An expert at the great circle of the spiritual god stage was killed by Lu Ming in 2 moves. At the same time, the attacks of the 2 elders landed on Lu Ming's body. However, Lu Ming's muscles tensed up and he used the prison suppressing heaven technique, easily nullifying their attacks. Why would I? Their eyes widened in disbelief and then they were shocked. A perfected spiritual god was killed by Lu Ming in just a few moves. This was too terrifying. Buzz. Lu Ming did not stop. After killing the gray-robed elder, he went after another person. That person frantically tried to block, but under Lu Ming's attack, everything seemed so fragile. Lu Ming's palm pierced through his heart, and the spiritual god did not manage to escape. It was struck into nothingness. Ah, what a freak. Ah. The azure-robed elder was so frightened that he screamed and screamed as he frantically fled. Kill. Lu Ming used the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps and took a step forward. He appeared above the elder's head and stomped down continuously. The elder's body exploded under the 9 dragons' heaven-treading steps. 3 perfected spiritual god powerhouses were killed by Lu Ming in a few breaths. There were still a few people on that mountain, but their cultivation had not reached the great circle of the spiritual god realm. When they saw the 4 great circle spiritual gods attack, they knew that they had no fate with the treasure. Therefore they did not attack and sighed inwardly. At this moment, All of them were so scared that their faces turned pale. They felt a chill in their hearts as they tried their best to restrain their aura and hide in the mountains. Now they were glad that they didn't go out. Otherwise they would be dead. He's a monster. He's a god of death. They thought in fear. The bloodline of the 9 dragons emerged. It opened its mouth and swallowed all the blood essence energy of the few people. Then it took a step forward and chased after one person. That person was none other than the one-eyed man. He had been struck by the lightning cauldron in the beginning, but he was only severely injured and not dead. When he saw Lu Ming display his divine might and kill a perfected spiritual god expert as if he was chopping vegetables, he had long been scared out of his wits and was running for his life. When he saw Lu Ming, he shrieked in fear, "Spare me, young hero, spare me. I know there's a peerless treasure here." A peerless treasure. With a flash of light, Lu Ming appeared in front of the one-eyed man, deep in thought. Seeing that Lu Ming did not kill him and seemed to be moved, the one-eyed man was overjoyed and shouted, "There's a treasure there that's nurtured by the power of thunder. It's very useful for cultivating the power of thunder or martial techniques. As long as you promise not to kill me, I'll take you there." The one-eyed man looked at Lu Ming with hope. He felt uneasy, afraid that Lu Ming would kill him. "If that treasure can satisfy me, I won't kill you," Lu Ming said. All right. I'll take you there now. You'll definitely be satisfied." The one-eyed man nodded again and again, grasping at the last life-saving straw. Chapter 1243. 1243 Fighting a Supreme Being. "Lead the way," Lu Ming said. The one-eyed man nodded and led the way. Lu Ming followed the one-eyed man into the depths of the lightning territory. Along the way they crossed many towering mountains and came to a small hill. The small hill was surrounded by endless lightning. What a terrifying power of lightning! Lu Ming's eyes widened. He was a little shocked. The power of thunder and lightning around this hill was at least dozens of times, even hundreds of times more than that of other places. A small hill actually had such a shocking amount of lightning power. It was truly too shocking. Lu Ming sized it up carefully and finally found the reason. There was a small tree on the hill. It was about 1/2 meter tall and had 3 leaves. However, the 3 leaves looked exactly like the phoenix in the legends. They were like 3 small phoenixes hanging on the branches, looking very lifelike. In the sky above the small tree, a phoenix made of lightning was dancing. It flew around the small tree and let out crisp cries. The incomparably dense power of lightning in the surroundings was all because of this small tree. What a wondrous spiritual tree! Lu Ming's eyes lit up. If he could use this small tree to cultivate, the cultivation speed of the thunder god strike would definitely increase dramatically. It was indeed a supreme treasure. Buzz. Whoosh. The lightning cauldron on top of Lu Ming's head shook continuously as if it was extremely excited. "This is the spirit tree. Now I can go, right?" The one-eyed man looked at Lu Ming carefully. "Let's go." Lu Ming waved his hands casually. It didn't matter whether he killed this one-eyed man or not. The one-eyed man was overjoyed and quickly retreated. At the same time, his eyes looked around as if he was waiting for something. Boom! All of a sudden, not far from the small hill, a terrifying aura burst out. A figure rushed up and appeared not far from Lu Ming in an instant. Paragon. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. There was actually a supreme martial artist hiding near this small hill. "It's Dark Lightning Supreme. This brat is dead for sure. How dare he injure me?" The one-eyed man's eyes brightened. He laughed in his heart and a ferocious look flashed in his eyes. He had known that there was a supreme martial artist here and had brought Lu Ming here on purpose. He was sure that the supreme martial artist would attack Lu Ming's lightning cauldron. As expected, a supreme martial artist had appeared. It was a black-robed old man with a terrifying aura that was as deep as the ocean. He was staring at the lightning cauldron above Lu Ming's head with a burning gaze. With this lightning cauldron, I will definitely be able to enter and obtain the Thunder Phoenix tree." The black-robed elder laughed and said, "Kid, I'm Dark Lightning Supreme. Hand over your lightning cauldron." He wants the lightning cauldron again. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. However, this was the world of martial arts where the strong were respected. It was normal for the strong to snatch the treasures of the weak when they were out adventuring. Lu Ming was not too surprised. However, did the other party really think that he was stronger than him? That person and the others said the same thing to you before, but now they're all dead. Lu Ming pointed at the one-eyed man in the distance. Oh, how many great circle spiritual gods can you kill? It seems like he's a heaven's favorite. However, do you think that a great circle spiritual god can compare to a supreme? Supreme Dark Thunder's eyes flickered slightly and then he sneered again. So what if Lu Ming could kill a few perfected spiritual gods? How could a great circle spiritual god be compared to a supreme? Is that so? Lu Ming licked his lips and his eyes were filled with fighting spirit. So what if he was a supreme martial artist? Lu Ming wanted to test his abilities and see if he could fight against a supreme being. Brat, if you still want to fight with this old man, then this old man will fulfill your wish. Sensing Lu Ming's fighting spirit, Dark Thunder Supreme's face darkened, and the aura on his body became even more terrifying. Boom! A terrifying force suddenly pressed down on Lu Ming's body, causing him to tremble slightly. Burst! Lu Ming growled and the 9 streams of dragon energy burst forth. At the same time his vital essence circulated wildly. The 5 concepts of heaven and earth also burst forth completely, forming a battle suit that covered his entire body. Dark Thunder Hand. Endless black lightning emanated from Dark Thunder Supreme's body. He stretched out his hand, forming a huge black lightning palm that grabbed at Lu Ming. Black lightning flashed and was filled with destructive power. Within the destructive power there was also a sense of corrosion. The black lightning was extremely terrifying. The 3rd bloodline appeared above Lu Ming's head. A surge of energy surged into his body, turning his hair blood red. Kill! An incomparably strong killing intent rushed out. Lu Ming took a step forward and activated the destructive prison heaven technique. He threw a punch and it landed on the black lightning palm. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion rang out. At the point where the fist and the black palm met, a black hole appeared at first, then suddenly exploded and a terrifying energy scattered in all directions. Bang! 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 Lu Ming's body trembled and he took 3 steps back. However, the black lightning palm was also shattered by Lu Ming's punch. The battle prowess of a supreme martial artist is truly astonishing. Lu Ming felt that his fist was slightly numb. There were even thin black lightning bolts flashing. They tried their best to drill into Lu Ming's fist but were blocked by him. Lu Ming was shocked, but he did not know that Dark Thunder Supreme was even more shocked. He actually blocked it. Supreme Dark Thunder's heart jolted in disbelief. He had never heard of a mere 7th-level spiritual god blocking his attack. Let's see how many moves you can take from this old man. Dark Thunder Venerable's killing intent bloomed, and he struck out with his palm again. The power of this palm was stronger than the previous one and it was even more shocking. Roar! With a dragon's roar, the 9 dragons' bloodline appeared. Lu Ming transformed into 9 dragons and stepped out with his dragon claws, crushing the black palm print again. Damn it, kill! Dark Lightning Domain. Dark Thunder Supreme's killing intent grew even more intense. He turned his palm into a fist and punched. In this punch, another black domain bloomed and blasted toward Lu Ming. This is the embryonic form of a domain. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He could sense a dangerous aura. Boom! 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 Lu Ming circulated the prison-suppressing heaven technique to its maximum. At the same time the devouring power burst forth. The 5-colored concept circulated and the strongest power burst forth. Boom! The 2 of them clashed again. The 9 dragons' bodies trembled violently, and their dragon claws stepped in the air as they retreated. However, Dark Thunder Supreme had retreated as well. Moreover, the distance he retreated was not shorter than Lu Ming's. How is this possible? In the distance, the one-eyed man was still watching the battle. At this time, his only eye almost burst, and his mouth was wide open with a dumbfounded expression. Lu Ming, a young man who was not even 30 years old, was actually able to fight a supreme being with his cultivation at the 7th level of the spiritual god realm. Furthermore, he was able to force a supreme being to retreat. This was simply unbelievable. How could there be such a powerful young heaven's favorite in the world? Could he be the strongest heaven's favorite of the 4 great divine palaces? Again. You're courting death. Dark Thunder Supreme roared and was truly enraged. He had been famous for thousands of years, but he was actually forced to retreat by a 7th-level spiritual god realm brat. If word of this got out, he wouldn't be able to live anymore. He activated the embryonic form of the domain and continued to launch a storm-like attack on Lu Ming. Chapter 1244. 1244 Chapter 1244 Chasing away a supreme martial artist. The 9 dragons roared as a terrifying devouring power burst forth, fiercely resisting Dark Thunder Supreme's domain. When the devouring power of the 9 dragons enveloped the area, it also had a trace of the mystery and power of a domain. The 2 of them engaged in an intense battle from the ground to the sky and then back to the ground again. Terrifying forces swept in all directions, spreading out casually, cutting open the space and destroying the earth. In the distance, the one-eyed man's face was pale and his body was trembling. Supreme Dark Lightning will definitely be able to kill this brat. He still has a bloodline he hasn't used yet. Once he does, this brat will definitely die. The one-eyed man prayed in his heart, but he did not leave. He wanted to see Dark Thunder Supreme kill Lu Ming before he could feel at ease. Lu Ming and Dark Thunder Supreme exchanged hundreds of moves, but neither of them had a clear winner. Your bloodline power is about to be used up, but my bloodline is still useless. Let's see how you die. Supreme Dark Thunder's cold voice rang out. Is that so? Lu Ming's faint voice was heard. At that moment, the light of the 9 dragon bloodline dimmed. The power of the 9 dragon bloodline was almost exhausted. However, before Dark Thunder Supreme could rejoice, a stone tablet rushed out from the bloodline of the 9 dragons. The stone tablet rapidly enlarged, and the words on it shone with a brilliant light. Like an ancient divine mountain, it pressed down on Dark Thunder Supreme with an all-suppressing force. That's impossible. Supreme Dark Thunder roared in disbelief. Lu Ming actually had 2 types of divine-level bloodlines. Furthermore, their levels were so high. Although the prison-suppressing Steel's bloodline was only at the 8th level of the divine level, the aura it emitted was extremely terrifying, shocking Dark Lightning Supreme. Boom! The prison-suppressing Steel's bloodline clashed with Dark Lightning Supreme, and the terrifying suppressive force caused him to stagger back. Dark Thunder Supreme was actually at a disadvantage. This made the one-eyed man who was watching the battle from a distance almost bite his tongue, and his body was covered in cold sweat. A martial artist at the 7th level of the spiritual god realm was actually able to suppress a supreme being with his own combat power. This was simply like a fantasy that he had never heard of. He thought he was dreaming. Boom! The prison-suppressing Steel's bloodline trembled, and the light became even brighter. The word on the steel seemed to have a magical power. A mysterious power was activated by Lu Ming, and it emitted an aura that could suppress thousands of worlds. It was so oppressive that even Dark Thunder Supreme's heart was trembling. At this moment, he unleashed his bloodline power without any hesitation. His bloodline was a hammer with black lightning and 6 golden chakra. It was a divine level rank 6 bloodline. Dark Thunder Supreme turned into a beam of light and rushed into the hammer. The hammer rapidly grew in size, becoming as big as the prison-suppressing Steel bloodline. Black lightning surrounded it, and it blasted towards the prison-suppressing Steel bloodline. Thump! A dull sound rang out as if the stars had shifted and the world shook. The prison-suppressing Steel shook and was sent flying. Dark Thunder Supreme's battle power had indeed increased by a large margin after using bloodline fusion. Go to hell. The huge thunder hammer, like the hammer of the primordial god of thunder, brought with it thousands of thunderbolts and smashed toward Lu Ming. Go! With a single thought from Lu Ming, the lightning cauldron floating in the air trembled slightly. Thousands of lightning bolts exploded, turning into the laughter of a mountain that crashed toward the huge hammer. Thump! There was another muffled bang. This time they were evenly matched. The lightning cauldron and the giant hammer both retreated, but the furious and shocked roar of Dark Thunder Supreme rang out from the lightning hammer. What the hell is this? The lightning cauldron had actually absorbed some of the black lightning from the hammer during the collision. This lightning was the essence of Dark Thunder Supreme's bloodline. If it was absorbed, it would have a great impact on his future cultivation. It would even reduce his chances of breaking through to the Emperor realm. Boom. Boom. The prison-suppressing steel bloodline and the lightning cauldron shot toward Dark Lightning Supreme. 2 more booms rang out. This time, the giant hammer formed by Dark Thunder Sovereign was knocked flying, and some of the lightning from it was absorbed by the lightning cauldron. Buzz. After absorbing Dark Lightning Supreme's lightning, the lightning cauldron seemed to be very excited. It trembled slightly and Lu Ming could feel its excitement. Then let's continue. Lu Ming controlled the lightning cauldron and continued to bombard the giant hammer. This time, a large amount of black lightning was absorbed by the lightning cauldron. Dark Lightning Sovereign let out an angry roar, and in the end he couldn't maintain the shape of his bloodline and dissipated. Brat, I'll remember this. Supreme Dark Thunder transformed into a thunderbolt and fled. He transformed into a bolt of lightning, piercing through the void and disappearing in the blink of an eye. A supreme being was sent running away by Lu Ming, a 7th-level spiritual god realm youth. If this were to spread, no one would believe it. Supremes were synonymous with invincibility when emperors weren't present. They were known as supreme venerables who had comprehended the embryonic form of a domain and could be called half-step emperors. They were much stronger than ordinary Great Circle spiritual gods. But now he was beaten away by a youth in the 7th level of the spiritual god realm. He was beaten until he could only run for his life. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, no one would have believed it. Even though he had seen it with his own eyes, it still felt like a dream. At this moment, the one-eyed man seemed to be in a dream. His eyes were wide open and he only reacted after a long time. He immediately turned around and ran away in fear. You're quite fast. Lu Ming looked in the direction that Dark Thunder Supreme had fled in and secretly felt that it was a pity. He didn't give chase. The speed of a supreme martial artist was too fast and they could tear through space. Even if he gave chase, he wouldn't be able to catch up. Chirping. On his shoulder, the chubby bubble chirped and waved its little claws. The bubbles on its nose, one big and one small, followed its breath. Are you saying that if you help him, he won't be able to escape? Lu Ming tried to guess what Bubbles meant. Chirping. Bubbles nodded and waved her claws. All right, I'll ask for your help next time. Lu Ming touched the Bubbles' round body. Then he looked in the direction where the one-eyed man had left. He sneered. You dare to scheme against me, you're really looking for death. Lu Ming took a step forward and turned into a stream of light, chasing after the one-eyed man. Not long after, a blood-curdling scream was heard. The one-eyed man was killed by Lu Ming. After killing the one-eyed man, Lu Ming returned to the vicinity of the small hill. He looked at the Thunder Phoenix tree inside but did not enter immediately. The lightning around the Thunder Phoenix tree was too strong. It was extremely terrifying and filled with destructive power. Furthermore, Dark Thunder Supreme was standing guard in the vicinity, yet he didn't enter to take away the Thunder Phoenix tree. This showed that the Thunder Phoenix tree was definitely extremely terrifying. Let's try it first. After pondering for a moment, Lu Ming decided to give it a try. Since he had come here and encountered the Thunder Phoenix tree, there was no reason for him to retreat. He would not be satisfied if he did not give it a try. Lu Ming controlled the lightning cauldron to float above his head. He stepped into the area with a radius of 100 miles around the small hill. Boom, boom, boom. As soon as he stepped into that area, the sky and earth rumbled and endless lightning struck wildly at Lu Ming. That kind of power was countless times more terrifying than Lu Ming's heavenly lightning tribulation. Buzz. However, at this moment the lightning cauldron trembled as if it was very excited. A powerful suction force erupted and absorbed the power of the lightning in an instant. Lu Ming was safe and sound. Chapter 1245. 1245 Chapter 1245 Rapid Progress. This lightning cauldron is really amazing. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. This lightning cauldron had been obtained from the 100 Deities slope. The 100 Deities slope was formed from the descent of numerous powerful corpses from the sky countless years ago. The lightning cauldron was most likely a supreme treasure. Moreover, the 100 Deities slope had been explored for so many years, yet it was still preserved. Furthermore, it had actually transcended its own tribulation back then. It was definitely not ordinary. Lu Ming felt that it was unfathomable. In the past he couldn't control it at all. It was only when his thunder concept broke through to the complete stage of level 4 that he could barely control the thunder cauldron. However, Lu Ming felt that he had not exerted much of the lightning cauldron's power. The power contained in the lightning cauldron seemed to be infinite. Lu Ming could not help but think of the round bead he had encountered at the 100 Deities slope years ago. It contained powerful wind energy. It must be extraordinary to be able to remain untouched for so many years at the 100 Deities slope. Lu Ming thought to himself that if he had the chance he would definitely go to the 100 Deities slope again. With the help of the lightning cauldron, Lu Ming was relieved and strode forward. Boom, boom, boom. The closer he was to the thunder phoenix tree, the more terrifying and powerful the power of the thunder between heaven and earth was. By the time they were 10 miles away from the thunder phoenix tree, the power of the thunder had reached a terrifying level. The lightning here is so powerful that even paragons would be in danger. They'd be heavily injured or even killed. Lu Ming was secretly shocked. It was no wonder that the Dark Thunder Supreme was guarding the nearby area and didn't come in to collect the Thunder Phoenix tree. That was because the Dark Thunder Supreme couldn't even get close to the Thunder Phoenix tree. If he walked in he might die here. However, Lu Ming had the lightning cauldron, so there was no problem at all. The boundless power of lightning between heaven and earth was all absorbed by the lightning cauldron. Lu Ming strode forward and kept approaching the Thunder Phoenix tree. 10 miles, 9 miles, 8 miles. Very soon, Lu Ming was only a mile away from the Thunder Phoenix tree. At that moment, a phoenix's cry was heard. A phoenix that was completely condensed from lightning spread its wings and flew toward Lu Ming. Its eyes were filled with ferocity and it was as vivid as a real phoenix. With a screech, the lightning phoenix pounced toward the lightning cauldron. Buzz. The lightning cauldron trembled and a vast pressure of the Tao of lightning spread out. This pressure enveloped the lightning phoenix. The lightning phoenix let out a wail and actually let out an extremely terrified cry as it retreated rapidly. Suppress. Lu Ming said softly. The lightning cauldron flew forward and suppressed the lightning phoenix. The phoenix cried out in fear. It was unable to resist at all as it was suppressed by the lightning cauldron. In the end, it turned into lightning and was absorbed by the lightning cauldron. Then the lightning cauldron hovered above the thunder phoenix tree, exuding the might of lightning. It was as if a superior was giving orders to a subordinate. During this process, a strange scene happened. The thunder phoenix tree shone, and the endless thunder and lightning around it weakened. Slowly, the area returned to normal and there was no more powerful thunder and lightning. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He strode forward and grabbed the thunder phoenix tree. Under the suppression of the thunder cauldron, the thunder phoenix tree's lightning power was completely retracted. It did not harm Lu Ming at all. Lu Ming plucked the thunder phoenix tree and sensed it carefully. He could still feel the rich power of thunder and lightning from the thunder phoenix tree. If Lu Ming used the thunder phoenix tree to cultivate the thunder god strike, the results would be outstanding. I'm looking for a place to cultivate. Lu Ming smiled, dug out the thunder phoenix tree and left the place. A few hours later, Lu Ming found a mountain peak rich in lightning energy. He opened up a cave abode in the middle of the mountain peak. Lu Ming sat cross-legged in the cave abode and with a thought, the thunder phoenix tree appeared in his hands. Wisps of lightning emanated from the thunder phoenix tree and enveloped Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's entire body was bathed in the rich power of lightning. He closed his eyes and combined the rich power of lightning to cultivate the thunder god strike. With the help of the thunder phoenix tree, Lu Ming's understanding of the thunder god strike improved by leaps and bounds. In just 2 days, the thunder god strike had broken through and reached the second level. 9 days later, thunder god strike broke through again and reached the third level. There were still a few days before the start of the second round. Lu Ming planned to cultivate until the last day before returning to the ancient city of the divine ruins. 5 to 6 figures appeared not far from Lu Ming's cultivation place. Lu Ming recognized one of them. It was the lightning bull whose arm Lu Ming had cut off. The other people were all Lei Niu's subordinates. Young Master Niu, the power of the lightning cauldron here is not bad. You can cultivate here. An old man said. This won't do. The power of thunder here still hasn't reached my expectations. I must find a place with extremely dense power of the thunder cauldron. I'm still a little short of recovering my yuan qi, but I haven't fully recovered yet. I need a place with extremely dense power of thunder to fully recover. The Thunder Bull said. At the mention of this, he thought of Lu Ming and his eyes could not help but flash with fire. He could not wait to cut Lu Ming into 8 pieces. If it were not for Lu Ming, he would not have ended up in such a state. Everyone else was seizing the time to break through, but he was seizing the time to recover. In this way he had unknowingly pulled apart from others. It's all that guy's fault. Lu Ming, I don't know where he has been hiding all this time. I must find an opportunity to take revenge. The lightning bull gritted his teeth. Suddenly, his nose twitched a few times and 2 horns appeared on his forehead, flashing with the power of thunder. There's a powerful force of lightning ahead. The Thunder Bull's eyes lit up. As a demonic beast, it was born to control thunder and lightning. It was very sensitive to the power of thunder and lightning, far more sensitive than ordinary people. Let's go in front. The Thunder Bull took the lead and flew in one direction. The direction it was flying in was the mountain peak where Lu Ming was in seclusion. Not long after, the Lightning Bull arrived at the mountain peak where Lu Ming was in seclusion. Young Lord Niu, there seems to be someone cultivating in seclusion on this mountain. However, judging from their aura, their cultivation level isn't very strong. An old man beside him said. Treasure, a lightning treasure. At this moment, the 2 horns on the Thunder Bull's forehead were flashing with lightning. His eyes were shining. He could sense that there were extremely precious lightning treasures in this mountain, and they were very tempting. Blast this mountain open. I want the treasure inside. The Lightning Bull's eyes were burning with passion. Yes. 2 burly men bowed and accepted the order. Soon after, a powerful aura erupted from their bodies. It was actually the aura of a great circle spiritual god. The 2 blade lights were as big as mountains. They broke through the sky and slashed towards the mountain. The mountain was split open like tofu. Lu Ming was in the midst of comprehending the thunder god's strike when he suddenly felt a sense of danger. He opened his eyes and ended his cultivation. You're looking for death. Lu Ming let out a long howl. His entire body was wrapped in endless lightning as he rushed out of the rubble. The rubble, regardless of its size, was turned into dust by the lightning on Lu Ming's body. Kill. Lu Ming turned into a bolt of lightning and charged at the 2 men in the great circle of the spiritual god stage. He activated the thunder god's strike and threw 2 punches in a row. The lightning in the sky gathered and turned into 2 lightning phoenixes that pounced at the 2 men. Lu Ming sat cross-legged in the cave abode and with a thought, the thunder phoenix tree appeared in his hands. Wisps of lightning emanated from the thunder phoenix tree and enveloped Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's entire body was bathed in the rich power of lightning. He closed his eyes and combined the rich power of lightning to cultivate the thunder god's strike. With the help of the thunder phoenix tree, Lu Ming's understanding of the thunder god's strike improved by leaps and bounds. In just 2 days, the thunder god's strike had broken through and reached the 2nd level. 9 days later, Thunder God's strike broke through again and reached the 3rd level. There were still a few days before the start of the 2nd round. Lu Ming planned to cultivate until the last day before returning to the ancient city of the divine ruins. 5 to 6 figures appeared not far from Lu Ming's cultivation place. Lu Ming recognized one of them. It was the lightning bull whose arm Lu Ming had cut off. The other people were all Lei Niu's subordinates. Young Master Niu, the power of the lightning cauldron here is not bad. You can cultivate here. An old man said. This won't do. The power of thunder here still hasn't reached my expectations. I must find a place with extremely dense power of the thunder cauldron. I'm still a little short of recovering my yuan qi, but I haven't fully recovered yet. I need a place with extremely dense power of thunder to fully recover. The Thunder Bull said. At the mention of this, he thought of Lu Ming and his eyes could not help but flash with fire. He could not wait to cut Lu Ming into 8 pieces. If it were not for Lu Ming, he would not have ended up in such a state. Everyone else was seizing the time to break through, but he was seizing the time to recover. In this way he had unknowingly pulled apart from others. It's all that guy's fault. Lu Ming, I don't know where he has been hiding all this time. I must find an opportunity to take revenge. The Lightning Bull gritted his teeth. Suddenly, his nose twitched a few times and 2 horns appeared on his forehead, flashing with the power of thunder. There's a powerful force of lightning ahead. The Thunder Bull's eyes lit up. As a demonic beast, it was born to control thunder and lightning. It was very sensitive to the power of thunder and lightning, far more sensitive than ordinary people. Let's go in front. The Thunder Bull took the lead and flew in one direction. The direction it was flying in was the mountain peak where Lu Ming was in seclusion. Not long after, the Lightning Bull arrived at the mountain peak where Lu Ming was in seclusion. Young Lord Niu, there seems to be someone cultivating in seclusion on this mountain. However, judging from their aura, their cultivation level isn't very strong. An old man beside him said. Treasure, a lightning treasure. At this moment, the 2 horns on the Thunder Bull's forehead were flashing with lightning. His eyes were shining. He could sense that there were extremely precious lightning treasures in this mountain, and they were very tempting. Blast this mountain open. I want the treasure inside. The Lightning Bull's eyes were burning with passion. Yes. 2 burly men bowed and accepted the order. Soon after, a powerful aura erupted from their bodies. It was actually the aura of a great circle spiritual god. The 2 blade lights were as big as mountains. They broke through the sky and slashed towards the mountain. The mountain was split open like tofu. Lu Ming was in the midst of comprehending the thunder god's strike when he suddenly felt a sense of danger. He opened his eyes and ended his cultivation. You're looking for death. Lu Ming let out a long howl. His entire body was wrapped in endless lightning as he rushed out of the rubble. The rubble, regardless of its size, was turned into dust by the lightning on Lu Ming's body. Kill. Lu Ming turned into a bolt of lightning and charged at the 2 men in the great circle of the spiritual god stage. He activated the thunder god's strike and threw 2 punches in a row. The lightning in the sky gathered and turned into 2 lightning phoenixes that pounced at the 2 men. The 9 dragons opened their mouths and devoured the blood, essence and energy of the 3 great circle spiritual god realm experts, turning them into 3 dried corpses. Kill. Supreme Thunder Rhino, kill him. The Thunder Bull roared hysterically. Buzz. The single-horned elder, who was also Thunder Rhino Supreme, took out a saber that was flashing with lightning. He slashed the void open and slashed at Lu Ming. Bang. Bang. The 9 dragon claws of the 9 dragons stepped out one after another. A few of them used the prison-suppressing heaven art, while the other dragon claws were filled with lightning. They were actually using the Thunder God Strike. The 2 terrifying ultimate techniques were used at the same time and their power was vast. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming and Supreme Thunder Rhino had exchanged dozens of moves. Boom. After the last exchange of blows, Lu Ming and Supreme Thunder Rhino retreated at the same time. Supreme Thunder Rhino's expression was extremely gloomy. He was a supreme, but he couldn't even take down Lu Ming. He felt as if he had lost all his face. The Lightning Bull was shocked as well. Lu Ming's combat strength was stronger than when he had fought with the bull. He could actually fight against a supreme being. Whoosh. At this moment there was a flash of lightning in the distance. A figure appeared behind Lu Ming. Dark Lightning Supreme. It was actually Dark Lightning Supreme. This caused the expressions of Thunder Bull and Supreme Thunder Rhinoceros to change slightly. Why had a supreme martial artist suddenly appeared at this time? You two, this brat has a grudge against me. Why don't we join forces and kill this brat? Supreme Dark Thunder said. This caused the eyes of Thunder Bull and Supreme Thunder Rhino to light up. The supreme being who had suddenly arrived was actually Lu Ming's enemy. The Lightning Bull was ecstatic. How good. Senior, let's join forces and kill him. The Lightning Bull laughed and ordered the Lightning Rhinoceros to join forces with Dark Lightning Supreme. Guys, this brat has two bloodlines, both of which are extremely terrifying. We'd better attack together and use our full strength to kill him as soon as possible. Supreme Dark Thunder said. Alright then, let's go all out. Brat, die. Supreme Lightning Rhinoceros let out a loud roar, and his body rapidly expanded, transforming into a single-horned rhinoceros the size of a mountain. His entire body was covered in lightning. As for Dark Lightning Supreme, he used bloodline fusion to form a giant hammer. Since you've come to die after escaping, then I'll fulfill your wish. Lu Ming's eyes were cold. With a single thought, the lightning cauldron appeared and was hurled at the huge hammer. At the same time, he himself charged toward the giant hammer that Dark Thunder Supreme had transformed into. Buzz. However, Supreme Thunder Rhinoceros let out a loud cry. He stepped into the void and charged towards Lu Ming. Thunder Rhinoceros Supreme had 70% of the bloodline of a divine beast. In terms of strength, he was even stronger than Dark Thunder Supreme. A beam of lightning shot out from his single horn, heading straight for Lu Ming. Dandan. Lu Ming called out and released Dandan from the mountain and river diagram. He said, I'll leave this single-horned rhino to you. Don't worry, I'll kill him. Dandan said with confidence. Ever since he swallowed the 10,000 spirit crystal in the divine ruins, he had been digesting it all this time. His strength was increasing and recovering every day, and now, according to him, dealing with a Supreme was no problem. Get lost. Supreme Lightning Rhinoceros roared. Dandan retracted her 4 limbs into the turtle shell, and the turtle shell rolled and hit the lightning beam, blocking it. A wild rhinoceros dares to be impudent in front of this lord. Watch as this lord flay your skin. Dandan arrogantly shouted as her body rapidly expanded. In the end, she became twice the size of Thunder Rhino Supreme and sent a palm towards him. Chapter 1247. 1247 Chapter 1247 Killing a Supreme Being. It turned into a giant turtle as tall as the sky and covered the sky with its palm. Supreme Thunder Rhinoceros was taken aback. The lightning around his body grew even more powerful, and a huge single-horned rhinoceros formed from lightning rushed towards Dandan. Bang! Dandan's palm collided with the giant rhinoceros, making a loud noise. The lightning rhinoceros was defeated. Watch my world and kill. Dandan shouted as mysterious patterns appeared on his turtle shell. These patterns would make people dizzy just by looking at them, as if they were peerless patterns that had existed since the beginning of the world. Buzz. These runes converged together, forming a beam of light that shot towards Supreme Lightning Rhinoceros. At the same time, Dandan's huge body soared through the air and charged towards Supreme Thunder Rhino. Supreme Thunder Rhinoceros let out a long roar and erupted with all his strength as he fought with Dandan. However, Dandan was clearly stronger and was suppressing Supreme Thunder Rhino. Clang! On the other side, Lu Ming controlled the lightning cauldron to collide with the giant hammer that Dark Thunder Supreme had transformed into. Just like the last time, the lightning on the hammer was sucked away by the lightning cauldron. Damn it! Supreme Dark Thunder roared in his heart. He felt that the situation wasn't good. In the previous battle with Lu Ming, he was stronger than Lu Ming in terms of pure strength. However, he was restrained by Lu Ming's lightning cauldron, which was why he had been defeated and fled. That was why he had joined forces with Supreme Lightning Rhinoceros. At first he had thought that if he joined forces with Supreme Thunder Rhino, they would be able to kill Lu Ming. However, he had never expected that Lu Ming would have such a terrifying turtle with him. A turtle could actually suppress the Lightning Rhinoceros Supreme and gain the upper hand. This made him apprehensive, and at the same time he began to think of retreating. The 9 seals of the Gate of God. At this moment, Lu Ming had transformed back into his human form. He controlled the lightning cauldron to attack Dark Thunder Supreme while forming a seal with both hands. Suddenly, 3 sealing gates appeared around Dark Thunder Supreme. The gate of sealing shone with boundless radiance as the power of sealing burst forth, pressing down on Dark Thunder Supreme. This is... Dark Thunder Supreme's face changed slightly. He felt that not only his body, but even his true yuan and soul were about to be sealed under the sealing gate. Open it. Supreme Dark Thunder roared as his true yuan exploded forth, madly attacking the sealing gate. Immediately, the 3 sealing gates began to tremble violently from the terrifying impact. Bubble. At this moment Lu Ming called out. Chirping. The bubble chirped and stood on Lu Ming's shoulder, full of energy. Buzz. In the next moment Bubbles charged out and disappeared in a flash. The naked eye was unable to capture Bubbles' figure as he was traveling through space. Suddenly, a massive transparent bubble appeared, enshrouding Dark Thunder Supreme within it. At this moment, the giant hammer that Dark Thunder Supreme had transformed into stopped in the air. Time and space, impossible. An extremely shocked voice came from the giant hammer. Kill. Die. Lu Ming shouted and transformed into the prison-suppressing steel bloodline. He raised his combat strength to the extreme and pressed down on the giant hammer. At the same time, the thunder cauldron also struck the giant hammer. Clang. Boom. With 2 loud bangs, the giant hammer exploded, revealing a shocked Dark Thunder Supreme who spat out a large mouthful of blood. I'll send you on your way. Lu Ming's voice was cold as he continued to charge toward Dark Thunder Supreme. At this moment, Dark Thunder desperately attacked and finally broke out of the transparent bubble. He wanted to escape. However, at this moment the space trembled and 4 transparent bubbles appeared, surrounding Dark Thunder Supreme. Dark Thunder Supreme's body stopped moving again. No. Supreme Dark Thunder roared in shock. Thump. The lightning cauldron crashed into his forehead, forcing Dark Thunder Supreme to swallow his words. His head was bleeding from the impact and a large part of it caved in, almost bursting apart. Then Lu Ming arrived. At this moment, Lu Ming had transformed into his human form and wielded the blood sword formed by his 3rd bloodline. He slashed out with the sword and struck the area between Dark Thunder Supreme's eyebrows. Squeak. An ear-piercing sound rang out. In the end, Dark Thunder Supreme was split into 2 by Lu Ming's sword. Even the spiritual god did not manage to escape. Supreme Dark Thunder was dead. A Supreme Being powerhouse was killed in one fell swoop with the cooperation of Lu Ming and Bubbles. There was a time when the Supreme Being was so high and mighty, and Lu Ming was like an ant in front of him. But today Lu Ming had personally killed a supreme martial artist. Whoosh. The bubble flew back to Lu Ming's shoulder, chirping triumphantly. Lu Ming smiled and touched the little fellow. Fortunately, Bubbles had helped him. Otherwise, with Lu Ming's current cultivation and combat strength, he could not kill a supreme being. If autarchs were focused on fleeing, they would be far too difficult to kill. However, the bubble had imprisoned Dark Thunder Supreme. He could not even resist, let alone escape. He was killed by Lu Ming in one fell swoop. As expected of the spacetime spirit rat, one of the top 10 war beasts. Looks so young, but it's so powerful. I wonder how terrifying it will be when it fully grows and reaches its peak. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. He could not help but look forward to it. Lu Ming cooperated with Bubbles and killed Dark Thunder Supreme. It did not take long. In less than a minute, the scene fell into the eyes of the Lightning Bull and Lightning Rhinoceros Supreme, and they were horrified. Impossible. The Thunder Bull roared, its eyes filled with disbelief. He stood not far away and wanted to see Lu Ming killed with his own eyes. However, he did not see it. Instead, he saw Lu Ming kill a supreme being, which almost scared him to death. Run. Without any hesitation, the Lightning Bull turned around and ran. Did I let you go? Lu Ming's calm voice was heard. Then his figure flashed and he appeared beside the Thunder Bull. Lu Ming, what do you want to do? I'm the young master of the Western Deity Palace, and my father is an invincible Lever 4 martial royal realm expert. If you kill me, you'll end up in a miserable state. The Thunderbolt Bull threatened Lu Ming. Bubble. Lu Ming called out softly. The bubble's body darted out and a transparent bubble appeared. This transparent bubble had appeared so suddenly that even Dark Thunder Sovereign hadn't been able to avoid it, much less Lei Niu. He had been completely enveloped by the bubble, and his body had been frozen in place, unable to move at all. This transparent bubble contained the intent of time and space, and it could imprison everything. No, don't. The Lightning Bull roared in its heart and almost cried. Lu Ming did not move. He slashed with his sword and the head of the lightning bull flew high into the air. Its spiritual god was also strangled and destroyed. Young master. Supreme Lightning Rhinoceros roared, his voice filled with anger but even more so with shock. He had wanted to save her before, but he was held back by Dandan and couldn't leave at all. I want to leave this place. This person is a monster. Supreme Lightning Rhinoceros roared in his heart as he madly charged forward, wanting to leave. Unfortunately, Dandan's methods were endless. Let alone seeing them, Supreme Thunder Rhino had never even heard of them. These methods, under Dandan's control, displayed immense power, completely suppressing him. Chapter 1248. 1248 8th Level Spiritual God Realm. Seeing that Dandan had completely suppressed Thunder Rhino Supreme, Lu Ming didn't panic. He first collected Dark Thunder Supreme's blood essence and then walked towards Thunder Rhino Supreme. Seeing Lu Ming approach, Supreme Lightning Rhinoceros was terrified. He let out a roar and desperately tried to break through, but in the next instant, a transparent bubble appeared and enveloped Supreme Lightning Rhinoceros, imprisoning him. Don't kill me. Spare me. Spare me. Seeing this, Supreme Lightning Rhinoceros was terrified and began to beg for mercy. To be honest, he was still young. From the moment he was born until now, he had only lived for 1,000 years. The Supreme Being had 5,000 years of life. He still had a long time. He didn't want to die. What a joke. You wanted to kill me just now, and now you're asking me to let you go? Lu Ming sneered, his killing intent cold. Bang. Dandan slapped Supreme Thunder Rhino on the head, causing him to feel dizzy. No, spare me. I can do anything you want. I can rely on you, I can be your mount. Supreme Lightning Rhinoceros shouted. At this time he couldn't care about anything else, only hoping to save his life. Dandan, wait. Lu Ming's gaze flickered. Taking Supreme Lightning Rhinoceros as a mount was not a bad idea. After killing Supreme Thunder Rhino, Lu Ming could only keep the materials on his body and the 9 drops of his blood essence. However, if he were to take him as a mount, a living supreme martial artist would be able to help Lu Ming with many things. Dandan, do you have any way to control him? Lu Ming asked Dandan. Don't worry. As long as he doesn't resist, I have 100 ways to control him. I'll make him behave himself and not dare to have any second thoughts. Dandan said. Lightning Rhino, don't resist. Lu Ming said. Supreme Lightning Rhinoceros was helpless and could only obediently let Dandan inscribe a spell formation in his spiritual god. If he were to change his mind, Dandan would be able to kill him easily. After inscribing the formation, Dandan transformed back into Little Turtle, while Thunder Rhino Supreme transformed back into his human form. He bowed to Lu Ming obediently, feeling helpless, but in order to save his life he had to do this. Lei Shi, I still need to cultivate for a few days. You stay in the mountain and river diagram. With that, the mountain and river diagram appeared. An estate world treasure. When Supreme Lightning Rhinoceros saw this, he was greatly shocked. In his eyes, Lu Ming was simply unfathomable. There was a small turtle and a chubby spirit mouse beside him. They were all terrifyingly powerful and unbelievably powerful. Lu Ming's combat strength was even more amazing. The mountain and river diagram glowed, and the lightning rhinoceros was absorbed into the mountain and river diagram. Then the bloodline of the 9 dragons emerged and started to devour Dark Thunder Supreme's energy and true essence. The Dark Thunder Supreme mainly cultivated the thunder mentality. However, Lu Ming's thunder mentality had already reached the perfected spiritual god realm. It was no longer useful for him to devour and refine it. Lu Ming devoured the vital essence energy. He then found a place and started refining it. How strong was the true essence of a supreme martial artist? The energy essence contained in the blood was also extremely powerful. Lu Ming began to refine it and convert it into essential core to improve his cultivation. As he refined it, Lu Ming's cultivation level also began to increase continuously. The early stage of the 7th level spiritual god realm. Not long after, it advanced to the late stage of the 7th level spiritual god realm and then the peak of the 7th level spiritual god realm. With Lu Ming's current level of conception, as long as he had enough energy, he could advance to the peak of the 9th level of the spiritual god realm. Hoo. The true energy in his body circulated and became boundless. In the blink of an eye, a few days passed. Lu Ming's cultivation finally made another breakthrough and he reached the early 8th level of the spiritual god realm. The vital essence and blood energy of a supreme being had raised Lu Ming's cultivation by a full level, reaching the 8th level of the spiritual god realm. The true essence of an 8th level spiritual god is several times stronger than that of a 7th level spiritual god. Feeling the vast essential core in his body, Lu Ming's eyes flashed with confidence. The breakthrough in his cultivation had undoubtedly increased his combat strength by a large margin. Now he could kill a heaven's favorite like the Thunderbolt in one move if he used all his strength. Right now he was confident that even if he didn't rely on the lightning cauldron or the bubbles, he would be able to fight against a supreme like Dark Thunder with his own battle prowess. Of course, there were also strong and weak supreme martial artists. Some of them had awakened 7th level divine bloodlines, 8th level divine bloodlines, and even 9th level divine supremes. Naturally, they would be even stronger. Half a month is almost up, it's time to go back. Lu Ming pondered, then took a step and turned into a ray of light, heading towards the ancient city of the divine ruins. Not long after, Lu Ming returned to the ancient city of the divine ruins. Xianxia and Lu Ming walked side by side. The ancient divine ruins city seems to have even more people, Xianxia said. Lu Ming nodded. In the ancient city of the divine ruins, people were coming and going. He felt that the density of the people was even greater than before. After asking around, he found out that the selection of the disciples of the deity sect was about to reach the end. A large number of experts from all over the divine ruins continent had rushed over to watch. Lu Ming nodded. This was not hard to understand. The major sects of the Yuanlu continent selected their disciples in the divine ruins, which was rare since ancient times. It was normal to attract so many people. Lu Ming and Xianxia walked around casually. They had been in seclusion for days and it was a good time to relax. After walking around for a while, the two of them walked up to a luxurious restaurant, planning to have something to eat. The restaurant's business was very good and many seats were full. The two of them went all the way to the highest floor before they found a place to sit down and ordered some wine and food. The two of them chatted as they ate. After nearly half a month of cultivation, Xianxia's martial arts technique of creation had greatly improved. Her combat power had also increased a lot. Creak. The 5th floor was divided into 2 areas. On one side were private rooms and on the other side were ordinary dining tables. At this moment, the door of a private room opened and 2 young men walked out. Ice Dragon. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. One of the young men was the Ice Dragon that he had defeated. The other one was walking side by side with Ice Dragon. He had a confident smile on his face. It was obvious that he was also a heaven's favorite at the same level as Ice Dragon. That's a heaven's favorite from the Blood Sun continent. Lu Ming looked at the other young man and had an idea. The Blood Sun continent was the second-ranked continent in the continent group of the Divine Ruins. This continent was also filled with experts and geniuses. Although it could not be compared to the Divine Ruins continent, it was stronger than the other continents and could not be underestimated. The two of them walked toward Lu Ming and Xianxia's table. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly as he continued to drink. "You are Lu Ming, right?" The Ice Dragon looked at Lu Ming and said coldly. "Not bad, it seems like your memory isn't bad." Lu Ming said. "We'll settle our scores another day." The Ice Dragon looked at Xianxia and said, "You're Xianxia, right?" "Not bad," Xianxia said. "Very good, your opportunity has come. In that private room is the unparalleled genius from the deity sect, young Master Lin. He thinks that you are not bad and asked you to accompany him for a drink. If you are good at accompanying him, you may even have the opportunity to sleep with him. In that case, you will be able to climb up to a higher branch," the Ice Dragon said. Xianxia furrowed his brows at his words. Lu Ming's eyes were filled with cold, killing intent. Chapter 1249. 1249 Young Master Lin of the Heavenly God Sect. Get lost. Xianxia scolded coldly. What did you just say? Bing Lung's face darkened, and so did the sovereign of the land of Blood Sunday. She told you to get lost, didn't you hear her? Lu Ming said calmly. Brat, it's none of your business. Shut up. The heaven's favorite from the Blood Sun continent shouted and slapped Lu Ming's face. Pa. A crisp sound was heard. A person was staggering backward. It was not Lu Ming but the young man from the Blood Sun continent. A palm print appeared on his face and one side of his face was swollen. You. He looked at Lu Ming with a dumbfounded look. He could not wrap his head around the situation. He was the one who had attacked first, but Lu Ming had arrived first. His speed was shockingly fast and his palm slapped his face. His head was buzzing and he was completely dazed. How dare you, Lu Ming? Do you know that you dare to attack us? We are representing young Master Lin. He coldly berated. Get lost. Shut up. Lu Ming shouted. A cold killing intent burst out from his body. This killing intent made Ice Cold's body shiver. Lu Ming did not care if he was young Master Lin or the pride of the Xianxia sect. If it was anything else he would not care. But since it involvered Xianxia, Lu Ming would not give anyone face. Hee hee. At this moment, a light chuckle came from the box. Then an elegant young man in a white robe walked out. Lu Ming had seen him before. He was one of the 3 young geniuses from the deity sect who came to the continent of the divine ruins. Young Master Lin walked to Lu Ming's table. His face was calm but his eyes were cold and arrogant. He looked down at Lu Ming and said, Miss, you're a peerless beauty. It's a pity that you were born in the divine ruins continents. Are you willing to follow me? At that time, you don't need to participate in the selection. You can directly enter the Xianxia sect to cultivate and become an official disciple. Hearing this, the elites of the land of Blood Sun and Ice Cold were all envious. The other people in the restaurant were even more excited. They wished they were Xianxia and took his place. Young Master Lin had a confident smile on his face. He believed that no one in the divine ruins would reject such a tempting request. I'm not interested. Xianxia's indifferent voice made young Master Lin's face freeze. Young lady, you'd better consider this carefully. This is a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity for you. Young Master Lin continued. I said I'm not interested. Xianxia frowned and seemed a little impatient. If it wasn't for the fact that the other party was a Heaven's Pride expert of the Xianxia sect, Xianxia would have already flipped out. You really don't know what's good for you. Short-sighted and pretentious. She's just a slut in nature. The young man from the Blood Sun land and the cold man shouted one after another. Boom. Lu Ming's body exploded with an extremely strong killing intent. His cold eyes fell on the young man from the land of Blood Sun and he said coldly, Since you said those words just now, you're dead. Lu Ming's cold gaze made the paragons of the Blood Sun continent shiver. But thinking about young Master Lin, his courage increased. I'm talking about the matter. Why? You still want to attack young Master Lin? Kill. Die. Suddenly Lu Ming shouted coldly. He rushed out and struck at the young man from the land of Blood Sun. The youth from the Blood Sun continent was also at the 7th level of the spiritual god realm. However, he was completely dumbfounded by Lu Ming's palm. This palm carried a terrifying pressure. When it acted on his body, it made him unable to move. Young Master Lin, save me. The young man from the land of Blood Sun screamed in fear. You dare to make a move in front of me. Young Master Lin's face was dark. He moved slightly. It was almost impossible to see his movements clearly, but his body suddenly appeared in front of Lu Ming and he struck out a palm at Lu Ming. Bang! Lu Ming's palm collided with young Master Lin's, creating a dull thud. Both of their bodies shook slightly and they took a step back. Peak 8th level spiritual god realm. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Young Master Lin's cultivation was at the peak of the 8th level spiritual god realm. What? Young Master Lin was slightly taken aback. He did not expect Lu Ming to be able to receive his palm. However, the coldness in his eyes intensified. Heavenly Wind Palm. Young Master Lin's palm glowed with a green light as he struck at Lu Ming. Martial technique of creation. Without a doubt, young Master Lin was using a technique of creation and it had reached the 3rd level. On Lu Ming's palm there were traces of lightning. He used the Thunder God's strike and struck out with his palm to meet young Master Lin's palm. Bang! In the end, the two of them still took a few steps back. You're looking for death, kill. Young Master Lin was furious. He didn't manage to take down Lu Ming with 2 moves and felt like he had lost face. He was prepared to use his killing move to kill Lu Ming. Buzz. Lu Ming used the 9 Dragons' Heaven stomping steps and his body swayed. Like a flash of light, he passed young Master Lin and struck out at the young man from the Blood Sun continent. This palm was as fast as lightning, and even young Master Lin didn't have time to react. The young man from the land of Blood Sun widened his eyes in shock. But the next moment his body was torn into pieces by Lu Ming's palm. He was killed on the spot. CSI. Many people gasped in shock. First of all, he was shocked by Lu Ming's combat strength. A peak 7th level spiritual god realm genius was as weak as a baby in Lu Ming's hands. He had no way of resisting at all. The second was that he was shocked by Lu Ming's guts. He dared to kill young Master Lin's elite in front of him. This was a slap to young Master Lin's face. On the side, Ice Cold's expression changed drastically and he retreated rapidly. After not seeing him for a while, Lu Ming's combat strength had become stronger. It was much stronger than the last time he had fought with him. This made him apprehensive. You're looking for death, kid. No one can save you. As expected, young Master Lin's face was really dark. The green light on his body jumped like a green flame. An ice-cold killing intent bloomed in the restaurant, causing many people's expressions to change. They backed out of the restaurant for fear of being affected by this terrifying killing intent. I'm afraid you're still lacking. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you. Let's go out and fight. Lu Ming smiled faintly, not giving young Master Lin any face. Then he took a step forward and appeared in the sky outside the restaurant. You can't escape. Young Master Lin also stepped out and appeared in the sky above the restaurant, facing Lu Ming. The Heaven's Pride expert of the Xianxia sect is about to make a move. This news spread like a whirlwind. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In a short while, countless figures appeared in this place, watching from afar. It's really the Heaven's Pride expert of the Xianxia sect. Who is that young man? How dare he fight against the Heaven's Pride expert of the Xianxia sect? How bold. Young Master Lin's identity aside, just his combat strength is shocking. Judging from your aura, young Master Lin's cultivation is at the peak of the 8th level spiritual god realm. However, young Master Lin is a heaven's favorite of the Xianxia sect. The cultivation technique and martial techniques you cultivate are absolutely top-notch. Your combat strength is also absolutely terrifying when fighting against those of the same level. This person actually dares to fight with young Master Lin. Who is he? I know him. He seems to be from the South God Palace. He's from the Divine Wilderness continent. The Divine Wilderness continent? That remote and backward place? A wave of discussion erupted in the surroundings. Chapter 1250. 1250 Chapter 1250 Defeating Young Master Lin. Brat, I'll kill you in 3 moves. Young Master Lin hollered and the green light around him turned into a pillar that shot into the sky. 100 Heaven Wind Palm. Young Master Lin struck out with his palm, and the palm print whistled as it headed towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming stepped out and 9 streams of dragon energy exploded in his body. He activated Thunder God's strike and punched out. A phoenix formed by lightning flew towards young Master Lin. Boom. The lightning phoenix feathers collided with the palm print. Break. Young Master Lin revealed a vicious expression. Boom, boom, boom. The moment they clashed, young Master Lin's green palm print exploded. Within the palm print, 100 terrifying powers exploded. Lu Ming's lightning phoenix was destroyed in an instant. The palm print continued to blast toward Lu Ming. Die, trash, young Master Lin hollered in his heart. What a wonderful martial technique of creation. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. Young Master Lin's martial arts technique of creation was clearly a low-grade divine martial arts technique. He had only cultivated it to the 3rd level. However, the explosive power was extremely shocking. It could only be said that the other party's martial technique of intent was of high quality, even more profound than Thunder God's strike. Thinking about it, it made sense. Young Master Lin was an official disciple of the Heaven Deity sect, and Lu Ming's Thunder God strike was only learned in the first round of the assessment. Naturally, it could not be as exquisite as young Master Lin's. Prison Suppressing Heaven Art. Lu Ming activated the Prison Suppressing Heaven technique and threw a punch. Bang! Bang! With a series of intense explosions, Lu Ming's punch directly broke through young Master Lin's 100-fold force. Then Lu Ming took a step forward and threw another punch. This punch was direct, but its power was shocking. Young Master Lin slapped a few times to counter Lu Ming. But after a few explosions, young Master Lin was forced to retreat. This left everyone dumbfounded. A disciple from the Xianxia sect, a major sect in the Yuanlu continent, was actually no match for Lu Ming. As for Lu Ming, he came from a mere divine wilderness continent. How could he be so strong? So shocking. Kill, kill, kill. Everyone's gazes made young Master Lin go crazy. His killing intent was really thick. He was a disciple of the Xianxia sect, just like the high and mighty prince of the mortal world who lived in the imperial city. On the other hand, Lu Ming was from a poor and remote village. He could not be compared to him. But now he was being suppressed. How could he endure this? He roared in his heart and circulated his essential core crazily. He could not wait to cut Lu Ming into 8 pieces. Is this the combat strength of the Heavens God sect's paragon? In my opinion, you're not a big deal in the Xianxia sect. Otherwise, how could he be so weak? Lu Ming sneered. The Yuan continent was the core of the Yuan realm and the holy land of cultivators. Many emperors tried their best to join the major forces of the Yuan continent. The Xianxia sect was a big sect in the Yuan continent. If young Master Lin was truly the heaven's pride of the Xianxia sect, he couldn't be so weak. Lu Ming guessed that young Master Lin's status in the deity sect was very ordinary. Trash, you're looking for death. Lu Ming's words seemed to have hurt young Master Lin, causing him to scream hysterically and lose his sense of propriety. Yes, Lu Ming was right. In the Heavenly God sect, there were countless Heaven's Pride experts. People like him were the lowest level of existence in the Heavenly God sect. He had to bow and kneel every day and look at other people's faces. That was why he took the opportunity to come to the Divine Ruins continent. He thought that he could show off and enjoy himself in the Divine Ruins continent. He did not expect that he would be suppressed by a piece of trash and mocked like this. He was completely enraged. With a screech, a green divine eagle appeared above young Master Lin's head. Without a doubt, it had a 9th-level divine bloodline, and it was covered in a green light. Young Master Lin turned into a divine eagle and was about to use his strongest killing move to kill Lu Ming. Enough. At this moment, a dignified voice sounded and a middle-aged man appeared in the sky. This man was also an emissary of the Heavenly God sect. He had been following behind the white-haired elder. The moment he appeared, he blocked in front of young Master Lin. No, a piece of trash dares to insult me. He is not putting the Xianxia sect in his eyes. I will kill him. Young Master Lin shouted. Enough, haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? The deacon asked me to bring you back. The middle-aged man said. When he heard the word, deacon, young Master Lin shivered. He seemed to be very afraid. He looked around and gritted his teeth. He transformed into his human form and stared at Lu Ming coldly. Brat, I'll spare you today, but this matter isn't over yet. After saying that coldly, young Master Lin turned and left. The middle-aged man cast a casual glance at Lu Ming. No one knew what he was thinking, but he turned around and left the place. The battle had ended just like that. The surrounding spectators felt that it was a pity. This Lu Ming has offended young Master Lin. He's probably not going to have a good life. I don't think it'll be easy for him to be chosen by the Xianxia sect. Some people were discussing. Little Qing, let's go. Lu Ming came to Xianxia. Lu Ming, I've implicated you. I'm afraid that you won't be able to enter the Xianxia sect because of this. Xianxia said. Fool, if you can't enter then you can't. At most we'll go to the Yuan continent and find a sect to join. Lu Ming tapped Xianxia's nose and smiled. The two of them returned to their residence. After half a day, the second round of the selection of the Xianxia sect would begin. More than 500 geniuses from the 4 divine palaces who had survived gathered around the Fecta Peak. What's going on? Why didn't the Thunderbolt come? On the side of the Western Deity Palace, the elder leading the team frowned. Lane Yo was one of the 3 most powerful heaven's favorites of the Western Deity Palace. Although one of his arms was cut off by someone last time, his combat strength was still very strong. There was still a possibility that he would be chosen by the Heavenly Deity sect. The Western Deity Palace still had great hopes for Lane Yo. However, at this moment the Thunderbolt was nowhere to be seen, which gave the elder a bad feeling. I heard that the Lightning Bull seems to have gone to the Lightning Territory to cultivate and recover. A young man said. Could it be that he met with an accident in the Lightning Territory? I heard that he's bringing experts with him, and there's even a Supreme Being expert among them. The paragons of the Western Deity Palace discussed in low voices. However, as time passed, the figure of the Lightning Bull still did not appear. Many people knew that something had most likely happened to the Lightning Bull. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to not show up now. This was the selection of disciples by the Divine Realm sect. How big of a matter was this? 6 figures appeared in the sky. The people of the Heavenly God sect had arrived. The one in the lead was still the white-haired old man, followed by 2 burly men, and behind them were 3 young men. Young Master Lin was one of them. His gaze swept across the room and landed on Lu Ming. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. Brat, you want to join the Heaven Deity sect? In your dreams. After this selection, I will find an opportunity to kill this person. Young Master Lin smiled coldly. All right, the second set of arrangements has been completed. The white-haired elder of the Heaven God sect waved his hand and countless inscriptions appeared in the sky. Then light doors appeared in the sky. Chapter 1251. 1251. The major sects of the Yuanlu continent arrive one after another. There were more than 500 light doors floating in the air. Furthermore, with the light door as the starting point, the void started to undulate. Spiritual sense spread out and seemed to form a void passage, but it was difficult to see with the naked eye. Here, each light door represents the entrance to a void passage. There will be various tests in these void passages. Furthermore, every 2 of these void passages can converge randomly. The point of convergence will be your battlefield, and only the winner can continue forward. Moreover, we can see the battle at the intersection point. So, you must perform to your heart's content. The white-haired old man explained. What an amazing screening method. Lu Ming's heart stirred. Each of the 500 people entered a void passage. After passing the round, there would be an opportunity for 2 void passages to converge. The 2 people in the converging void passages would fight. The winner would continue to pass the round and the loser would be eliminated. Until the strongest one was decided. Moreover, the people of the Xianxia sect could observe from the outside. Therefore, they could choose suitable disciples by observing the performance of the crowd. All right. Now all of you can randomly choose a light door and enter. The white-haired old man announced, but before he could finish his words, his expression suddenly changed and he looked up into the sky. 9 ancient altars were floating in the sky. Legend had it that in the distant past, the 9 altars had been connected to the 9 superpowers of the Yuan continent. They were the space paths that connected the 9 superpowers. The Xianxia sect had come from one of the ancient altars. One of the other 8 altars was glowing. This scene shocked everyone. The ancient altar glowed. Could it be that another big sect of the Yuanlu continent was coming? Don't tell me there are really other big sects coming over? Oh my god, it's already a surprise that the Xianxia sect could come. Not bad. This is a great opportunity. Many people were discussing excitedly. Even the sovereigns were excited as they stared at the altar. What's going on? Which force is it? Behind the white-haired old man, a burly man frowned and said. The white-haired old man frowned. Buzz. The altar trembled slightly and many inscriptions glowed. The light grew brighter and brighter. Finally, a few figures emerged from the altar. There were a total of 5 people. 2 of them were young men, and the other 3 were 2 middle-aged men and a middle-aged woman. However, it seemed that the middle-aged woman was the leader. All 5 of them carried long swords on their backs and wore purple robes with strange patterns embroidered on them. Zhou Xian Sword Sect. The white-haired elder of the Heaven God sect changed his expression slightly. It seems like I'm not late. I've finally arrived. The middle-aged woman carrying a long sword said. Zhou Xian Sword Sect, what are you doing here? The white-haired elder of the Heaven God sect said coldly. Of course, I'm here to select young talents to join my Zhou Xian Sword Sect. I don't welcome you? The middle-aged woman smiled. The deity sect was the first to arrive at the continent group of the divine ruins. All of this was also arranged by us. The white-haired old man said coldly. You're just one step ahead. Besides, how much energy would it take to set up these? The continent group of the divine ruins does not belong to the Xianxia sect alone. Naturally, our Zhou Xian Sword Sect can also come. The middle-aged woman said indifferently. On the side, the people from the continent of the divine ruins group were extremely excited when they saw this scene. Another big sect of the Yuanlu continent had come to recruit disciples. This way, the probability of being selected would undoubtedly be higher. The young men were especially overjoyed. Buzz. Right at this moment, the altar above them began to tremble again and it began to glow. Everyone was dumbfounded. It's moving again. Could it be another big sect of the Yuanlu continent? What's going on? In the past, for countless years, there has never been a major sect that came to the continent group of the divine ruins to select disciples. Why are there so many major sects coming this time? This is a good thing, a good thing. The crowd discussed excitedly, but in the next moment, their pupils dilated sharply. That was because, apart from that altar, there was another altar that was emitting light. The people in the Divine Ruins Continent group were stunned. There were many great sects in the Yuanlu continent. The white-haired elder of the Heavenly God sect and the others looked extremely gloomy. Buzz. Buzz. The 2 altars let out 2 light hums and a few figures appeared on each of them. On one of the altars 5 figures appeared. They were all men, and they exuded a mighty pressure as if they were the kings of all beasts. On the other side 6 figures appeared. Each of them had monstrous demonic chi and demonic might that shook the world. Both sides had young men following them, curiously looking around. Dragon God Valley, Tianyu Demon Sect. The white-haired old man muttered, his eyes flashing with solemnness. It seems that I'm not too late. The Xianxia sect has not succeeded yet. On the side full of the aura of the king of 10,000 beasts, a burly man laughed. They were people from Dragon God Valley. It's fine as long as you're not late. One of the people from the Tianyu Demon Sect, a tall and thin old man, spoke. The Zhou Xian Sword Sect, the Tianyu Demon Sect and the Dragon God Valley Sect stepped out, forming a square with the people of the Xianxia Sect. It's too cheap for you to come here now. Everything here was set up by us. The white-haired elder said. It's just a few arrangements. We'll compensate you according to their value. The middle-aged woman from Zhou Xian Sword Sect said. That's right, these are all trivial matters. The tall elder from the Tianyu Demon Sect sneered. In the end, the white-haired elder had no choice but to agree to the other 3 forces participating in the selection of disciples. Because in the Yuan continent, these 3 forces were not weaker than the Xianxia sect. They were forces of the same level. At the scene, more than 500 young powerhouses, eyes shone with a burning light. They were extremely excited. The 4 major sects of the continent had come to recruit disciples. This was an unparalleled opportunity. They were full of anticipation and secretly vowed to grasp it. All right, you can start now. The white-haired elder looked at Lu Ming and the rest again. Scope. This is my chance. I must join a major sect in the Yuanlu continent. In the future I will break through the emperor level and become a saint. I will step onto the peak. No one can stop me. The eyes of the paragons glowed as they charged toward the doors of light. Buzz. Whoosh. One by one the elites rushed into the light door and disappeared. Little Qing, let's go. Lu Ming looked at Xianxia, who nodded. The two of them flew towards a door of light. You stop right there. At this moment, a cold voice was heard. A figure appeared in front of Lu Ming, blocking his way. It was young Master Lin, a heaven's favorite from the heavenly god sect. Young Master Lin's face was very gloomy. Originally, if there was only one deity sect, he had a way to prevent Lu Ming from joining the deity sect and then find an opportunity to kill Lu Ming. Chapter 1252. 1252 Chapter 1252 Challenging young Master Lin. But now the situation had changed. Jiuxiao Sword Sect, Tianyu Demon Sect and Dragon God Valley were all here. Even if the Xianxia sect didn't choose Lu Ming, he might join the other three sections. Young Master Lin would never allow that to happen. Therefore he stood in front of Lu Ming. Many people looked at young Master Lin in shock and didn't understand what had happened. However, some people were enlightened as they knew about the conflict between Lu Ming and young Master Lin. Half a day ago, Lu Ming had a conflict with young Master Lin. They even fought. In the end, young Master Lin couldn't do anything to Lu Ming. I knew that this matter wouldn't end like this. What? There was such a thing? Lu Ming is so powerful that even the Heaven's Pride experts of the Xianxia sect can't do anything to him? I don't think young Master Lin has used his full strength. However, Lu Ming's combat strength is truly terrifying. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it either. Many people were discussing. Many people were shocked when they found out about the conflict between Lu Ming and young Master Lin. The eyes of the white-haired elder of the heavenly god sect and the others moved, but they did not say anything. The people from the other great sects watched with interest. What is it? Lu Ming frowned and said coldly. You are not qualified to enter the void passage and participate in the test. Young Master Lin said. Laughable. Just because you say I'm not qualified, I'm not qualified? Lu Ming sneered. Deacon. At this moment, young Master Lin cupped his fists towards the white-haired old man and said, Deacon, Lu Ming has no respect for the deity sect at all. He thinks that he has some talent, but he actually looks down on the deity sect. If such a person were to join the deity sect, he would be an unruly person and not worthy of being trained by the deity sect. Please disqualify him from the assessment. Oh. There's such a thing? The white-haired old man frowned. You're really making irresponsible remarks. When have I ever been disrespectful to the Xianxia sect? If I don't grovel and grovel to you, then I'm being disrespectful to the Xianxia sect? Lu Ming sneered. Lu Ming, don't quibble anymore. You're speaking arrogantly and looking down on my deity sect. I heard it with my own ears. Also, the ice dragon can testify. Young Master Lin said. Yes, this is true. The ice dragon coldly spoke. Not only that, Vice Deacon Zhao can also be a witness. Young Master Lin looked at the middle-aged man behind the white-haired old man. This middle-aged man was the one who had appeared and taken young Master Lin away. The middle-aged man nodded and said, There is indeed such a thing. The white-haired old man frowned even more when he saw two people pointing fingers at him. He pondered for a moment and said, If that's the case, then there's no need for him to take part in the assessment. Young Master Lin was overjoyed while Lu Ming burst out laughing. This was blatant slander. From the beginning to the end, Lu Ming only targeted young Master Lin and did not say a single bad word about the divine god sect. This was purely false. Also, that middle-aged man was obviously in cahoots with young Master Lin. Who knew what benefits young Master Lin gave him? No one from the other three major sects said anything. In their eyes, Lu Ming was just a dispensable minor character. They did not take him to heart at all. Ridiculous, really ridiculous. This is the disciple of a big sect in the Yuanlu continent? His talent is average and his character is even worse. Lu Ming laughed out loud, his eyes filled with mockery. Kid, what did you say? Who are you calling average? Young Master Lin was furious. Of course I'm talking about you. If everyone in the Xianxia sect is like you, then I don't even want to enter the Xianxia sect. Lu Ming sneered. Impudent. How audacious. The middle-aged man from the Heaven God sect and young Master Lin shouted in an overbearing manner. Brat, you managed to escape last time. This time you're dead. Young Master Lin's eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. He enveloped Lu Ming. I managed to escape last time? Are you sure you didn't escape? Well then, I'll challenge you in public and I'll defeat you within 10 moves. Do you dare to accept my challenge? Lu Ming took a step forward. His voice, which was filled with fighting spirit, spread far away. What? Lu Ming challenged young Master Lin and even said that he would defeat him in 10 moves. He's crazy, he's crazy. He's definitely crazy. He's the Heaven's Pride expert of the Xianxia sect. Lu Ming's words caused a commotion. The Xianxia sect was a big sect in the Yuan continent. In the hearts of the people in the continent of the divine ruins, it was a high and mighty existence, an unfathomable and powerful force. In everyone's hearts, the Heaven's Pride sect's prodigies were unparalleled and powerful existences. Now Lu Ming actually said that he wanted to challenge young Master Lin. What was even more ridiculous was that he wanted to defeat young Master Lin within 10 moves. How was this possible? No one would believe it. At this moment, the Heaven's favorites who didn't fly through the door stopped. They were not in a hurry to go in. Instead, they watched from the outside. This Lu Ming is strong in the divine wilderness continent, but he still dares to be so arrogant here. Now he even dares to offend the elites of the Xianxia sect. He's really seeking his own death. Dark Child stood in the void and sneered. What do you know? I don't think so. A voice rang out. It was Long Qin. Dark Child's expression changed slightly. He was very afraid of Long Qin, but he was disdainful in his heart. Just wait and see. This Lu Ming will die a terrible death. At this moment, everyone's eyes landed on young Master Lin. A Heaven's Pride expert from a small continent was challenging a Heaven's Pride expert from the Heavenly God sect. Would young Master Lin accept the challenge? If he didn't accept the challenge, he would lose all his face. If this news were to spread back to the Heavenly Divine sect, he would not be able to continue living. Damn it. Young Master Lin hollered in his heart and his eyes were really cold. All right, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. When he fought with Lu Ming earlier, he did not use his full combat strength. He was confident that if he did, he would be able to kill Lu Ming. Moreover, it was impossible for Lu Ming to defeat him within 10 moves. Kill. Young Master Lin was filled with killing intent and a green light spread out. Above his head, his bloodline emerged. He used all his strength as soon as he made his move. He performed the blood fusion and the martial technique of creation to the extreme as he charged toward Lu Ming. Roar. Roar. A dragon's roar came from within Lu Ming's body. 9 streams of dragon energy burst out in an instant, and at the same time the third bloodline emerged. Buzz. Lu Ming took a step forward and rushed towards young Master Lin. As he rushed out, the 9 dragon bloodline emerged. When Lu Ming's 9 dragon bloodline appeared, the Dragon God Valley experts' eyes widened in shock. The bloodline of the 9 dragons. It's really the bloodline of the 9 dragons. There's actually someone in the world who can awaken the bloodline of the 9 dragons. The experts of Dragon God Valley were in disbelief. Dragon God Valley wants this kid. The leader of the Dragon God Valley team, a burly man, revealed a blazing light. Dragon God Valley, as its name suggested, was related to dragons. Now they had seen the bloodline of 9 dragons, which was really shocking. Bang! Bang! The 9 dragons stepped in the air and clashed with young Master Lin. An earth-shaking explosion sounded out. Chapter 1253. 1253 Chapter 1253 Defeating young Master Lin. Apart from a few trump cards that he had not used, Lu Ming had almost used all his strength. A few of the 9 dragon claws glowed with lightning as he circulated the martial technique of the lightning concept, the Thunder God Strike. The other dragon claws circulated the prison suppressing heavenly art. The combination of the two was extremely terrifying. Young Master Lin's green wings brought with them a strong wind. With a flap of his wings, countless wind blades sliced through the air and headed for Lu Ming. After a few loud explosions, the dragon claw broke through the wind blades and reached for young Master Lin. Young Master Lin's expression changed and he was shocked. He didn't expect that he would be at a disadvantage in one move even after using bloodline fusion. Buzz. He flapped his wings and a hurricane swept out. His huge figure suddenly trembled and disappeared from his original spot, appearing on the other side. Another martial technique of creation. Lu Ming frowned. It was obvious that young Master Lin had mastered more than one martial technique. Young Master Lin had used an offensive intent technique before, but now he was using a movement technique. Plus, he had comprehended wind intent, which made his speed extremely fast. Go to hell. Young Master Lin's eyes were cold. He flapped his wings again and turned into a gust of wind, disappearing from his spot. At the same time, a terrifying sense of danger descended on Lu Ming. Roar. A dragon's roar was heard and the devouring power burst out, covering a radius of 100 miles. Then the divine dragon wagged its tail and swept in all directions. Bang! The dragon tail pierced through the void and collided with a pair of extremely sharp wings. Young Master Lin's body was pushed back. But young Master Lin flapped his wings and disappeared. Young Master Lin used two intent martial techniques, and when they worked together his combat strength was really strong. However, he had encountered Lu Ming. Buzz. Whoosh. The dragon claws of the 9 dragons suddenly formed a strange seal. At this moment 2 sharp auras slashed toward Lu Ming. I'll be waiting for you. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. 3 sealing gates suddenly appeared and landed on Lu Ming's left, emitting a brilliant light. The 9 seals of the Gate of God sealed everything. The moment the 3 sealing gates appeared, young Master Lin's green wings appeared and he was suppressed by the 3 gates. Break, break. Young Master Lin hollered and the green light surged like a flood towards the 3 sealing gates. The 3 sealing gates trembled violently as if they would collapse at any moment. However, this short period of time was enough for Lu Ming. Buzz. Whoosh. The dragon claw struck out and struck young Master Lin. Young Master Lin cried out as the green energy was ripped apart. Bang. In the end, a dragon claw grabbed the neck of the green godly hawk. With a forceful squeeze, the head of the green godly hawk exploded. The green godly hawk also turned into energy and disappeared. Young Master Lin's body flew rapidly in the green light. The bloodline that he had transformed into was destroyed and he was also severely injured. He spat out large mouthfuls of blood and fled for his life. Lu Ming used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps and caught up to young Master Lin. His huge dragon claws grabbed at young Master Lin. Young Master Lin tried his best to counterattack. Unfortunately, he was already severely injured and it was useless. Lu Ming broke through his layers of defense and grabbed him. Young Master Lin was grabbed by the giant dragon claw and couldn't move. This scene left the surrounding spectators in utter shock and disbelief. The proud son of heaven of the deity sect, young Master Lin, was actually no match for Lu Ming. He was really taken down by Lu Ming within 10 moves and his life was in Lu Ming's hands. Furthermore, Lu Ming was only from a mere divine wilderness continent. If it was the strongest geniuses in the divine wilderness continent, it was still possible for them to achieve this. But for it to appear on a young man from the divine wilderness continent, it was truly unbelievable. Even the emperors were stunned. The top geniuses of the Divine Ruins Continent group looked at Lu Ming with grave expressions. Lu Ming's combat ability was unquestionable. He would be one of their greatest opponents. Ah, bastard, let me go, I'm going to kill you. Being defeated in 10 moves and being held in Lu Ming's palm, young Master Lin was so embarrassed that he went crazy. His eyes were red and he roared hysterically. If news of this matter were to spread back to the Tianxia sect, he would definitely become a laughingstock in the future. He hated that he could not wait to skin Lu Ming alive. Oh really? Don't you understand the current situation? Lu Ming sneered and clenched his claws hard. Kacha kacha. Who knew how many bones in young Master Lin's body were broken? His body trembled and he spat out blood. He was in so much pain that he almost fainted. At this moment he was like a weak little chick in Lu Ming's hands. His life or death was in Lu Ming's hands. Believe it or not, I'll kill you right now. Lu Ming's eyes were cold. The killing intent of the 3rd bloodline covered young Master Lin's body like a tidal wave. It made young Master Lin feel like he was in hell. His heart started to tremble. How dare you? He is a disciple of my Xianxia sect. Release him. At that moment, a burly man from the Heaven God sect spoke. He was the expert that Lu Ming suspected to have been bribed by young Master Lin. As he spoke, a terrifying aura bloomed and enveloped Lu Ming. It was as if Lu Ming was enveloped by a mountain and he could not move at all. He was too strong. Lu Ming felt that he had no way of resisting this middle-aged man. This middle-aged man was definitely stronger than the black-robed middle-aged man from the South God Palace. His cultivation was above the 3rd level of the martial royal realm. The white-haired old man from the Heaven God sect frowned, but he did not say anything. Ah, the younger generation is just sparring. You're an emperor. Why are you interfering? On the Dragon God Valley side, a burly man laughed. A stream of aura rushed out and collided with the middle-aged man's aura, knocking it away. Lu Ming's body relaxed and he took a step back and retreated rapidly. What do you mean by that? The middle-aged man from the Xianxia sect looked at the people from the Dragon God Valley with a grave expression. Nothing, I just can't stand it. The burly man from Dragon God Valley laughed. Let him go. You win this round. At this moment the white-haired elder of the Heavenly God sect spoke. Here you go. Lu Ming swung his dragon claw and flung young Master Lin's body away. Young Master Lin was already half dead and couldn't even fly. The middle-aged man waved his hand and caught young Master Lin. Damn it, damn it. Young Master Lin's eyes were filled with endless hatred as he glared at Lu Ming. Lu Ming transformed into his human form and held Xianxia's hand. Little Qing, let's go. Since he wasn't allowed to participate in the assessment, then he wouldn't participate and would just retreat. Wait a moment. At that moment a deep voice was heard. It was the burly young man from Dragon God Valley. I'm Long Quan from Dragon God Valley. How should I address you, young friend? The burly young man asked. Chapter 1254. 1254 Chapter 1254 First Stage. Junior is Lu Ming. Lu Ming cupped his fists and answered. He had a good impression of Long Quan who had helped him just now, so he would naturally answer his question. Lu Ming, ha, good hearers come from the youth. To be able to cultivate to such a realm in the Divine Ruins Continent group at such an age is really rare. If he doesn't participate in the assessment, wouldn't it be a pity? On behalf of Dragon God Valley, I invite you to take part in the assessment. Long Quan shouted. No, he can't participate. Young Master Lin shouted. Shut up. Who do you think you are? I'm talking. Who are you to interrupt me? Long Quan's eyes turned cold and an extremely strong aura exploded out. The terrifying aura caused the entire world to shake. Young Master Lin's face was ashen white. I'm inviting Lu Ming to take part in the assessment. Do you have any objections? Long Quan looked at the Zhou Xian sword sect and the Tianyu demonic sect. Finally, his eyes fell on the white-haired elder of the Xianxia sect. No objections. Of course I have no objections. The leaders of the Zhou Xian sword sect and the Tianyu demon sect nodded. I naturally have no objections to this child's battle prowess. Finally, the white-haired elder of the Heavenly God sect also spoke. Damn it. Young Master Lin roared in his heart and was filled with unwillingness. Ah, that's good. Lu Ming, what do you say? Long Quan laughed and looked at Lu Ming again. How can Junior refuse Senior's kind intentions? Lu Ming cupped his fists and said. All right, let the test officially begin. Long Quan waved his hand. Buzz. Whoosh. With a flash, the youths chose the light door and rushed in. Lu Ming and Xianxia separated. They each chose a door of light and rushed in. At this moment, some of them had already gone in for a while, but there was still no movement. As soon as Lu Ming rushed into the door of light, he felt a ray of light enveloping him. His body felt a slight warmth, but the next moment this feeling disappeared. Lu Ming realized that he had appeared in a passage. The passageway was very wide, and the walls were filled with glittering inscriptions. According to the rules, they had to keep going forward in the void passage. Whoever could reach the end would be first. Lu Ming took a step forward and there was no movement. After walking for a few thousand meters, the appearance of the passage in front of them changed. It was now a section that was surrounded by stone walls. Lu Ming's expression changed slightly the moment he stepped into the passage. Because at this moment his aura was rapidly weakening and in the end he returned to being ordinary. His cultivation had been suppressed, making him look like a mortal. Not only was his true yuan, but his intent and bloodline had also been suppressed. What? Lu Ming sensed it carefully and found that his prison-suppressing steel bloodline was glowing and fluctuating. As for the third bloodline, Lu Ming felt that he could completely control it and was not suppressed at all. Only the bloodline of the 9 dragons was completely suppressed. Lu Ming's expression did not change as he looked around. On the surrounding stone walls, there were messy carvings of different depths and in a mess. In front of him there was a flash of light and a figure condensed. This person had the appearance of a young man. He wore a black robe, had a cold expression and carried a long spear on his back. Lu Ming could tell at a glance that this person was condensed by the array. Buzz. With a shake of the long spear, the spear's gleam pierced towards Lu Ming like lightning. However, the spear gleam did not contain any primordial qi. It was probably just physical strength, which was similar to Lu Ming's physical strength. Lu Ming instinctively wanted to activate the power of his third bloodline to defeat the figure. However, Lu Ming immediately stopped the eruption of his third blood meridian. Even the bloodline of the 9 dragons could be suppressed in this level. This meant that he had to pass this level without using his bloodline power. If he had used his bloodline power, it was possible that people outside would have sensed it. That would be too special. His prison-suppressing steel bloodline, especially the third bloodline, was very special. He did not want others to find out. At the thought of this, he didn't activate his bloodline. Instead, he used the power of his physical body and rushed to the right where a black spear was. Buzz. Buzz. The spear's gleam was like lightning enveloping Lu Ming's entire body. This was an extremely exquisite spear technique. Although it wasn't powerful, the trajectory it moved in was exquisite. There was no vital essence in Lu Ming's body and he could not use his intent. He could not use martial arts to resist at all and could only rely on his physical strength to dodge. Selah. Lu Ming's back was cut by the spear's gleam, tearing a hole in his clothes. If not for Lu Ming's quick reaction, he would have been injured. Fortunately, Lu Ming had fought countless battles along the way and had rich combat experience. He dodged the attacks and rushed to the black spear. He picked up the spear and swept it out. Clang. The 2 long spears collided with a loud clang. Lu Ming felt his arm go numb and he took 2 steps back. The black-robed young man formed by the formation had the same physical strength as Lu Ming. However, he had the support of a mysterious martial arts technique and his attack power was above Lu Ming's. Whoosh. Whoosh. The ice-cold tip of the spear turned into a sharp, cold light, piercing the air and stabbing toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming held the long spear in his hand and fixed his gaze on the other party's spearlight. Then he stabbed a few times in succession. However, Lu Ming's expression changed at the next moment. He felt that his spear had missed. He had been confident that he could block his opponent's attack after a few thrusts. However, after thrusting out, he realized that his opponent's spear tip shook slightly and continued to stab toward him. The exquisiteness of the spear technique was truly profound and unpredictable. What a powerful spear technique. It combines strength and speed to the peak. When it's used, it's unpredictable and unpredictable. Lu Ming sighed in his heart. If his cultivation had not been suppressed, such a spear technique would be useless in the face of absolute power, even though it was extremely exquisite. No matter how exquisite a martial arts technique was, it would be as fragile as tofu under Lu Ming's palm. But now, under the situation where his cultivation was suppressed, this martial technique was able to release a huge power. Bang! At the critical moment, Lu Ming took a step back and retreated far away. However, there was still a small bloody mark on his chest. He had been stabbed by the spear. Buzz. Whoosh. As soon as Lu Ming retreated, the black-robed young man's spear force surged toward Lu Ming like an endless tide. Lu Ming took a few steps back and tried his best to dodge. At the same time, he was thinking about how to counter the other party's moves. At this moment, outside the ancient city of the divine ruins, outside the void passageway, countless people stood in the air and watched. Suddenly, the door of light shone and a figure appeared. "Someone has failed," someone muttered. It was obvious that someone had failed and was teleported out. AI. Those who had been teleported out shook their heads and sighed. If they could not even pass the first stage, it was almost impossible for them to be selected by the major sects of the Yuan continent. The people from the 4 sects of the Yuanlu continent were expressionless. They did not even look at those who failed. The first stage was a test of one's comprehension. If one could not even pass the first stage, it was not worth their attention. Chapter 1255. 1255 The Strongest Heaven's Pride. There were people constantly failing to pass the levels and being transported out. Suddenly, a spot of light lit up in the void ahead. It was very eye-catching. The crowd looked over and saw a fighting ring in the light spot. A young man stepped into the fighting ring. "That's the Northern Deity Palace's ice sky. I didn't expect him to be the first to break through the first stage. He's the strongest heaven's favorite among the younger generation of the North God Palace. You really live up to your reputation." Many people sighed as they recognized this young man. The North Divine Palace was the most powerful force among the 4 great divine palaces. As the number 1 genius of the North Divine Palace, there was no need to doubt his strength. He was absolutely terrifying. After arriving at the fighting ring, Bing Kong sat down cross-legged and waited quietly. Now that he was alone, he couldn't continue down. He had to wait for the other void passages to converge with his and for others to come to this battle platform. The 2 of them would fight and the winner would be able to continue down. At this moment, another light spot appeared in another direction. There was also a fighting ring in the light spot. A young man with a zither on his back stepped into the fighting ring. This young man had a slender figure and was refined. He had a faint smile on his face and looked like an elegant young master. Eden, the most powerful heaven's favorite of the Eastern God Palace. Eden with the sound of phoenix zither and phoenix cry. Someone spoke out, revealing the origin of this person. This person's reputation was no less than that of Ice Sky. Eden, with his zither on his back, also stood in the fighting ring and waited quietly. Almost at the same time, 2 spots of light appeared in the void. Just like before, the 2 spots of light were battle stages. A young man stepped out from each of them. One of them had purple hair and a heroic spirit. He was the number 1 genius of the South God Palace, Zi Wuji. The other person carried a combat sword on his back. He was like a divine sword that had been unsheathed, and his sword chi soared to the sky. This person was the strongest heaven's favorite of the Western Deity Palace, Jianzhan. The most powerful heaven's favorites of the 4 divine palaces had all appeared on their respective battle platforms. It was obvious that their space passages did not converge in the first round. In the void passage, Lu Ming continued to avoid the black-robed young man's attacks. At the same time, he was thinking of a way to break the attack. The surroundings, those carvings on the stone walls. At this moment, Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The carvings on the stone walls were very intriguing. Upon closer inspection, it seemed to be a spear technique. It was an extremely wondrous spear technique. As Lu Ming dodged the black-robed youth's attacks, he studied the carvings in detail. In Lu Ming's eyes, the carvings started to change. Slowly, there seemed to be a figure practicing spear techniques. This spear technique can break this young man's spear technique. Lu Ming's eyes lit up after a while. He finally knew what this test was about. It was about one's comprehension. The purpose of suppressing one's cultivation, intent, and bloodline was to allow the participants to comprehend a spear technique from the carvings on the stone wall so that they could break the opponent's spear technique. Of course, not everyone was skilled in spear techniques. Some people were skilled in sword techniques and they might encounter sword techniques. Once the key point was discovered, it was not difficult for Lu Ming. Lu Ming's comprehension was already very amazing. Buzz. Whoosh. Lu Ming shook the long spear in his hand. A sharp spear ray shot out like lightning and collided with the black-robed young man's long spear. Clang, clang, clang. A series of violent sounds rang out, and in the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged dozens of moves. As expected, he can break the opponent's martial technique. The more Lu Ming used it, the faster his speed became. The long spear was like a black dragon dancing in the air. Whoosh! After a dozen more moves, the long spear in Lu Ming's hands turned into a black lightning, breaking through the opponent's heavy spear screen and stabbing his heart. Bang! The black-robed youth exploded. The first stage passed. Lu Ming stepped out. After crossing the passage, there was a bright light in front of him. It was a fighting ring. Lu Ming stepped forward and walked onto the fighting ring. It's still me alone. Looks like I'll have to wait. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and he sat cross-legged on the fighting ring. Outside, the onlookers had also seen Lu Ming. Lu Ming is indeed impressive. He's the 6th to clear the first level. For an elite of the divine wilderness continent to be able to do this, it's truly shocking. Some people were discussing. Just now, after the 4 most powerful heavens favorites of the 4 directions divine palace stepped onto the battle stage, the number 1 heavens favorite of the Blood Sun continent, the second-ranked continent in the continent group of the divine ruins, followed closely behind them. The number 1 heavens favorite of the Blood Sun continent was the 5th to step into the fighting ring. Lu Ming was the 6th to step into the fighting ring. After a while, more and more light spots appeared in the void. The other powerful heavens favorites of the 4 directions divine palace, such as Ice Cold, Ji Hongchen, Wang Zhen, and so on. Long Chen also stepped into the fighting ring around the same time as the other geniuses. Then Xian Yanqing, Xian Yanjuan, and the others also appeared. As long as the key point was discovered in the first stage, it would not be too difficult. Although many people were eliminated, there were even more people who succeeded. There's a convergence of space passages. Someone said. Sure enough, a spot of light flashed and a hole appeared on the side of the fighting ring. A young man stepped out of it. There were 2 people in the fighting ring. The 2 of them had to fight. The winner would continue and the loser would be eliminated. The 2 of them soon engaged in a fierce battle. After that, more and more space passages started to merge. Of course, they were all successful. It was impossible for them to fail. Lu Ming was sitting cross-legged when the fighting ring suddenly shook. A tunnel entrance appeared on one side of the fighting ring. A young figure appeared from the tunnel. The man walked out of the passage and stepped into the fighting ring. His expression changed drastically when he saw Lu Ming. He had witnessed Lu Ming's shocking combat strength when he fought young Master Lin. His combat ability was worlds apart from Lu Ming's. What bad luck. I've met this freak in the first round. The young man's mouth was filled with bitterness and helplessness. Lu Ming stood up and walked toward the young man. Lu Ming, I know I'm not your match, but I'll do my best to fight you. The young man said. This was not an ordinary battle. It was a major sect in the Yuanlu continent recruiting disciples. He could not admit defeat. No matter what, he had to fight. As long as he displayed himself to his heart's content, perhaps he would be noticed by the powerhouses of the major sects in the Yuan continent. After all, the major sects of the Yuanlu continent did not recruit disciples. They only recruited disciples based on combat strength. No one knew the criteria for recruiting disciples. What if he was chosen? Do what you want, I'll give you the chance to attack. Lu Ming said. Many thanks. The other party cupped his fists. Then he performed the blood meridian fusion and burst out with his strongest combat strength, attacking Lu Ming. Although the young man's cultivation was not bad, he was still far from Lu Ming's level. Lu Ming did not defeat him in a single blow. Instead, he let the young man display his strongest combat strength before he defeated him. The other party was extremely grateful to Lu Ming. Chapter 1256. 1256 Chapter 1256 First. After defeating his opponent, the space distorted and his opponent was teleported out. Another void passage appeared in front of the fighting ring. Lu Ming stepped into it. At the same time, in the other battle platforms, there were also many space passages that converged. Bing Kong Yi Dian Zi Wu Ji Jian Zhan, and the others had also easily defeated their opponents and entered the next round. On the Divine Wilderness Continent side, Long Qin easily defeated his opponent and advanced to the next stage. Xianxia, who had attained the 7th level of the spiritual god realm and obtained the inheritance of an unparalleled existence, advanced to the next stage with terrifying combat strength. In addition, Xianxuan's cultivation had improved a lot during this period of time. He had actually entered the 6th level of the spiritual god realm and defeated his opponent to enter the next stage. The unscrupulous monk and Yang Patian also passed by luck. However, Dark Child and the moonless female bodhisattva encountered strong enemies and were defeated and eliminated. In the outside world, countless people were watching. The experts from the 4 major forces of the Yuan continent were also watching carefully to see if there were any good seedlings that were suitable for their sections. Soon the first stage was almost over. Originally, there were more than 500 people. About 100 people did not pass the first stage, and half of the remaining 400 people would be eliminated if they fought in pairs. Only about 200 people could continue to advance and pass the second stage. Lu Ming stepped into the void channel again and continued to move forward. After about 1,000 meters, his surroundings suddenly changed and he appeared in an unfamiliar environment. In the surroundings, powerful auras rose up like smoke. Countless experts were killing each other and their murderous intent was shocking. Whoosh! A terrifying sword ray slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming threw a punch and shattered the sword ray. Kill! A burly man with a huge sword in his hand charged at Lu Ming with bloodshot eyes. What's going on? Lu Ming frowned. Why did he suddenly come here? It's an illusion. Lu Ming sensed carefully and suddenly raised his eyebrows. He saw something fishy. This should be an illusion. Lu Ming was in an illusion. Everything is an illusion. Lu Ming muttered. His heart was unmoved and he stuck to his heart. Kill, kill. A few armored generals with giant axes and long spears charged at Lu Ming. Their intense killing intent sent chills down everyone's spine. However, Lu Ming did not seem to notice it. He allowed the huge axe and long spear to hit him, his expression calm. A shocking scene happened. The huge axes and long spears struck Lu Ming's body, but it was as if they had struck the void or an illusion. Lu Ming was completely unharmed. Lu Ming's expression was calm as he stepped forward. This was a battlefield and the killing was extremely intense. Blood was everywhere and the killing intent was as cold as a blade. When one was in it, it felt extremely real, as if it had really happened. Those with weak will, even if they knew that this was an illusion, would inevitably be affected and thus develop fear. However, Lu Ming's resistance to illusions was already very strong. His heart was unmoved as he walked on the battlefield, unmoving like a mountain even when the swords and sabers were on his body. His pace was not very fast. Step by step he walked on the battlefield. Brat die. There was a loud shout in the sky. A palm print like the hand of heaven fell towards Lu Ming. This was definitely the palm of an emperor. At this moment, Lu Ming had an illusion that he would be reduced to ashes immediately if the palm landed. This feeling made Lu Ming have an instinctive urge to retaliate, to counterattack and to save himself. This was a human's instinct. Anyone would have this instinct in such a situation. No, if I make a move, I'll only sink deeper and deeper. Lu Ming gritted his teeth and endured the attack, allowing the palm print to land on him. Boom. With a loud boom, the palm print dispersed, but Lu Ming was completely fine. Whew. Lu Ming secretly heaved a sigh of relief. The feeling of being slapped to death in the next moment and having to hold back and not retaliate was not a good feeling. Lu Ming continued to move forward. Following that, all sorts of attacks landed on him. There were even attacks that exceeded the 3rd level of the Emperor realm. However, Lu Ming remained unmoved. He walked through the battlefield alone. In the end, he used half an hour to cross the entire battlefield. When Lu Ming passed through the battlefield, it disappeared and he reappeared in the void channel. There was a flash of light ahead. Lu Ming walked over and found another fighting ring. There was no one in the fighting ring. Lu Ming stepped into the fighting ring and sat down cross-legged. In the outside world, everyone was watching seriously. I wonder who will be the first to pass the second stage. I heard from the experts of the Heaven Deity sect that the second stage is an extremely strong illusionary realm. It tests one's willpower and is extremely difficult. Up until now, more than 30 people have failed to pass the stage and have been eliminated. In my opinion, the strongest Heaven's Pride experts of the 4 divine palaces are still the most likely to pass the second stage. That's right. Bing Kong, Eden, Ziwuji, and Jianzhan are the most likely candidates. However, it's not impossible for Xue Mingyang and Lu Ming to be the candidates. Although Xue Mingyang and Lu Ming are very strong, they are still slightly weaker than the other 4. The surrounding onlookers had already known the contents of the second stage from the experts of the Tianxin sect. At this moment they were all guessing who was the first person to pass the second stage. At that moment, another light spot appeared in front of the first row of light spots. It was the same as the first row of light spots, and inside it was a battle platform. A void tunnel appeared. Who's the first to succeed? Everyone's eyes were fixed on the void passage. A young man stepped out and appeared on the fighting ring. It's actually him, Lu Ming. I didn't expect it to be Lu Ming. He's the first to clear the second stage. Amazing, amazing. Don't tell me that Lu Ming has the ability to suppress everyone and get first place? Not necessarily. For Lu Ming to be able to come this far from a small continent like the Divine Wilderness continent, his will and willpower must be very shocking. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to come this far. However, this does not necessarily mean that he has combat power. It's hard to say who will be the final number 1. Lu Ming's appearance caused an uproar at the scene. Humph. The burly man from the Heavenly Divine sect snorted coldly. He was rather unhappy. Young Master Lin's eyes were about to spit fire. Ah, not bad, this kid is not bad. The leader of the Dragon God Valley team burst into laughter. He looked at Lu Ming in the fighting ring with admiration. The other experts from the Jiuxiao Sword sect and the Tianyi Demonic sect also nodded. In the path of cultivation, determination and willpower were also very important. Lu Ming sat cross-legged in the fighting ring and continued to wait. In the outside world, after Lu Ming's appearance, light spots began to appear one by one. This time, the number 1 genius of the Eastern God Palace, Eden, followed closely behind Lu Ming. He was the young man with the guqin on his back. After that, it was the Ice Sky of the North God Palace. Then Ziwuji of the South God Palace, Jianzhan of the West God Palace, and Xue Mingyang of the Blood Sun continent appeared almost at the same time. After them, the first to appear was actually Longchen, which surprised many people. Chapter 1257. 1257 Chapter 1257 Battling Wang Zhen. After Longchen, it was Ji Hongchen and Wang Zhen's turn. Surprisingly, Xianxia appeared at almost the same time as these heaven's favorites. Slowly, more and more fighting rings appeared, and the number of people eliminated had reached about 50. Of the 200 people, about 50 were eliminated, leaving about 150. At this time, more than 70 fighting platforms had appeared in the void. When more than 70 fighting platforms had appeared, the void channel where the winners of the next round were in began to merge with the previous one. Lu Ming opened his eyes. A passage appeared on one side of the fighting ring. At the entrance of the passage, a young man stepped out. Just like before, the young man's face turned pale when he saw Lu Ming. How unlucky! The man muttered. Lu Ming's battle with young Master Lin was too powerful. Those who had seen him fight knew very well that they were no match for Lu Ming. Meeting Lu Ming was equivalent to ending the assessment early. I will fight with all my strength. The young man shouted loudly. He used all his strength and rushed toward Lu Ming. However, the result was obvious. He was easily defeated by Lu Ming. On the other fighting rings, battles also broke out. This battle was equivalent to the battle between the top 75 and the top 150. This battle was much more intense than the previous one because those who could make it to the end would be stronger and stronger. The heavens' favorites like Eden and Bing Kong easily defeated their opponents and won. That is, the bloodline of the ancient dragon elephant. The Dragon God Valley's experts were paying attention to the battles on the battle platforms. Suddenly their eyes widened in surprise. On one of the battle platforms, Long Qian used his bloodline fusion and crushed his opponent, winning the battle. It's really the Archean dragonesque elephant bloodline. It's really shocking. There are actually 9 dragon bloodlines in a mere continent group of the divine ruins. Now even the Archean dragonesque elephant bloodline has appeared. The expert from the Zhou sword sect side. That woman is not bad either. Such pure demonic qi and demonic will. An expert from the Tianyu demonic sect stared at one of the battle platforms. Xianxia was fighting against another heaven's favorite, and Xianxia had also won easily. Ever since Xianxia obtained the inheritance of that demonic cultivator, her cultivation and combat strength had been improving rapidly. Also, that one is not bad. The powerhouses from the 4 great forces of the Yuan continent were paying attention to the battles on each fighting ring. They nodded their heads frequently. Obviously, some people made them quite satisfied. In the end, all the battles came to an end. The losers were all eliminated and the victors moved on to the next stage. On the Divine Wilderness continent side, Yang Patian, the unscrupulous monk, lost to his opponent due to his lacking cultivation. As for Lu Ming, Long Qian, Xianxia and Xianxia, they had all advanced. After Lu Ming won, he continued to step into the void channel. This round was more difficult than the previous 2. Not only did it test one's determination, but it also tested one's combat power. However, to Lu Ming it was still an easy pass. This time, Lu Ming was the first one to pass the 3rd level and appeared on another platform. This round was not too difficult for Lu Ming. However, it was extremely difficult for the other geniuses. 25 people were eliminated in this round. Only the remaining 50 people successfully passed the test. What a coincidence. When the void passages converged, a figure stepped into the fighting ring where Lu Ming was. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. Wang Zhen. The person who had stepped into Lu Ming's fighting ring was Wang Zhen, one of the 3 strongest geniuses of the South God Palace. When Wang Zhen saw Lu Ming, his face darkened and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. It's Wang Zhen. Wang Zhen actually met Lu Ming so early. This match is going to be interesting. A battle between 2 strong powerhouses. Many people revealed excited expressions. Wang Zhen was one of the 3 strongest heaven's favorites in the South God Palace. Although his reputation was not as good as Ziwuji's, he was not to be underestimated. In the entire continent of the Divine Ruins, Wang Zhen was the top heaven's favorite. His combat strength was definitely not weak. Although the combat strength that Lu Ming displayed was very strong, they had not fought before. It was still unknown who was stronger and weaker. Lu Ming, you're quite powerful. Unfortunately, you've offended too many people. How about we make a deal? If you lose to me, I can help you settle those troubles. Wang Zhen's eyes turned as he spoke. Help me settle the trouble? I want to know how you're going to settle this. For example, that young Master Lin must hate me to the core right now. How do you want to settle this? Lu Ming said with a faint smile. My Wang family still has some influence in the South God Palace. If you lose to me on purpose, I will put in a few good words for you in front of young Master Lin. At that time you can apologize and this matter will be over. Wang Zhen said confidently. You want me to lose to you so that you can be chosen by the major sects of the Yuanlu continent, right? Since your Wang family is so capable, why don't you just put in a few good words for yourself? Then you can join a big sect in the Yuanlu continent. Why do you need to play such a low-level trick? Lu Ming revealed a mocking expression. Lu Ming, I'm talking to you nicely. Don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. If we really have to fight, I'm not afraid of you. Wang Zhen said with a gloomy face. Then why are you still talking? Make your move. You don't have to worry about my matters. Lu Ming smiled faintly. You don't know how to appreciate my kindness. Bang. Wang Zhen said coldly as he took a step forward. As he did so, a milky white light shot up from his body. This light was incomparably holy, as if it could purify all evil. Divine sort of holy light. Wang Zhen was bathed in the pure white holy light. He clenched his hands in the air and 2 pure white combat swords appeared in his hands. The 2 combat swords crossed and slashed out, forming a cross-shaped sword chi that was aimed at Lu Ming. Buzz. Lu Ming took a step forward. With a flash of his body he dodged the cross-shaped sword aura and charged toward Wang Zhen. Holy light storm. Wang Zhen's figure continued to spin and endless holy light was driven, forming a sword storm that poured toward Lu Ming. Small tricks. Lu Ming laughed contemptuously and burst out with 9 streams of dragon energy. He activated the prison-suppressing heaven technique and threw a punch. The prison-suppressing heavenly art could suppress everything. Even if you had tens of thousands of sword chi, you could break them with a single punch. Boom. The endless sword chi storm was shattered in an instant. Wang Zhen's expression changed. He crossed his swords in front of him to block Lu Ming's fist. With a loud thud, Wang Zhen was sent flying by Lu Ming's punch. I don't believe it. Supreme Holy Light Technique. Wang Zhen shouted and a battle armor appeared above his head. It was a milky white battle armor and the holy light was vast and mighty like the deep sea. This was Wang Zhen's bloodline, a battle armor. Moreover, when Wang Zhen used the bloodline fusion it was very strange. It was somewhat different from the others. When he used the bloodline fusion, it was as if he was wearing a battle armor directly on his body, causing his aura to soar wildly. A milky white ray of light shot towards Lu Ming. Chapter 1258. 1258 Chapter 1258 Battle Between Sisters. A martial technique of creation. Without a doubt, Wang Zhen had also used a martial technique of creation. The martial technique of conception of holy light. This beam of light looked peaceful, but it had the power to destroy everything. In Lu Ming's body the essential core continued to circulate. With the support of the 9 dragon energies, it was filled with explosive power. Boom. Activating the prison-suppressing heaven technique, Lu Ming's palm was like a knife as he slashed at the beam of light. Break. As soon as Lu Ming finished speaking, the light beam was split into 2 by Lu Ming's palm. How can there be such a powerful force? Wang Zhen roared in disbelief in his heart. In terms of cultivation, his cultivation had reached the middle 8th level spiritual god realm, which was stronger than Lu Ming's. After performing the blood fusion and using martial arts techniques of intent, he was still broken by Lu Ming's palm. Most importantly, Lu Ming had not performed the blood meridian fusion and had not revealed his strongest combat strength. Previously, when Lu Ming fought with young Master Lin, he had more tricks up his sleeve. Wang Zhen found it hard to accept that he had been able to break through his killing move even before he had unleashed his full power. Holy Light 9 Beheading. The armor on Wang Zhen's body was extremely bright. The 2 combat swords in his hands condensed into one and he slashed 9 times in a row. The power of the 9 swords stacked up and exploded with a terrifying power. Roar. A dragon's roar was heard as Lu Ming burst out with the 9 dragon bloodline and transformed into 9 dragons. He stepped out with his dragon claws and continuously clashed with the milky white sword radiance. Boom. 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 After 9 consecutive explosions, the milky white sword radiance shattered into pieces. Buzz. Then the 9 dragons launched a series of attacks. Some used the prison suppression heavenly art while others used the thunder god strike. In the air, the shadow of the prison suppressing steel appeared and pressed down on Wang Zhen. Lightning condensed into a phoenix, which spread its wings and flew toward Wang Zhen. Bang. 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 The powerful attack landed on Wang Zhen's armor, causing it to shake violently and let out an unpleasant creak. In the end, it couldn't bear the heavy load and directly exploded. Wang Zhen wailed and spat out a large mouthful of blood as he was sent flying. With a twist of their bodies, the 9 dragons appeared in front of Wang Zhen in an instant. Their dragon claws struck down and heavily struck on Wang Zhen's body. Wang Zhen was as weak as a little chick. He was heavily smashed onto the fighting stage, blood spurting out of his mouth like crazy. I admit defeat, I admit defeat. Wang Zhen admitted defeat in humiliation. Lu Ming could continue to attack if he did not admit defeat. After Wang Zhen admitted defeat, the space around him distorted and his figure was teleported out. Damn it, this bastard. After coming out, Wang Zhen was roaring in his heart. He was not confident that he would be eliminated so early. He did not know if he could catch the eyes of the major sects in the Yuanlu continent. If he fell behind, he would make Lu Ming pay the price. He swore in his heart. Look, are they sisters? So similar. They really look like each other. And they're both so beautiful. They're devastatingly beautiful. At this moment someone shouted. Wang Zhen looked toward the source of the voice and saw two female characters on one of the fighting rings. One of them was wearing a black dress, while the other was wearing a white dress. They formed a sharp contrast, but their looks were almost exactly the same. They were Xianxia and Xianxia. When two identical beauties met, they naturally attracted attention and many people's gazes. Even the experts from the four forces of the Yuanlu continent looked at them with interest. Isn't this woman Lu Ming's woman? I'll let Nianjuan teach her a lesson and avenge me. Wang Zhen thought in his heart. On the fighting ring, Xianxia and Xianxia stood opposite each other, staring at each other with lightning-like eyes. Not long after, the two of them once again engaged in battle, and this time the victor was bound to be determined. Xianxia, you're a weirdo. Today I'm going to officially eliminate you on behalf of the royal family and the Xie family. Xianxia spoke coldly, his face still showing his arrogance and disdain. Xianxia, don't put on such a high and mighty expression. Is your bloodline very noble? In my heart you're worthless. Today I'll completely trample you under my feet and crush your so-called dignity. I'll let you understand that the Xie family is not worth mentioning. Xianxia didn't back down at all and fought back. There's no point in talking nonsense, let's see who's stronger. Xianxia said. A milky white light emanated from her body, similar to Wang Zhen's. It was a holy light. However, Xianxia's holy light was purer and more condensed than Wang Zhen's. 9 Heavens Holy Domain. Xianxia made the first move. With a press of her hand, holy light filled the air and formed a force field that enveloped Xianxia. This is the embryonic form of a domain. No, it doesn't look like it. Xianxia's attack made the experts from the Tianshan sect and Jiuxiao sword sect raise their eyebrows in surprise. The white-haired elder of the Divine Sky sect was especially delighted. He looked at Xianxia with admiration. This move again break. Xianxia's face was calm. He pointed his finger like a sword and slashed forward. Black lotus flowers formed in front of Xianxia's fingers. Then the lotus flowers scattered, and the petals condensed into a lotus sword in the air, which slashed down at the 9 heavenly saint realm. With a plop, the 9 heaven saint realm was actually cut open by Xianxia. You. Xianxia's expression turned ugly. He didn't expect Xianxia to be able to break through her 9 heavens saint realm so easily. Your cultivation is too weak. Xianxia's indifferent voice came out of his mouth. At the same time, an aura stronger than Xianxia's burst out from his body. The aura of the 7th level of the spiritual god realm. 7th level of the spiritual god realm. How can you possibly reach the 7th level of the spiritual god realm so quickly? Xianxia shouted in disbelief. During this period of time she had been very close to Wang Zhen. With the help of the Wang family's strength, her cultivation had progressed extremely quickly. Furthermore, she had also obtained other opportunities, breaking through the hidden gates one after another and reaching the 6th level of the spiritual god realm. She had originally thought that no one in the divine wilderness continent was her match. She did not even fear Long Qin. However, when she saw Lu Ming's display of power and how even young Master Lin, the pride of the deity sect, was not his match, she was shocked and in disbelief. It was a heavy blow to her confidence. But now she realized that even Xianxia, who she had always looked down on and regarded as an anomaly, had surpassed her and reached the 7th level of the spiritual god realm. He found it hard to accept. So what if you've broken through to the 7th level of the spiritual god realm? I can still defeat you. Xianxia shouted, and the figure of a beautiful woman appeared above his head. She was as holy as a fairy from the 9 heavens. She used her bloodline fusion and attacked Xianxia. Sky Devil Force Field. As Xianxia spoke, a force field spread towards Xianxia. Xianxia's Sky Demon Force Field was much stronger than before. As soon as Xianxia's body entered the field, it was as if he had fallen into a quagmire. One thought demonic sky, Xianxia pinched his fingers and demonic qi soared into the sky. Vast demonic might filled the air like a supreme demonic god. The demonic aura made Xianxuan's heart tremble. Legendary Paths of the Dragon Lord. Chapter 1259. 1259 Chapter 1259 Defeating Yanjuan. Xianxia was like a demonic woman, her long hair flying in the wind, and her demonic qi was vast. She walked towards Xianxia with light steps. I won't lose to you. Xianxuan's beautiful face was twisted with anger and excitement. The bloodline she had transformed into bloomed with holy light as she used all her strength to slap Xianxia. Xianxia also raised her hand and lightly slapped out. Bang! The two palms collided and the holy light was suppressed in an instant. The vast demonic power crushed the holy light like a piece of rotten wood. Whoosh! Whoosh! Then Xianxia waved her hand and a black lotus flower condensed and fell on Xianxuan. Xianxuan's bloodline seemed to be under endless pressure. Deep marks appeared on his body and then it dispersed. Xianxuan's bloodline dispersed and appeared in the rain of light. Her beautiful face was pale and the blood in her mouth was like red plum blossoms. Xianxia continued to step forward and hit Xianxuan with his palm. Xianxia groaned and spat out a few more mouthfuls of blood. As if he had been electrocuted, he flew far away and fell on the fighting ring. How did this happen? Outside, Wangzhen was dumbfounded. He found it hard to believe. He had gotten to know Xianxuan quite well. Not only was he beautiful but he was also shockingly talented. With the Wang family's help and her own fortuitous encounter, his cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds. In just a few months he had reached the 6th-level spiritual god realm. Even he felt inferior to such talent. He had thought that Xianxia would win, but he didn't expect Xianxuan to lose so easily. This woman is born to be a demon. My Tianyu demon sect wants her. The Tianyu demonic sect's expert looked at Xianxia with a glint in his eyes. Her cultivation level is only higher. The other girl is not bad either. My Tianshan sect wants her. The white-haired elder from the Tianshan sect looked at Xianxuan. Around them the others were envious. The assessment was not over yet, but the two of them had already been decided by the two major forces. They would definitely be able to join the two major forces, no matter what the assessment would be. Impossible. On the fighting ring, Xianxuan cried out in disbelief. Her hair was disheveled and she looked extremely disheveled. She did not look like the peerless princess or goddess at all. As proud as she was, she found it hard to accept this result. In the divine wilderness continent she was high and mighty, second only to Long Chen. She was ranked second. Since she was young she had been shrouded in an endless halo, like a moon surrounded by stars. She was the focus of the world. On the other hand, Xianxuan was the complete opposite. He was ostracized by the royal family and disdained by the Xia family. He didn't even have the chance to show his face in front of the public. Compared to Xianxuan, they were like heaven and earth. In the past she had never thought that Xianxuan would one day defeat her. So when the day came she was at a loss, as if she was in a dream. What pure blood of the Xia family! In our eyes, it's all you self-righteous people who are deceiving your slaviers. In fact, you can't even withstand a single blow. I've defeated you today and I'll defeat Xia Qitian in the future as well. I'll let the world know that your so-called pure bloodline is just a joke. So I won't kill you today. Get lost. As Xianxuan spoke, he waved his hand and a gust of wind blew Xianxuan away. The space distorted and Xianxuan was teleported out. Nianjuan, are you all right? As soon as Xianxuan appeared, Wangzhen flew over and greeted him. I'm fine. Xianxuan said, but his eyes were extremely cold. You lost too? He looked at Wangzhen and asked. Who did you meet? Lu Ming. Wangzhen hesitated for a moment before finally gritting his teeth and saying, Lu Ming again. Xianxuan clenched his fists tightly. At this moment the battles on the various fighting rings had almost come to an end. Those who could reach this stage were all very strong, but compared to the small group of people at the top, the gap was also very obvious, so the battle did not take very long. At this point there were only 25 people left. Each of these 25 people was extremely powerful. For example, the top geniuses of the 4 divine palaces, as well as the geniuses of the second and third continents. It was worth mentioning that there were also many dark horses. Among the 25 people, only 18 of them had stepped onto the Fecta Peak previously. The remaining 7 were newcomers such as Lu Ming, Long Qin, and Xianxia. Lu Ming, Long Qin, and Xianxia seemed to be from the same continent. At this moment someone spoke out in bewilderment. No way. From the same continent? That's impossible. Apart from the Divine Ruins continent, there were only 3 people from the Blood Sun continent who could make it to this point. If these 3 people came from the same continent, wouldn't they be on par with the Blood Sun continent? By the way, which continent did they come from? I know they are from the Divine Wilderness continent. What? Divine Wilderness continent? That's impossible, right? That small continent? There were sounds of discussion all around. When everyone found out that Lu Ming and the other 2 were from the Divine Wilderness continent, they were all dumbfounded and in disbelief. A single Divine Wilderness continent could actually give birth to so many elites. Furthermore, Xianxia should also be from the Divine Wilderness continent and had already been chosen by the Tianxin sect. If that was the case, the Divine Wilderness continent would be too shocking. Outside, the crowd was discussing in surprise. Lu Ming and the rest had already stepped into the void passage behind. Not long after Lu Ming stepped into the void channel, he was faced with a storm of attacks. One figure after another condensed and charged toward Lu Ming. At the same time, inscriptions filled the void passage, forming an even more terrifying attack. This trial tested nothing but pure combat power and combat experience. If one wanted to pass this trial, they would have to keep going. Lu Ming burst out with his dragon power and crushed his way through. However, the further he went, the stronger the attacks were and the greater the resistance. Even with Lu Ming's combat strength, he had to put in some effort. Outside the void passage, there were flashes of light from time to time. It was experts being eliminated and transported out. It can't be. This stage is so difficult that even a genius like him was eliminated. Some people were secretly shocked. To be able to make it this far and enter the top 25, they were all extremely talented people. However, there were still people who were constantly eliminated. It could be seen that this round was really too difficult. That's dried blood, the second strongest heaven's favorite in the land of Blood Sun. There's also the Ice Dragon, one of the 4 strongest geniuses of the North God Palace. Even he was eliminated. This is too shocking. The space flickered continuously as elites were transported out. Ice Dragon's face was gloomy. He couldn't even pass the level, which made him feel extremely embarrassed. Did you all notice? The 3 from the Divine Wilderness continent have not been eliminated. It's true. Don't tell me that they'll be able to clear it. That's too unbelievable. Some people thought of Lu Ming and the other 2. As time passed, more and more people were eliminated. Chapter 1260. 1260 Chapter 1260 Depressed Young Master Lin. In the end, even geniuses like Ji Hongchen couldn't get through the 4 divine palaces and were teleported out. Guys, look. Someone passed. Suddenly someone shouted. A spot of light lit up in front of them and a figure appeared in the light. It's Eden of the Eastern God Palace. He exclaimed. It's really Eden. It's not Lu Ming or Bing Kong. It seems that Eden's combat strength is extremely terrifying. Eden was the first one to appear, which was a bit surprising. After all, Lu Ming's performance was very domineering. Many people thought that Lu Ming would be the first to succeed. This time it was not a fighting ring that appeared in the light spot. It was just a platform that could only allow one person to stand. Buzz. At this moment, another spot of light appeared not far from Eden. This time it was Bing Kong, the strongest heaven's favorite of the North God Palace. At the same time, there was only a platform under the ice. He stood on the platform and looked at Eden with sharp eyes. It was as if they could see each other. Eden's gaze also turned to the ice, and there seemed to be a flame bursting out between the two. The second one to succeed was Bing Kong, not Lu Ming. It seems like I've overestimated him. That's normal. The first few rounds tested one's willpower. Willpower is a huge factor. Lu Ming's willpower is strong, but that doesn't mean that his combat strength is superior to everyone else. Eden, Bing Kong, and the others are all extremely terrifying and have unparalleled combat strength. I'm afraid they can defeat young Master Lin. Shush, lower your voice. Some of them were discussing. When they finished speaking, they quickly shut their mouths and carefully looked in the direction of the Tianxin sect. Unfortunately, although her voice was soft, young Master Lin still heard her. This made his face turn even darker. In the void passageway, Lu Ming was still challenging the levels. However, he did not unleash his strongest combat strength or perform the bloodline fusion. He only unleashed 9 streams of dragon energy, supported by his intent realm, and performed the prison-suppressing heavenly technique, breaking through all the levels. I feel like my water concept is about to break through. In the midst of the battle, the corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled into a smile. When he was in the divine ruins, his thunder, fire, and wind concepts had already broken through to the full circle of level 4. There was also the earth and water concepts, which were still at the peak of level 4 great completion. Now, after a series of battles, his water concept finally showed signs of a breakthrough. As such, Lu Ming was no longer in a hurry. He focused on operating his intent to resist the outside world. He couldn't miss such an opportunity. If he missed it, he didn't know when he would be able to break through again. Lu Ming's speed of clearing the levels gradually slowed down. As time passed, the number of successful challengers slowly increased. Ziwuji, Jianzhan, and Xue Mingyang followed closely behind Eden and Bing Kong. Behind Xue Mingyang and the other two, a young man with skin as hard as iron stepped out. Everyone recognized him. He was the #1 prodigy of the Third Continent, Tai Hong of the Godly Metal Continent. Not long after, a beautiful woman appeared. She was also a dark horse that rose from a small continent. Before, she had attracted a lot of attention, and now she was the 7th to pass. Lu Ming hasn't appeared yet. It seems like his combat strength isn't that strong. Not bad. Many people were discussing. This made young Master Lin's face even gloomier. His heart was conflicted. Firstly, he wanted Lu Ming to fail the round and be eliminated. However, this would mean that Lu Ming's combat level was low. If Lu Ming could defeat him despite his low combat level, did that not mean that he was even more trashy? Now he felt very uncomfortable when he heard others discussing Lu Ming's combat level. It's all because of that guy Lu Ming. Young Master Lin gritted his teeth. In the void there were 7 spots of light. In the spots of light there were platforms. 7 people stood on the platforms. It was as if there was a transparent bubble wrapped around a platform in the void. It was arranged in an arc and they could all see each other. Buzz. At this moment, another spot of light appeared and a figure appeared on the platform. Longchen. The 8th to appear was Longchen. That's the Divine Wilderness Continent's Longchen. This person's cultivation is only at the 7th level of the spiritual god realm, but he actually managed to clear the stage. It's really unbelievable. That's right. 8th level spiritual god realm geniuses like Ice Dragon and Ji Hongchen have been eliminated. He managed to pass the test with his cultivation at the 7th level of the spiritual god realm. Long Chen's appearance caused a wave of discussion. It was extremely shocking. The bloodline of the Archean dragonesque elephant, one of the top 10 battle beasts. It is indeed unfathomable and difficult to predict. The eyes of the experts from Dragon God Valley were burning with passion. The other 3 powers also revealed expressions of interest. Even in the Yuan continent, it was extremely rare to see someone who could awaken such a bloodline. After Long Chen, another dot of light appeared and a beautiful woman stepped out. Xianxia. Many people's hearts trembled and they looked surprised. Obviously, they didn't expect the person to be Xianxia. Like Long Chen, Xianxia was also at the 7th level of the spiritual god realm. Even the experts from the 4 forces of the Yuan continent were surprised that he could pass the test. How is that possible? Seeing Xianxia's figure, Xian Yanjuan's body trembled violently. His face was full of disbelief and he couldn't accept it. Xianxia's success meant that he didn't use much of his combat power in the previous battle. This was a huge blow to her. Her heart was filled with jealousy, causing the muscles on her face to twist slightly, making her look a little ferocious. Xianxia and Long Chen looked at each other and nodded slightly. Then they looked around. When they didn't see Lu Ming, they were both surprised. In their opinion, Lu Ming should have already succeeded in clearing the stage. He will definitely succeed. It's just that he has been delayed by something. Xianxia muttered. She had full confidence in Lu Ming. Everyone waited in silence. After a while, 15 people had been eliminated. Initially there were 25 people. Now 15 had been eliminated and 9 had successfully cleared the level. There was still one person who was still in the midst of clearing the level, and this person was obviously Lu Ming. What's going on? Lu Ming has not come out yet. He has not been eliminated and he has not succeeded in clearing the stage. It is indeed strange. What's so strange about that? I think he's just struggling because he's not strong enough. He's just unwilling to give up. He's just trash. There were also people who were disdainful and sneered. Everyone looked over and saw that it was the proud son of heaven of the North God Palace, Ice Dragon. On the side of the heavenly god sect, young Master Lin's face turned black again. He was so depressed that he was about to vomit blood. It was an undeniable fact that Lu Ming had defeated him. Now that others were belittling and looking down on Lu Ming, it was the same as belittling and looking down on him. If they said that Lu Ming was trash, they would be saying that he was worse than trash. He had been shot without doing anything, so how could he not be depressed? But he couldn't do anything. Could it be that he had to stand up for Lu Ming and teach those people who belittled Lu Ming a lesson? Wouldn't he be even more depressed? Chapter 1261. 1261 Chapter 1261 Battle between the strong. Time passed slowly but Lu Ming had not appeared. 10 minutes, half an hour. 2 hours had passed but Lu Ming still did not appear. Some people were already getting anxious. What's going on? Lu Ming hasn't appeared yet. What's going on? Could he have died inside? It can't be. If Lu Ming died inside, the experts of the Heavenly God Sect would definitely know. Now that the experts of the Heavenly God Sect have not said anything, it means that Lu Ming is not dead. Then why do you need so long? It had been a long time. Even those who had high hopes for Lu Ming were wavering. Previously, Lu Ming had won against young Master Lin. This made some people think highly of him. They felt that even if Lu Ming could not get first place, he would most likely be in the top 3. But now many people were wavering. Some people even guessed that Lu Ming might have used some kind of secret skill in his battle with young Master Lin, which increased his combat strength in a short period of time. However, there were huge aftereffects. At this moment his combat strength was probably not enough and he was struggling to hold on. As time passed, more and more people accepted this view. Lu Ming was unaware of all this. He was still in the void channel, resisting the attacks from all directions. Right now he was continuously weakening the power of the prison subduing heaven technique, mainly using his intent to resist and train his intent. As time passed, his comprehension of the water intent became stronger and stronger, and the feeling of a breakthrough also became stronger. A few hours passed. Suddenly, the blue light from the 5-colored concept that surrounded Lu Ming's body suddenly brightened. The blue light represented the concept of water. His water concept had broken through and reached the full circle of level 4. Now he was only left with the earth will, which had not reached the completion of level 4. If his earth concept had also broken through to the great circle of the 4th level, Lu Ming would only need to find time to continuously devour and refine the rough stones. His cultivation would continue to break through until he reached the great circle of the spiritual god realm. Of course, it wasn't that easy to reach the supreme level. One had to transform their intent into a domain. The breakthrough in the water concept had slightly increased Lu Ming's combat strength. Although it was not by much, it was better than nothing. It's done. Lu Ming smiled and pressed his palm down. With the support of the 5-colored concept, the power of the prison-suppressing heaven technique skyrocketed. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Ming's palm was like a prison-suppressing steel, suppressing the heavens. All around, the figures and the attack power formed by the formation were destroyed one by one. Lu Ming's speed was getting faster and faster. There was no way to stop him. In less than 3 minutes, Lu Ming had covered a distance of more than 10 miles. There was a platform in front of him and Lu Ming stepped onto it. He passed. It's Lu Ming. He passed. As soon as Lu Ming appeared, there was a clamor all around. It took me more than 2 hours to clear it, hee. Some people sneered and scoffed. When Lu Ming's figure appeared, the light spots that appeared in the first and second stages dispersed one by one like bubbles. In the end, only 10 people passed this round. What? As soon as Lu Ming stepped onto the platform, he saw Xianxia, Long Chen, Eden, Bing Kong and the others. He and Xianxia looked at each other and smiled tacitly. Then they nodded to Long Chen. Eden, Bing Kong, Jianzhan and the others also looked at Lu Ming one by one. Some were solemn, some were contemptuous, and there were many others. In the air, the 10 of them formed a circle and floated in the air looking at each other. At this moment, a light spot floated out from the center of the 10 people. Slowly, a fighting ring condensed and floated in the center of the 10 people. It seemed that the battle between the 10 of them was about to begin on this battle platform. Suddenly, 2 of the platforms flew toward the fighting ring. Eden and Tai Hong. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. The 2 people flying towards the fighting ring were Eden and Tai Hong. After the 2 of them flew to the fighting ring, the platform under their feet automatically disappeared. The 2 of them automatically landed on the fighting ring and stood opposite each other. It seemed that the duels were random. Whichever 2 people flew to the fighting ring would fight. Eden, let's fight. Tai Hong's eyes were filled with battle intent. His muscles and skin were like divine metal, emitting a cold light. Come on. Eden opened his mouth. It was very simple. He clenched his fist in the air, and his vital essence condensed into a 9-string zither. You're not going to use a real spirit weapon. Tai Hong's eyes turned cold. I'll use it when I need it, Eden said. His voice was calm, but it revealed his great confidence in himself. You're really arrogant. Don't you regret it? Hong Tai snorted coldly. The muscles on his body wriggled and his body swelled up. The metallic luster became even more intense. A pair of gloves appeared in his hands. He stomped on the fighting ring and turned into a black light, rushing toward Eden. With a single punch, the entire fighting ring shook violently. Chi. The 9-string zither in Eden's hand floated in front of him. He played the zither with one hand, and sonorous notes spread out like golden spears and iron horses, as if thousands of troops were on the expedition. The zither music was filled with cold, killing intent. Tai Hong's expression changed. With a loud roar, he punched the air with his fists. Clang, clang, clang. Tai Hong's fist struck the air, producing a series of metal clanging sounds. Sparks flew from his fist. Buzz. Around the fighting ring, there was an endless amount of sharp chi shooting out. Fortunately, there was a layer of light around the fighting ring that blocked these attacks. Buzz. Tai Hong's body trembled in midair as he took a few steps back. The 9-string zither in Eden's hand also buzzed and vibrated, and he slid back a meter. So strong. Many people's hearts trembled. The short exchange of blows allowed them to see the strength of the 2. Tai Hong's cultivation had actually reached the astonishing peak of the 8th level spiritual god realm. He was even stronger than Bing Ling, Ji Hongchen and the others. He was no weaker than young Master Lin. Eden, on the other hand, was even more unfathomable. In the exchange just now, many people couldn't see through Eden's depths at all. Again, divine metal breaking the heavens. Tai Hong roared, his entire body turned into metal, like an invincible god of war. He rushed towards Eden and unleashed his martial technique. Buzz, buzz, whoosh. The zither music of Eden started to become more and more rapid. It was as if hundreds of millions of experts were fighting, and the murderous aura was shocking. This kind of attack could kill without a trace. It was absolutely terrifying. Clang, clang, clang. Bursts of rumbling sounds continuously rang out in the air, even more concentrated than iron forging. In an instant, hundreds of sounds rang out. Tai Hong's voice was like a great bell. The more he fought, the fiercer he became. Sometimes he completely disregarded defense and launched a crazy attack. His body was a supreme spiritual weapon with unparalleled defense and attack power. Lose. Tai Hong's eyes revealed a malevolent look. He was the #1 genius of the godly metal continent. He was confident that he would not be weaker than anyone. He would even defeat the geniuses of the divine ruins continent. Chapter 1262. 1262 Lu Ming and Xianxia. Tai Hong was like a war machine forged from a piece of divine metal. He had cultivated his attack and defense to the extreme. He continued to advance, breaking through the zither music of Eden and killing his way toward Eden. Phoenix cry. At this moment, a clear voice came from Eden's mouth. At the same time, his zither music suddenly changed. It was like a phoenix soaring into the sky, and the cry of a phoenix resounded through the sky. A phoenix could be seen flying out of the 9-string zither of Eden. A blazing phoenix bathed in phoenix flames flapped its wings and pounced towards Tai Hong. Bang! Bang! Tai Hong's fists continued to swing out in an attempt to defeat the phoenix. However, in the end, not only did he fail to defeat the phoenix, he was also pushed back by the phoenix. He was pushed back 100 meters and his fists were burned red by the flames. Buzz. The phoenix continued to screech as it flew towards Tai Hong. Break. Die. Tai Hong shouted as his true yuan boiled and a metal man appeared above his head. In ancient times, there was a legend that the human emperor had cast iron men and shook the world. Tai Hong's bloodline was this kind of iron man. There were 9 major acupuncture points on his body like 9 small suns, emitting 10,000 rays of light. Tai Hong transformed into a man of iron and became even more powerful. He kept attacking the flaming phoenix and punching out with both his fists. Boom, boom, boom. After dozens of explosions, the blazing phoenix and Tai Hong were evenly matched. But at this moment, the cry of a phoenix rang out and a green phoenix flew out. The green phoenix was bathed in the power of wind. It worked together with the blazing phoenix. With a flap of its wings, the wind boosted the flames and the flames filled the sky, spreading towards Tai Hong. Tai Hong was shocked and tried his best to defend, but he was still no match for the 2 phoenixes. So powerful. Eden's strength is truly unfathomable. That's right. Tai Hong's cultivation has reached the peak of the 8th level spiritual god realm. His combat strength is at most a little weaker than young Master Lin's, but he's no match for Eden. Eden is too strong. He hasn't even used his bloodline yet. He hasn't even used the zither on his back. The onlookers stared at the fighting ring and the battle between the two, their eyes full of amazement. He was just a member of the younger generation. With such battle prowess, he could definitely fight against a supreme martial artist. He could be called a supreme youth. After a few more moves, Tai Hong finally lost and was completely suppressed. In the end, his bloodline body was defeated and he had no choice but to admit defeat. After Hong Tai admitted defeat, he was teleported out. A stone staircase suddenly appeared in front of the fighting ring. Below the stone staircase was a platform, and Eden's figure was teleported to the platform. He tried, but he couldn't get up the stairs. So he stood on the platform below the stairs and watched the battle. As expected, 2 more platforms flew towards the central platform. This time it was the beautiful woman and the other person was Bing Kong. The stunning woman's combat strength was also very terrifying. She was not weaker than Tai Hong. Unfortunately, Bing Kong was even stronger. With a wave of her hand she could freeze everything. Her martial arts techniques had reached an unfathomable level. It didn't take long for him to defeat the beautiful woman. The stunning woman was teleported out and Bing Kong, like Eden, appeared on the platform below the stairs. Then 2 more platforms flew to the fighting ring. Long Chin. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. One of them was Long Chin while the other was Sword Warrior. This battle had stunned everyone. It wasn't because of the sword battle but because of Long Chin. Jian Zhan's cultivation was unfathomable, and his battle power was unparalleled. His sword light was shocking and the power of his sword way was something everyone had long prepared for. However, Long Chen's combat strength was beyond everyone's expectations. Long Chen's cultivation was only at the middle 7th level spiritual god realm. However, his combat strength was so strong that even the experts of the major sects in the Yuan continent were dumbfounded. Long Chen transformed into the Archean dragonesque elephant bloodline. With his bloodline martial techniques as the main force and his intent martial techniques as the secondary force, he unleashed a terrifying combat power. It was as if the Archean dragonesque elephant had come into being and was sweeping the world. The Archean dragonesque elephant was one of the top 10 battle beasts. It was famous for its combat strength, and few existences in the world could compare with it. It was absolutely terrifying. It was obvious that Long Chen had gained a lot in the divine ruins, and his combat power had become stronger. In a situation where his cultivation was far behind, he had fought with Jian Zhan for more than 50 moves and was finally defeated. This caused Jian Zhan's expression to turn extremely gloomy. It was just a martial artist in the middle stage of the 7th level spiritual god realm. With his combat strength, he actually spent more than 50 moves to defeat Long Chen, which made him feel very embarrassed. The divine wilderness continent is truly amazing. Many people sighed again. In the top 10, 3 people from the divine wilderness continent had made it in. Furthermore, Long Chen's combat strength was too terrifying. The Dragon God Valley wants this kid. He is a match for our Dragon God Valley. The Dragon God Valley expert said, his eyes burning. What a joke. Although the Archean dragon elephant with the word dragon in its name has nothing to do with a real dragon. Don't think too highly of yourself, Dragon God Valley. I think he's very suitable to join my Jiuxiao sword sect. The expert from the Jiuxiao sword sect sneered. In my opinion, he is the most suitable person to enter my Tianshan sect. The white-haired elder of the heavenly god sect spoke. Only the Tianyu demonic sect did not speak. After all, the Tianyu demonic sect cultivated the demonic path. No matter how talented they were, it would be useless to choose the wrong person. After 6 consecutive battles, there were only 4 left. Lu Ming, Xianxia, Ziwuji and Shuemingyang. Buzz. Buzz. 2 of the platforms flew toward the fighting ring. Lu Ming was a little stunned because these 2 people were Ziwuji and Shuemingyang. The only ones left were him and Xianxia. Finally, it was his turn to fight against Xianxia. The 2 of them looked at each other and smiled. Xianxia flashed his pearly white teeth and waved his little fist at Lu Ming, causing him to smile bitterly. The battle between Ziwuji and Shuemingyang had broken out. This was the most intense battle so far. Ziwuji was the strongest heaven's favorite of the South God Palace, while Shuemingyang was the #1 heaven's favorite of the Blood Sun continent, which was ranked 2nd. The two's combat strength was almost the same and their battle was extremely intense. The 2 of them fought for more than 500 moves. In the end, Ziwuji was the one who won and obtained the victory with great difficulty. This battle had made everyone clearly realize how terrifying supreme talents like Ziwuji and Shuemingyang were. Early 9th level spiritual god realm. Ziwuji and Shuemingyang's cultivation bases were both at the early stage of the 9th level spiritual god realm. To be able to achieve such a cultivation at such an age was truly shocking. Needless to say, Jian Zhan, Eden, Bing Kong and Ziwuji were equally famous, and their cultivation had definitely reached the 9th level of the spiritual god realm. This made the few young men from the 4 major forces of the Yuan continent look solemn. It was obvious that they had not expected to see a young genius with such a cultivation in the mere continent of the divine ruins. After the battle between Ziwuji and Shuemingyang ended, Shuemingyang was teleported out, while Ziwuji appeared on the platform below the stairs, just like the previous victors. In the end, Lu Ming and Xianxing's platform flew to the middle of the fighting ring. The platform collapsed and the 2 of them landed on the fighting ring facing each other. Chapter 1263. 1263 Suppressing Bing Kong. The surrounding onlookers were also quite surprised. It was not difficult for everyone to tell that Lu Ming and Xianxia were definitely lovers. However, this pair of lovers had been arranged to fight each other. Everyone was very curious. What would be the outcome of the two? On the fighting ring, Lu Ming touched his nose, feeling rather helpless. Lu Ming, do you want to admit defeat? Xianxia smiled cheekily and squinted his big eyes, revealing a sly look. I admit defeat? Sure, but... As Lu Ming spoke, he looked at Bing Kong and the rest at the bottom of the stairs. In a battle with Xianxia, it didn't matter whether he won or lost. If Xianxia wanted him to admit defeat, he would. He was worried that if Xianxia won, he would have to face Bing Kong and the others. With Xianxia's current cultivation, he was no match for Bing Kong and the others. Hee silly, I'm just joking with you. I can't deal with those guys, so I'll leave them to you. You have to get first place or I won't let you off. Xianxia laughed, then looked around and said, I admit defeat. Xianxia admitted defeat. The space twisted and Xianxia was teleported out. Lu Ming was teleported to the platform at the bottom of the stairs. Everyone was speechless. Lu Ming had won too easily. There were a total of 5 people on the platform below the stairs. Lu Ming, Eden, Bing Kong, Jianzhan and Ziwuji. The 5 strongest paragons of the Divine Ruins Continent group had been born. Everyone's eyes fell on the 5 of them. At this moment, the white-haired elder of the Heaven God sect stepped out and his voice spread throughout the entire place. Next, the final battle will begin. It's very simple. All of you will climb the stairs. The first person to do so will be first, the second will be second, and so on. On the stairs, you can use any method. As soon as the white-haired old man finished speaking, Bing Kong, Eden, and the others' eyes lit up. They sized each other up and were on guard. Bang! Bang! All of a sudden, the 5 of them stepped forward at the same time, heading up the stairs. As he stepped down, the stairs rumbled as if a mountain had landed on the stairs. What a strong pressure! As soon as Lu Ming stepped onto the stairs, he felt an immense pressure on his body. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. This flight of stairs was indeed not that simple. Standing on the first step, the 5 of them were on guard against each other, preventing each other from attacking. Lu Ming, what right do you have to be with us? Get lost. At this moment, Bing Kong's cold gaze was directed at Lu Ming as he berated him coldly. When the ice dragon was defeated by Lu Ming back then, he had always harbored a grudge in his heart. He had secretly begged Bing Kong to take revenge for him when he had the chance. At that moment, Bing Kong immediately made his move. Moreover, the 5 people on the field, Eden, Jianzhan, and Ziwuji, were the strongest heaven's favorites of the 4 corners divine palace. They were on par with him. As for Lu Ming, what was he? How could they stand together with them and compete with them? He wanted to blast Lu Ming down first. Buzz! He threw an icy palm at Lu Ming. The icy cold air seemed to be about to freeze Lu Ming's blood. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold as he struck out with his palm, clashing with Bing Kong's palm force. Bang! Bing Kong's body swayed slightly and he took a step back. Lu Ming's body did not move, but a cold current flowed along Lu Ming's arm and seeped into it. Lu Ming blocked it with his 5-colored concept. A layer of white frost covered his arm and crackling sounds could be heard. In the end, Lu Ming circulated his essential core and shook it violently, dispersing the cold air. What a terrifying cold chi! Lu Ming could feel that the cold air was several times stronger than the ice dragon. In a battle of the same level, the ice dragon was no match for Bing Kong. Moreover, Bing Kong's cultivation was higher. You have some strength. Let's see how many moves you can take. Bing Kong's eyes darkened and his aura became even colder. Extreme Ice Seal. The icy palm continued to strike at Lu Ming. The extremely cold palm energy was aimed at Lu Ming. The entire space was frozen wherever the palm energy passed. Everything in the space was frozen. The martial technique of creation and its maturity were definitely not at the 3rd level. It should have reached the 4th level. On the side, Eden, Jianzhan, and Ziwuji all had grave expressions. The dragon energy roared in Lu Ming's body. The 9 streams of dragon energy burst out completely. At the same time, the 3rd bloodline emerged. The blood-red energy surged into Lu Ming's body, and a terrifying killing intent rushed towards the ice. Hoo. Lu Ming activated the prison suppressing heaven technique and punched out with both fists. Bang! 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 The terrifying cold air turned the entire staircase snow-white. Eden Jianzhan and Zi Wuji retreated as they released their Jin Yuan to block the cold air. Lu Ming and Bing Kong exchanged 9 moves in a row. In the end, Lu Ming broke through Bing Kong's palm force and attacked him. "If you want me to go down first, then I'll let you go first." Lu Ming bellowed, his aura soaring. With the prison-suppressing heavenly art in his left hand and lightning flashing in his right hand, he cast the Thunder God's strike. The lightning phoenix danced in the air as it pounced towards the ice. At the same time, the prison-suppressing heaven art also suppressed the ice. Bing Kong's face was dark and his cultivation was pushed to the extreme. The middle stage of the 9th level of the spiritual god realm was slightly higher than Zi Wuji's and Jianzhan's. His true essence was as vast as the ocean. Combined with martial techniques of intent, the power was even more terrifying. Absolute Zero Ice Ceiling World. Bing Kong's black hair turned snow-white and carried a terrifying cold current. He launched a storm-like attack on Lu Ming. Boom, boom, boom. The two of them fought fiercely and exchanged dozens of moves in a row. However, Lu Ming still had the upper hand. At the moment, there were 9 streams of dragon energy in Lu Ming's body. When they burst out, they were extremely powerful, just like Long Chen. Even if his cultivation level was not high enough, he could make up for it. Lu Ming broke through the endless cold currents and continued to attack the ice. In the end, Bing Kong was forced to retreat by Lu Ming's punch. Blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. Then Lu Ming continued to step forward and punch the air, constantly blasting the ice. Bing Kong was completely outmatched and was suppressed by Lu Ming. His body shook violently and he finally retreated down the stairs and landed on the platform below. Lu Ming's combat strength is so strong. Even Bing Kong is being suppressed by him. He's indeed powerful. He's only at the 8th level of the spiritual god realm, a full level behind Bing Kong, but he managed to defeat someone stronger than him. He's really powerful. It seems that he was delayed by something when he was clearing the trial. Otherwise, with his combat strength, he would not be so slow. That's right, we've underestimated him. Previously, when Lu Ming was the 10th person to succeed, he took more than 2 hours. Many people thought that Lu Ming's combat strength was not strong and that he might have used some secret skill to fight with young Master Lin. Now it seemed that it was not the case at all. Lu Ming's combat strength was extremely shocking. He was stronger than they had imagined. Even Bing Kong, who had reached the middle stage of the 9th level spiritual god realm, was suppressed by Lu Ming. Such combat strength was truly shocking. Whoosh! Bing Kong let out an angry roar. The bloodline appeared above his head. It was an ice river that emitted an icy aura. Chapter 1264. 1264 Joining forces to fight Lu Ming. Bing Kong was extremely aggrieved by Lu Ming's attacks. He planned to use his blood meridian fusion to fight Lu Ming. However, Lu Ming could not be bothered with him. He turned around and strode up the stairs. Eden Jianzhan and Zi Wuji were already climbing the stairs with all their might. Zi Wuji, stay. An iron sword appeared in Jianzhan's hand. The iron sword crossed the sky and sword chi whistled as it slashed toward Zi Wuji. Zi Wuji's entire body emitted a rich purple light. The purple light condensed into a long spear, piercing through the air and fighting against the sword. Eden carried the guqin on his back and strode up the stairs. Lu Ming chased after him quickly. Lu Ming, stay here. Bing Kong transformed into an ice river and chased after Lu Ming with a roar. The ice river danced in the air and ice arrows shot out from the ice river, aiming at Lu Ming. You're looking for death. Lu Ming's eyes turned cold. He had already let Bing Kong off, but this person was insatiable. He was really courting death. 9 dragons appeared above Lu Ming's head. Lu Ming transformed into 9 dragons. His dragon claws stepped in the air and pounced toward the ice river. The terrifying power kept colliding with the ice river. Although the ice river was constantly releasing terrifying killing moves, they were all broken by the 9 dragons. The dragon claws kept striking the ice river, making the ice river boil and shake. Damn it! Bing Kong's angry roar came from the ice river. He was no match for Lu Ming even if he activated his blood meridian. Sword battle, Ziwuji and Eden, let's join forces and defeat this person first. Otherwise, with this person around, none of us will be able to win first place. Bing Kong shouted. This made Jianzhan and Ziwuji's eyes flash. Indeed, Lu Ming's combat strength had exceeded their expectations. He was too strong. Even Bing Kong was suppressed by Lu Ming. They knew their own limitations. They were definitely not Lu Ming's match in a one-on-one battle. If they let Lu Ming climb with all his might, they would not be able to get first place. If they dealt with Lu Ming first, it would be hard to tell who would be the first place if only the four of them were left to compete. Buzz. All of a sudden, the sword battle's sword gleam changed direction and slashed at Lu Ming. Ziwuji held a long spear and charged at Lu Ming. They had really joined forces to fight Lu Ming together. So what if we join forces? Then I'll accompany you in a satisfying battle. Lu Ming shouted. The blood in his body was boiling. It had been a long time since he had used his full strength in a battle between his peers. Roar. The 9 dragons let out a roar as their devouring power burst forth, enveloping Bing Kong, Jianzhan, and Ziwuji. At the same time, the 9 dragons stepped into the air and activated the prison suppressing heavenly art, constantly bombarding them. On the stairs, the sound of explosions continued to ring out. The 4 of them were engaged in an intense battle. In the sword battle, Ziwuji performed the fusion of blood meridians one after another, exploding with his strongest combat power to fight Lu Ming. For a time, the 4 of them were actually fighting to a standstill. Lu Ming also went all out. He cast the 9 seals of the divine gate from time to time. This secret skill was extremely powerful. Jianzhan and the others were afraid of it. As soon as they saw the sealing door appear, they tried their best to avoid it. Eden stood at the top of the stairs. He didn't continue to climb. Instead, he stood there and watched the battle below. Geniuses had the pride of geniuses. He could have taken the opportunity to climb all the way to the top of the stairs, but it would be meaningless if he did that. Even if he won, it would be meaningless because the experts of the 4 major powers of the Yuan continent would all see it. In the blink of an eye, Lu Ming and the 3 paragons had exchanged more than 50 moves. This caused the surrounding people to be dumbfounded and shocked. Lu Ming's combat strength was too shocking. It was as if there was no limit. The stronger his opponent was, the stronger he would be. In a situation where his cultivation was lagging behind, he was able to fight against 3 of the strongest heaven's favorites. This was too shocking. There were only a few of them since ancient times. The bloodline of the 9 dragons is indeed incredible. This man is now a member of Dragon God Valley. The experts of Dragon God Valley laughed. What a joke. It's not a must to join Dragon God Valley after awakening the bloodline of the 9 dragons. You can also rise quickly by joining other forces. The expert from the Jiuxiao sword sect said unhappily. Not bad. The Tianyu demonic sect also spoke. Even the experts of the Tianyu demonic sect were tempted by such a person. Only the white-haired old man from the heavenly god sect did not speak. This was because before the 3 great forces Dragon God Valley, Tianyu demon sect, and Jiuxiao sword sect had appeared, he had personally said that he would cancel Lu Ming's assessment. Now that Lu Ming's performance was so amazing, it was simply a slap to his face. He could not bring himself to fight for Lu Ming. You're the ones who are ridiculous. Most of the people in Dragon God Valley have awakened the true dragon bloodline. The worst is the Flood Dragon bloodline. They are all related to dragons. They have broken through to the Emperor realm and cultivated the dragon body. Lu Ming is the most suitable person to join Dragon God Valley. What are you all doing here? The Dragon God Valley expert said unhappily. The others did not say anything. It was meaningless to fight for it now. They had to wait for the assessment to end and let Lu Ming make his own decision. In the Heaven God sect, young Master Lin's face was extremely dark. He was the most displeased one. On the stairs, the battle continued. The 9 dragons roared and attacked with their claws. The dragon tail swept across. Every inch of his body was a weapon that could unleash the strongest power. The more they fought, the more shocked Bing Kong, Jianzhan, and Ziwuji became. They realized that they were gradually losing. They had never thought that there would be such a powerful heaven's favorite in the world. Even with the three of them working together, they were still at a disadvantage. Before the assessment, they did not take Lu Ming seriously. Even if Lu Ming defeated young Master Lin, they did not mind too much. With their combat strength, it would not be too difficult for them to defeat young Master Lin. In their eyes, the only opponents were the strongest geniuses of the four divine palaces. Bing Kong, Eden Jianzhan, and Ziwuji only had one opponent in their eyes. They had never expected that Lu Ming, the young man who had suddenly appeared, would be so powerful. Buzz. Whoosh. At this moment the sound of a zither was heard. At the same time the cry of a phoenix could be heard. A phoenix bathed in flames flew toward Lu Ming. Eden has made his move. Bing Kong, Jianzhan, and Ziwuji's eyes lit up with joy. Eden finally couldn't help but join the battle. Eden finally took out the zither he carried on his back and played the phoenix divine song. The phoenix that flew out was much more powerful than the one that had appeared during the battle with Tai Hong. The claws of the 9 dragons struck the blazing phoenix and sent it flying. However, the scales on the claws of the 9 dragons were also burned red and almost melted. The temperature of the flames was shockingly high. Then another phoenix cry was heard. A green phoenix flew out and worked with the flaming phoenix. The wind boosted the fire and it was even more powerful as it charged towards Lu Ming. Good. Lu Ming shouted, his fighting spirit soaring. He used all his combat strength to fight the 4 of them. Eden's participation made the battle even more intense. Lu Ming used all his means and killed his way through. The power of the prison suppressing heaven technique grew stronger and stronger. Suddenly the sky was filled with lightning. Bolts of lightning as thick as arms shot in all directions. Thunder God strike breakthrough. Chapter 1265. 1265 The youth champion Lu Ming. After an intense battle, Lu Ming's Thunder God strike finally broke through to the 4th level. Martial techniques of creation, like other martial techniques, were divided into 6 levels. The power of the 4th level was already very amazing. His dragon claws were covered in lightning. When he stepped out, the sky was filled with lightning. 9 strikes of the iron sword. An iron sword streaked across the sky, cutting through the space and slashing toward Lu Ming. East rising purple chi. The sky was filled with purple light. A purple spear, extremely sharp, was aimed at Lu Ming's head. Ice Aeon. An ice river made of cold air swept toward Lu Ming. Phoenix dance. A zither appeared above Eden's head. A phoenix pattern was carved on the zither. This was Eden's bloodline, the phoenix zither. The phoenix zither and the ancient zither in Eden's hands merged into one. Sonorous zither notes burst out. This time 7 phoenixes flew out at the same time toward Lu Ming. The 4 strongest paragons attacked at the same time, unleashing their strongest attack that enveloped Lu Ming. Heavens, he's too strong. Lu Ming is definitely no match for him. He's going to be defeated. Someone exclaimed. But even more people had their eyes wide open as they stared at the stairs. They didn't even blink and even forgot to breathe. They didn't dare to blink as they were afraid that the moment they did, the situation would change. They stared at the battle intently. Lu Ming, can you block it? Many people had the same thought. Lu Ming. Xianxia clenched her fists tightly. She was extremely nervous. Lose quickly, lose. It's best if you're killed by this attack. You'd better be annihilated. Those who had a grudge against Lu Ming, such as Ice Dragon, Wang Zhen, Xianxia, and young Master Lin, were praying silently. Look, Lu Ming can't hold on any longer. His blood meridian is collapsing. It's true, he's finished. Lu Ming is too high profile. He's fighting the top 4 alone. He's doomed to lose. Exclamations of shock could be heard. At this time, under the joint attack of the 4 strongest heavens favorites, the 9 dragon bloodline collapsed inch by inch. It seemed to be unable to withstand it and dissipated into light. The crowd saw Lu Ming's body in the light from the collapse of the 9 dragon bloodline. However, in the next moment, Lu Ming's body was drowned in endless light and the attacks of the 4 powerful experts. Lu Ming was dead for sure. Many people thought to themselves, His blood meridian had collapsed. How could Lu Ming withstand such an attack? Collect. At this critical moment, Eden pressed his hands on the zither and forced the 7 phoenixes back. However, Bing Kong, Jianzhan, and Ziwuji didn't stop their attacks. Instead, they became even more violent. Lu Ming was too strong and they were jealous of him. They wanted to take this opportunity to kill Lu Ming in one fell swoop. At this moment, a huge stone tablet rushed out of the light, emitting a bright light. It quickly became the size of a mountain. Suppress. Lu Ming's voice came from the stone tablet. The words on the stone tablet shone with a brilliant light. With a shake, all the attacks were destroyed. The bloodline of the prison suppressing steel. The surrounding spectators were all stunned and only reacted after a long time. Another bloodline, a divine level rank 8 bloodline. Lu Ming actually has 2 types of blood vessels. One is divine level 8 and the other is divine level 9. How is that possible? And what's with his 8th ranked divine bloodline? How could he be so powerful? It can destroy the attacks of Bing Kong and the others in one fell swoop. The scene was in an uproar. At first they thought that Lu Ming would be killed by this attack. However, at the critical moment, Lu Ming actually burst out another kind of blood meridian and blocked the attacks of several powerful experts. It left them dumbfounded. The prison guarding steel. This is the bloodline of the prison guarding steel. The white-haired elder of the Heaven God sect couldn't help but exclaim. It really is the bloodline of the prison guarding steel. One is the 9 dragons and the other is the legendary prison guarding steel. It's incredible. The legendary 9 heaven suppressing steels. The experts from Dragon God Valley Zhou Xian Sword Sect and Tianyu Demon Sect all exclaimed in shock. It was as if seeing the prison-suppressing steel bloodline was more shocking than seeing the 9 dragons bloodline. Suppress. As Lu Ming's voice rang out, the prison-suppressing steel trembled and pressed down on the icy sky. Boom. The huge prison-suppressing steel pressed down on the ice river, causing a scream to come out of the ice river. Again. There was a layer of blood-red light on the prison-suppressing steel, which was the power of the 3rd bloodline. Lu Ming had borrowed more power from the 3rd bloodline to make the power of the prison-suppressing steel even stronger. Boom. The prison-suppressing steel pressed down again and hit the ice river. This time the ice river shook violently and collapsed, turning into energy and dissipating. Bing Kong's figure appeared, blood spurting out of his mouth. He flew far away and hit the platform below the stairs, spitting out a few more mouthfuls of blood. This change was too sudden. From the appearance of the prison-suppressing steel bloodline to its fierce attack on Bing Kong, it had only taken a breath's time to severely injure him. Attack. At this moment in the sword battle, Ziwuji attacked at the same time. His iron sword and long spear were aimed at Lu Ming. The prison-suppressing steel shook and directly hit the iron sword and the long spear. The part below the bloodline was the original body of the prison-suppressing steel, which was indestructible. The iron sword and the spear hit the steel with only 2 clangs before they were flicked away by the bloodline. Buzz. Then the bloodline of the prison-suppressing steel suppressed the 2 of them. With 2 loud bangs, the 2 of them were forced to retreat. Up until now, in the sword battle, Ziwuji and the others had used up a lot of their bloodline power. Lu Ming had just used the prison-suppressing steel bloodline and his bloodline power was still abundant. He kept attacking the 2 of them. Eden didn't do anything during this process. In the sword battle, Ziwuji and Lu Ming could not withstand many moves. Their blood vessels were also destroyed by Lu Ming, and their bodies were sent flying while vomiting blood. The 3 powerhouses were all injured by Lu Ming. Kill. Lu Ming controlled the prison-suppressing steel and continued to suppress the ice. Bing Kong's eyes flashed with fear as he shouted, "I admit defeat." Then the space flashed and Bing Kong was teleported out. Humph. Lu Ming snorted coldly and aimed the prison-suppressing steel at Jianzhan and Ziwuji. The 2 of them were helpless. Now that their blood meridian power had been exhausted, they were no match for Lu Ming and could only admit defeat. Only Lu Ming and Eden were left on the stairs. The prison-suppressing steel shrunk and transformed into Lu Ming's appearance. "Do you still want to continue?" Lu Ming looked at Eden. Just now, Eden had withdrawn its attack at the critical moment. This made Lu Ming's impression of him improve slightly. He did not launch an attack. Is there still a need? I'm not your match. Eden forced a smile and shook his head. He put away his zither and stepped out of the staircase, appearing in the void outside. At this point, Lu Ming was the only one left on the stairs. At this moment, Lu Ming was the center of attention. There was no doubt about the assessment this time. Lu Ming was in first place. This result was beyond everyone's expectations. Lu Ming had single-handedly fought 4 of the strongest geniuses. If anyone had said this before, no one would have believed it. They would definitely have been called a lunatic. Even now, some people were still in a daze and felt that this was very unreal. Chapter 1266. 1266 Joining the Dragon God Valley. There was only one person on the stairs. Lu Ming turned around and walked up the stairs step by step. In the void all around, countless people's eyes fell on Lu Ming. The scene was silent. Only the melodious sound of Lu Ming's footsteps could be heard. A few minutes later, Lu Ming reached the highest point. He stepped on the air and appeared beside Xianxia. Not bad. It's worth it for me to admit defeat this time. Xianxia smiled brightly. Of course. How can your man be bad? Lu Ming smiled. Don't be so smug. Xianxia blushed. How great. You're really impressive. You have such combat strength and cultivation at such a young age. Even in my Dragon God Valley, you're considered a pretty good heavenly pride. In our Dragon God Valley, those who have awakened the bloodline of the true dragon and broken through to the Emperor realm have cultivated the supreme dragon body. The expert from Dragon God Valley laughed as he came to Lu Ming. He looked at Lu Ming with fiery eyes and was full of anticipation. Lu Ming, although Dragon God Valley cultivates the dragon body, they are not the only ones who have the cultivation method. Zhou Xian Sword Sect also has it. Lu Ming, if you want to join Zhou Xian Sword Sect, you can state your conditions. The expert from the Zhou Xian Sword Sect chimed in. What do you mean? Are you going against the Dragon God Valley? The eyes of the Dragon God Valley expert turned cold as he looked at the Zhou Xian Sword Sect expert unhappily. The expert from the Zhou Xian Sword Sect sneered fearlessly. The expert from the Tianyu demonic sect wanted to say something, but Lu Ming had nothing to do with the demonic Dao. He figured that there was little hope of inviting Lu Ming. After some thought, he turned to Xianxia and said, Miss, your talent in the demonic path is extremely pure, and my Tianyu demonic sect mainly cultivates the demonic path. How about I invite you to join my Tianyu demonic sect? The Tianyu demon sect. Xianxia was tempted, but he shook his head after looking at Lu Ming. Thank you, senior. I'll follow Lu Ming. I'll join whichever sect he joins. What? Many people were stunned. Xianxia would follow Lu Ming wherever he went. Little Qing. Lu Ming looked at Xianxia and his heart warmed. This. The expert from the Tianyu demonic sect wanted to say something but stopped. Lu Ming just joined the Dragon God Valley. Only the Dragon God Valley can bring out your full potential. The expert from Dragon God Valley said. Not bad. At this moment, the expert from the Tianyu demon sect spoke. Lu Ming, you'll join Dragon God Valley, and this lady will join my Tianyu demon sect. Dragon God Valley and Tianyu demon sect are very close to each other, so you can visit each other often. This way you can meet each other often and it won't affect your cultivation. To be honest, if this girl doesn't join a demonic sect, her talent will be wasted. The expert from the Tianyu demonic sect persuaded. But Xianxia still shook his head. Seniors, if we join your sect, can we delay our journey to the Yuan continent for a while? Lu Ming asked. Of course you can. The experts from Dragon God Valley, Tianyu demonic sect, and Zhou Xian Sword Sect all nodded. Since it's like this. Lu Ming looked at Xianxia. Xiaoqing, why don't you join the Tianyu demonic sect? I'll join the Dragon God Valley. We can meet often anyway. The powerhouse from the Tianyu demonic sect was right. If Xianxia followed him and joined the Dragon God Valley or other forces, it would only be a waste of talent. After all, cultivation was the most important thing for warriors. Moreover, he didn't need to go there immediately. He could go there after a while. Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, the eyes of the experts from the Dragon God Valley and the Tianyu demon sect lit up. Xianxia pondered for a moment, then nodded and said, "All right then. Senior, I'm willing to join Dragon God Valley." Lu Ming cupped his fists and said to the expert from Dragon God Valley, Good haha. The experts of Dragon God Valley were overjoyed. Xianxia also expressed his desire to join the Tianyu demon sect, and the experts of the Tianyu demon sect were also overjoyed. Although Xianxing's cultivation level was still low, his potential was limitless. Both Dragon God Valley and the Tianyu demon sect were overjoyed. They had each gained a rare genius. The expert from the Zhou sword sect shook his head and sighed. The white-haired elder from the heavenly god sect looked gloomy and did not say anything. The others were envious. Other people could not join a sect even if they wanted to. However, Lu Ming had been invited by several sects and forces. The treatment was incomparable. Following that, Dragon God Valley, Zhou sword sect and Tianxia sect began to fight for Dragon Chen. After all, Long Chen's awakened immemorial dragon elephant bloodline also had endless potential. In the end, Long Chen also chose Dragon God Valley, which made the leader of Dragon God Valley laugh his head off. Bing Kong, how about you join my Tianxia sect? Jianzhan, how about you join Zhou sword sect? Then the four forces started to send out invitations to Eden, Ice Sky, Sword Battle and Ziwuji. In the end, Bing Kong joined the Tianxia sect, Jianzhan joined the Zhou sword sect, Ziwuji joined the Tianxia sect, and so did Eden. The cultivation techniques of the Heaven God sect were more diverse and suitable for most of the Heaven's favorites to join. The white-haired old man of the Heavenly God sect finally revealed a smile on his face. Xianxia, what do you think about joining my Tianxia sect? At this moment, the Tianxia sect sent an invitation to Xianxia. Xianxia was overjoyed. He nodded without hesitation. After that, geniuses like Ji Hongqian and Wang Zhen were also invited to join the four great sections. The remaining paragons looked at the four sects with eager eyes, hoping to be invited. Your name is Yang Patian, right? How about you join the Zhou sword sect? The Zhou sword sect's expert looked at Yang Patian, causing his body to tremble violently. His eyes revealed a look of ecstasy. He didn't expect to be invited, so he quickly nodded in agreement. Even though his cultivation is low, he has comprehended the will of space. No wonder he was chosen by the Zhou sword sect. Someone said. Time and space were the kings. The space mentality was rare and powerful, and there were very few people who could comprehend it. Yang Potion's cultivation was still low, and he did not have any cultivation methods related to the space mentality. There were many mysteries that he had not developed yet. If he went to a major sect in the Yuanlu continent, he would be very terrifying when he fully developed the space concept. Oh my god, this way there are 5 people from the Divine Wilderness continent who have been selected to join a large sect in the Yuan continent. Someone exclaimed. Everyone thought in their hearts as expected. Lu Ming, Xianxia, Long Chen, Xianxia and Yang Patian. A total of 5 people had joined the major sects of the Yuan continent. The number of people had even surpassed that of the Blood Sun continent, which was ranked second. This made the other young geniuses extremely envious and jealous. The other heaven's favorites looked at the powerhouses from the four forces with hope, hoping that they would be chosen. Unfortunately, the experts from the four forces did not make any moves after that. They glanced at the many heaven's favorites and frowned as if they were thinking. In the end, 3 more people were chosen. They were all heaven's favorites with low cultivation but good potential. Chapter 1267. 1267 2 years later. After that, the experts from the 4 sects of the Yuan continent did not continue to speak. This caused most of the heaven's favorites who were not chosen to panic. Senior, Junior is willing to join the Tianxia sect. Senior, I'm willing to join the Zhou sword sect. Please grant me my wish. One by one, the young men knelt down hoping to join the 4 sections. You guys can't. You don't have enough talent and potential. The expert from the Jiuxiao sword sect waved his sleeves and rejected him directly. Following that, Dragon God Valley, Xianxia sect, and other sects also rejected him one by one. Senior, please grant me my wish. Some heaven's favorites shouted. Alright, coming to the Divine Ruins Continent group to recruit disciples is already an exception. You don't have to say anything more. The voice of the white-haired elder from the Heaven God sect turned cold. A faint pressure emanated from his body, causing many people's faces to change. Many young geniuses sighed and looked disappointed. They knew that they had no fate with the major sects of the Yuanlu continent. Alright, this trip is considered a great success. Haha. The experts of Dragon God Valley laughed, which made the experts of the other three sects look down on them. Without a doubt, Dragon God Valley had gained the most this time. They had recruited Lu Ming and Long Qin, two heaven's favorites with endless potential. Of course, it was a great success. Lu Ming, Long Qin were going back to the Yuan continent soon. Are you going to the Dragon God Valley with us now or after a while? I can tell you that the cultivation environment of the Yuan continent is not something that the cultivation conditions of the continent group of the Divine Ruins can compare to. It is countless times better. Cultivating in the Yuan continent, your cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds. The Dragon God Valley expert continued to speak in a tempting tone. Some of the heaven's favorites who joined the Dragon God Valley had their eyes lit up. Senior, I'm willing to go with you. I'm also willing. The young men nodded. Senior, I still have matters to attend to in the Divine Wilderness continent. I might have to wait for a while. Lu Ming said. Then Long Qin also said that he would go there after a while. Good. Lu Ming, Long Qin, take these 2 tokens, which means you are disciples of the Dragon God Valley. There is some information about you in them. I will give you 2 years. 2 years later, you can come here with the tokens and the disciples of the Dragon God Valley will come to pick you up. The Dragon God Valley experts threw 2 tokens at Lu Ming and Long Qin. Lu Ming caught them and put them away. My Tianyu demon sect is the same. If you want to go, you can follow me to the Yuan continent. If you have something to do, come back after 2 years. The expert from the Tianyu demon sect said. The same goes for the Heavenly God sect. The Jiuxiao sword sect is the same. The conditions of the other 3 sects were the same as that of Dragon God Valley. Those who were willing to go to the Yuan continent could leave now. Those who were unwilling could come here with their disciple tokens 2 years later and someone would come to pick them up. Naturally, most of the young people said that they would head to the Yuan continent immediately. People like Eden, Bing Kong, Xianxia, and Yang Patian also expressed that they would leave for the Yuan continent immediately. As for Xianxia, he naturally shook his head. He would wait for 2 years before heading to a big sect in the Yuan continent. Lu Ming, Xianxia, just stay in a broken place like the continent group of the Divine Ruins. When we meet again in 2 years, I'll definitely surpass you. Xianxia gritted her teeth in her heart. She was very happy that Lu Ming and Xianxia were going to stay in the Divine Ruins continent group, but she also despised them. In fact, most of the geniuses were disdainful. They couldn't figure it out. Cultivators placed cultivation as the most important thing. Furthermore, geniuses like them were at the golden age of cultivation. It was the time for them to advance by leaps and bounds. 2 years was enough to reverse this situation. They were confident that 2 years later, they were fully confident that they would be able to trample on Lu Ming, who was ranked first this time. In the end, only 5 or 6 people decided not to go for the time being. The Divine Wilderness occupied 3 continents. Surprisingly, Ji Hongqian did not go either. Clearly, she also had important matters to attend to and would only leave after 2 years. Alright, that's it for this time. You can all leave now. For the 4 great divine palaces, my Tianxia sect will naturally reward you according to your merits. The white-haired elder of the Heaven God sect said. Then the experts of the other 3 sects also said the same thing. The emperors of the 4 divine palaces were overjoyed. The assessment of the major sects in the Yuanlu continent came to an end. Many onlookers slowly dispersed. Lu Ming, Xianxia, and the rest followed the black-robed middle-aged man from the South God Palace back to their residence. They were ready to return to the South God Palace. where they would send a cross-sea flying ship to send them back to their respective continents. It was worth mentioning that the black-robed middle-aged man and the other powerhouses of the South God Palace were very nice to Lu Ming, Xianxia and Long Chen. They had a sense of respect for them. It was not difficult for the crowd to understand. Lu Ming and the rest were now disciples of a big sect in the Yuanlu continent. Their status was completely different from before. The next day, everyone returned to the South God Palace. When the South God Palace found out that Lu Ming had obtained first place and that he was from the Divine Wilderness continent, it naturally caused a wave of shock and envy. Lu Ming, Long Chen, and Xianxia were staying at General Peak for the time being. Ming Zi, the Heartless Monk and Moonless Bodhisattva who were not selected were also staying at General Peak. They were waiting for the South Deity Palace to arrange a cross-sea airship to send them back. It would take a long time to arrange for a ship to cross the sea. They had to wait for 2 days. Time passed quickly and night fell. Young Master Lu Ming, is Miss Xianxia here? After the sky darkened, a voice suddenly rang out outside the General Peak. Lu Ming, who was in the middle of cultivating, ended his cultivation and walked out of his room. He saw Xianxia walking out of his room as well. The two of them looked at each other in surprise, wondering who was looking for them. After the two of them walked out of the courtyard, they saw an amiable-looking old man standing in the air. I'm Ji Fu. Greetings, young Master Lu Ming and Miss Xianxia. The old man hurriedly saluted Lu Ming and Xianxia when he saw them. Senior doesn't need to be so polite. May I know why Senior is looking for the two of us? Lu Ming cupped his fists and asked. My family's young miss asked me to come. She said that she's acquainted with the two of you and will be bidding farewell in a few days. She wants to invite the two of you to a banquet. The old man said. May I know who your young lady is? Lu Ming asked curiously. My young lady is Ji Hongchen. The old man smiled. So it's Miss Ji Hongchen. Lu Ming had a sudden realization. It seems like there's a beauty who's interested in you. At the side, Xianxia pouted and muttered in Lu Ming's ear. Lu Ming smiled bitterly and sent a voice transmission to Xianxia. Didn't I also invite you? I think I'm just taking advantage of you. Xianxia continued to pout. Then forget it, I'm not going. Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Xianxia helplessly. Of course I'm going. Am I a petty person? Xianxia rolled his eyes at Lu Ming and said, Senior, please lead the way. This. Lu Ming could only sigh. He really could not keep up with the way girls thought. Young Master Lu Ming, Miss Xianxia, please follow me. The old man was overjoyed and turned around to lead the way. When the old man turned around, a cold glint flashed across his eyes. Lu Ming and Xianxia did not notice it at all. Chapter 1268. 1268 Killing a Supreme Being. The old man led Lu Ming and Xianxia to the north. After flying for a while, the terrain became more remote. Senior, Miss Ji Hongchen is staying here. Lu Ming asked with a suspicious look in his eyes. Miss has a courtyard here. The environment is elegant and tranquil. Miss likes to invite distinguished guests here. The old man explained with a kind expression. Oh. Lu Ming nodded and continued to fly forward with the old man. Lu Ming, I feel that something is not right. Xianxia sent a voice transmission to Lu Ming. Let's see. Lu Ming nodded. After flying for a while, the terrain became even more remote. Senior, please wait a moment. At this moment, Lu Ming suddenly spoke. The old man stopped and turned around. Young Master Lu, what's the matter? We're almost there. You weren't sent by Ji Hongchen, were you? Lu Ming's eyes turned cold and he suddenly spoke. The old man's expression suddenly changed. He revealed a mysterious smile and said, Young Master Lu, are you mistaken? I was indeed sent by the young lady. You still dare to lie to me? Miss Ji Hongchen just sent me a voice transmission saying that he would look for me at the General Peak, but he couldn't find me. If you were sent here by him, why would you personally look for me? Lu Ming's voice turned cold. The old man's expression changed drastically and became extremely gloomy. Buzz. He slammed his palm towards Lu Ming's heart. A violent pressure surged towards Lu Ming like a storm. Great Circle of the Spiritual God Realm. This old man had a cultivation base of the Great Circle of the Spiritual God stage. His sudden attack was terrifying. However, Lu Ming was prepared. The dragon power in his body burst out and he also struck out with his palm. Bang! As the two palms met, the old man's body seemed to have been struck by lightning. One of his arms was directly blown into pieces. He retreated madly and blood spurted out of his mouth. Who the hell are you? Who sent you? Lu Ming's gaze was extremely gloomy, and a cold killing intent burst out. Lu Ming, you're lucky. The old man said with a cold face. I'm not lucky. Xianxia didn't look for me at all. I was just spouting nonsense. Lu Ming said indifferently. Earlier on he said that Xianxia had gone to look for him, but that didn't happen at all. He had only wanted to trick the old man. He didn't expect that this old man really had ulterior motives and that he would be exposed in an instant. You. The old man was so angry that he spat out another mouthful of blood. His expression was extremely ugly. He had lived for thousands of years and did not expect to be played by a young man like Lu Ming. Tell me who sent you here. I'll give you a quick death. Lu Ming strode toward the old man. Boom. 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 At this moment, smoke-like auras rose from all directions. They were extremely terrifying and powerful. There were a total of 6 auras and each one of them was much stronger than the old man in front of him. Supreme. 6 supreme martial artists. Selah. The space cracked open and 6 figures stepped out. They surrounded Lu Ming and Xianxia, blocking their way out. The 6 figures were all wrapped in black robes, hiding their bodies and faces. They really think highly of me. They actually sent 6 great supremes. Lu Ming sneered. He was guessing who had such great power. This place was the South God Palace. Only the great forces of the South God Palace could send 6 supreme martial artists to kill him. Was it the Mu family or the Wang family? Kill. Kill. The 6 supreme martial artists did not waste any time. They attacked immediately. A terrifying pressure pressed down on Lu Ming and Xianxia. At the same time 6 terrifying attacks fell on the 2 of them. Sky Devil Force Field. Xianxia pressed down with both hands, and a terrifying force field spread out in all directions with her as the center. As soon as the 6 great masters entered the Sky Demon Power Field, their figures suddenly became sluggish and their expressions changed slightly. With Xianxia's current combat strength he could already affect a supreme being. Kill. Die. Lu Ming shouted as his 3rd bloodline emerged, making him even more powerful. He took a step in the air and instantly approached one of the supremes. Boom. Lu Ming threw a punch and the other party also threw a palm at the same time. There was a loud boom. Lu Ming did not move, but the other party's body trembled violently and was sent flying backward like a cannonball, spewing a mouthful of blood. This scene caused the hearts of the others to tremble wildly. Lu Ming's combat strength was too shocking. With one move he had injured a supreme being. Was this the strength of the first place in the assessment? It could also be said that this was the strength of the #1 prodigy in the Divine Ruins continent. Activate your bloodline and kill him with all your might. A supreme martial artist spoke. A bloodline appeared above his head as he used bloodline fusion. The other 5 supreme martial artists also performed bloodline fusion. Exterminate. Xianxia also performed the bloodline fusion and transformed into a beautiful heavenly demon. The heavenly demon force field was even more terrifying. At the same time the force field was filled with a powerful destructive force, making it difficult for the 6 supreme martial artists to move. Roar. A dragon's roar was heard. Lu Ming transformed into 9 dragons and pounced toward the 6 great masters. Bang. With just a single move, a supreme martial artist was beaten to the point of spitting out a large mouthful of blood. If the other supreme beings had not come to his rescue in time, Lu Ming could have taken the opportunity to kill this supreme being. A black-robed man stood in the air and looked down at the battle. Lu Ming was very familiar with one of the young men. It was young Master Lin from the deity sect. At this moment young Master Lin's face was vicious and he looked down with killing intent. This kid is really talented. Even in the Yuan continent he's not bad. It's a pity that he doesn't want to join my Xianxia sect. I can only kill him. Beside young Master Lin was a middle-aged man. He was one of the 2 middle-aged men from the Heaven God sect. I've already found out that my son Mujia was killed by this man. He must die. Beside the middle-aged man from the Heavenly God sect, there were 2 men in black robes. One of them spoke coldly. At this moment the battle below was even more intense. The 6 great supremes worked well together, but Lu Ming and Xianxia's combined combat strength was equally shocking. Lu Ming in particular was brave and invincible. Buzz. On the heads of the 9 dragons, a lightning cauldron the size of a mountain appeared and crashed towards one of the supreme martial artists. Bang! The supreme being was hit so hard that he spat out a large mouthful of blood. His entire body was charred black and his body almost exploded. The 9 dragons roared and the devouring power burst out, enveloping the other party. Then he grabbed out with his claws and grabbed at the other party. No, save me! The supreme being screamed in fear. The other supreme beings shouted in anger and tried to help. Lu Ming controlled the lightning cauldron and thousands of lightning bolts filled the air to block the supreme beings. Puchi! The 9-dragon claw clawed into the supreme being's dantian, and the terrifying power shattered his body and dragged his spirit out. The spiritual god had the appearance of an old man. At that moment his face was filled with endless fear. Spare me! He wanted to beg for mercy, but the dragon god exploded when the dragon claw clenched. A supreme being was killed by Lu Ming. With Lu Ming's current combat strength and the lightning cauldron, it would not be too difficult for him to kill an ordinary supreme being. Chapter 1269. 1269 Chapter 1269 Battling the Emperor. Lu Ming had killed a supreme being in a thunderous manner. The other 5 supreme beings' expressions changed drastically, and they were almost scared to death. They retreated frantically. In the sky, the burly man from the Heavenly God sect, young Master Lin, and the others also looked gloomy, especially the burly man from the Heavenly God sect. His eyes revealed a fiery light. This lightning cauldron. It's beyond the category of spirit weapons. Could it be a holy weapon? The middle-aged man from the Heaven God sect muttered to himself and roared in his heart. Ha, I'm so lucky. I didn't expect a holy weapon to exist in a remote place like the Divine Ruins continent. I must get it. Lu Ming did not give chase. Instead he went to Xianxia's side and said, Little Qing, let's leave this place quickly. This matter wasn't simple at all. 6 supreme martial artists had been dispatched to besiege him at once. The force behind this must be extremely powerful. Perhaps an emperor would come in person. Now leaving was the best option. Xianxia nodded and was about to leave with Lu Ming. Mu Yi, the Mu family's master, said coldly in the sky, attack and make them stay. Yes. Beside the master of the Mu family, a figure wrapped in a black robe bowed and acknowledged the order. Then he stepped down. Just as Lu Ming and Xianxia were about to return to where they came from, an extremely terrifying aura burst forth. The terrifying pressure pressed down on Lu Ming and Xianxia. The Emperor. Lu Ming's expression changed drastically and he exclaimed in shock. As expected, there was an emperor behind this matter. When the supreme martial artist was defeated, the emperor appeared. A black-robed figure appeared in the air. His face was obscured. He extended a withered claw and grabbed at Lu Ming and Xianxia. Suddenly, a huge claw as large as a mountain reached out to grab them. The terrifying pressure made Lu Ming feel suffocated even though he was far away. An emperor was too terrifying. Although supreme beings were known as half-step emperors, their combat strength was far inferior to a true emperor. The withered claws covered the sky and completely enveloped Lu Ming and Xianxia, making them unable to escape. Little Qing, you enter the mountain and river diagram. Lu Ming roared. At the same time he poured his quintessential essence into the lightning cauldron. The aura on the lightning cauldron grew stronger. Buzz. The lightning cauldron expanded to the size of the withered claw, and it crashed toward it. No, I'm not going into the mountain and river diagram. Xianxia shook her head stubbornly. Her glabella glowed and a black bead appeared. A terrifying demonic chi rippled out. The demonic chi gathered and formed a demonic light beam, which shot towards the withered claw. Boom! Boom! Two earth-shaking rumbles resounded, and a terrifying force swept across tens of thousands of miles, alarming countless people. What's going on? What's happening? Someone's fighting. Who's fighting? It's so terrifying. Seems to be an emperor. There's a battle between emperors. A series of clamors rang out in the night sky, but no one dared to approach and watch. What a joke. In a battle between emperors, if one was too close and accidentally drawn into it, only death would await them. Clang. The lightning cauldron shook violently and was sent flying back to Lu Ming's head. Lu Ming's body trembled violently and he was sent flying back thousands of meters. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Xianxia was in a similar situation. The demonic light beam was destroyed and she was forced to retreat a few thousand meters. However, the black pearl between her brows released a layer of light to protect Xianxia. Hence, Xianxia was in a better state than Lu Ming. Her delicate body trembled but she did not vomit blood. This made Lu Ming heave a sigh of relief. Xianxia's black bead was obtained in the divine ruins, and its mystery was beyond imagination. Although the two of them were pushed back, they had successfully blocked the withered claw. Amazing, amazing. This scene made the middle-aged man of the heavenly god sect sigh. It was just two juniors, yet they were able to block an attack from an emperor. This was absolutely terrifying. Humph. This made the Mu family's master's face turn gloomy and ugly, feeling that he had lost face. I go all out. Don't show mercy. Just don't kill him. The master of the Mu family sent a message to Mu Yi. Kill. Upon receiving the order, Mu Yi roared and his aura became even more violent. He stretched out his withered hands and grabbed two claws in succession. Two huge claws formed and grabbed at Lu Ming and Xianxia. The two claws were much more powerful than the previous one. Shockingly, the two claws merged into one in the middle of the attack. It turned into a claw that exuded a withered aura and grabbed at Lu Ming and Xianxia. The power of this claw was even more shocking. Dandan. Bubble. Lu Ming had an idea and Dandan and Bubbles appeared on his shoulder. Lu Ming, I knew you would come to me. My life is hard. It flew out of Lu Ming's shoulder while cursing and swearing. Its body size began to grow rapidly and its aura also increased rapidly. Mouth world. Dandan let out a loud roar and opened its mouth. A ball of chaotic light flew out from its mouth, and there seemed to be a world inside the light. A world flew toward the giant withered claw. At the same time, a huge transparent bubble appeared from within Bubbles' mouth and surrounded the withered claw. The moment the transparent bubble appeared, the withered claw was frozen in mid-air, unable to move. The space-time concept? Mu Yi exclaimed in disbelief, then he shouted, break. The dried-up claw started to glow and the transparent bubble started to shake. Chirping. Bubbles cried out, its snow-white fur emitting a milky white light, as if it was using all its strength. At this moment, Dandan's attack had already arrived. It passed through the transparent bubble and landed on the withered claw. Lu Ming and Xianxia's attacks also arrived. Boom. The withered claw fell apart under the continuous attacks. Mu Ye's body trembled and he actually took a step back, causing the void to rumble. How is that possible? What are those two things? Young Master Lin and the head of the Mu family exclaimed. The power that Dandan and Bubbles had unleashed was too terrifying. The middle-aged man from the Heaven God sect also widened his eyes and stared at Dandan and Bubbles. He muttered in disbelief, It's extremely similar to two of the legendary top 10 battle beasts. His heart began to beat wildly. His eyes were burning with passion and disbelief. Didn't the legends say that the top 10 war beasts had all fallen? How could it reappear in the world? Could it be that it had the bloodline of one of the top 10 battle beasts but not pure? Even so, it was still worth a fortune. Continue. Below, Lu Ming shouted as he controlled the lightning cauldron. The sky was filled with lightning as he charged towards Mu Yi. Now Lu Ming was going to retaliate. So what if he was an emperor? Buzz. The pearl between Xianxia's eyebrows shot out a ray of demonic light. The demonic light turned into a combat sword and cut through the air. At the same time, Dandan and Bubbles also made their moves. Chapter 1270. 1270 Spacetime Concept. A transparent bubble suddenly appeared beside Mu Yi without any warning and enveloped him. This transparent bubble contained the concepts of time and space. It was extremely mysterious. The two combined without any warning. There was no way to avoid it. By the time Mu Yi reacted, it was already too late. The space mentality was still okay, but the time mentality was really too mysterious. The bubble was still small and couldn't fully display the profoundness of time concept. Could only use a method like time stop to confine the enemy. If the enemy's cultivation was too strong, it could also be broken. It was said that when the time intent realm reached a profound level, it could reverse time. In an instant, it could make a peerless expert return to their childhood, back to the time when they had yet to cultivate, where they could be slaughtered at will. Or, it could accelerate time and make a peerless expert reach the end of his life in an instant. At that stage, it was hard to imagine how terrifying the power would be. Mu Yi was enveloped by the transparent bubble, and his figure was instantly fixed in place. Break, break. Die. Mu Yi roared. His emperor cultivation erupted as his true essence boiled like a raging flame. The transparent bubble was shaking violently as if it would burst at any moment. Chirping. Bubbles chirped and continuously clawed at the void with her two small claws. Suddenly, an astonishing scene appeared. The void in all directions shattered like glass, turning into pieces of crystal. Then a few space blades condensed and slashed toward Mu Yi. At the same time, Lu Ming, Xianxia and Dandan's attacks arrived. The moment Mu Yi broke the transparent bubble, four terrifying attacks landed on Mu Ye's body. At the critical moment, Mu Yi used his domain to cover his entire body. At the same time, he circulated his true yuan, forming a true yuan armor and wearing it. Boom. The first attack was Dandan's attack. Since Dandan had swallowed a 10,000 spirit crystal last time, she had been recovering rapidly, and her strength had improved by leaps and bounds. The world of the mouth was an innate magical power. It was like a real world that enveloped Mu Yi. The power of the world constantly eroded Mu Ye's territory power and true essence power. Whoosh. The second attack was Xianxia's demonic light. The demonic light was like a sword that could destroy everything. Combined with the power of the world, it shook Mu Ye's realm power and caused it to shake wildly. Gotcha. Finally, there was a cracking sound like glass breaking. The next moment, Lu Ming's lightning cauldron arrived with a loud bang. Thousands of lightning bolts completely drowned Mu Yi. The endless power of lightning was like poisonous snakes, drilling toward Mu Yi. With a bang, Mu Ye's territory power was completely shattered. The attacks of the three continued to bombard Mu Ye's true energy armor. At this moment, Bubbles' spatial blade arrived and broke through Mu Ye's quintessential essence armor, blasting towards his physical body. Bang, 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 bang. Each of the four attacks caused Mu Ye's body to shake violently. He retreated continuously and finally spat out a mouthful of blood. The emperor was injured. An emperor was actually injured by Lu Ming, Xianxia and his two little pets. If this were to spread, no one would believe it. They would think it was a joke. But now it had really happened. Is this the spirit body of an emperor? He's really powerful. Lu Ming frowned. He was a little dissatisfied with such a result. Not only did emperors comprehend the power of a realm, but their bodies had also become spiritual. A spirit body, be it in terms of attack, defense, or vitality, was terrifyingly high. It had completely transcended the mortal body and reached another realm. The four people's attacks broke through Mu Ye's domain and true origin power, directly attacking Mu Ye's body. However, they only managed to push Mu Yi back and cause him some light injuries. Lu Ming was somewhat dissatisfied, but Mu Yi was about to go crazy. He was an emperor, but not only was he unable to take down a few juniors, he was even forced to retreat and even injured by them. This was a great humiliation. If word of this got out, he would become a laughingstock among the emperors. Moreover, the master of the Immerse family and the powerhouses of the Xianxia sect were watching from the sky. Kill. At this moment his killing intent was incomparably cold. He decided that he would no longer care about the lives of Lu Ming and the others. He had to take them down. However, the next moment, a transparent bubble suddenly appeared and enveloped him, making him stop in the air. Then another 4 attacks came crashing down on his face. Boom. 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 A burst of explosions rang out and Mu Ye's body trembled again. He was forced back and spat out another mouthful of blood. He was injured again just like the last time. Although it was only a light injury, it made him go crazy. He roared madly in his heart and his eyes were red. Aggrieved, he was really aggrieved. He was an emperor and was very powerful. However, he could not even retaliate against Lu Ming and the rest. The transparent bubble was silent and without any warning. When he was about to retaliate, it appeared suddenly. He was so aggrieved that he wanted to vomit blood. Then he was enveloped by a transparent bubble. He simply wanted to raise his head and roar at the sky. How could he play like this? What a piece of trash. You even need me to personally take action. In the sky, the Immerse family's master's expression was unsightly. He coldly snorted and took a step forward. Boom, boom, boom. A huge foot suddenly appeared in the air and stomped down on Lu Ming and the rest. Not good. Lu Ming's expression turned ugly. The power contained in this giant foot was too shocking and terrifying. Lu Ming felt that he could not resist it. Lu Ming had once felt this feeling from the black-robed middle-aged man in the South God Palace. It was the aura of a Level 3 martial royal realm expert. There was a huge gap between each level of the martial emperor realm. Mu Yi was only at the first level of the martial emperor realm. The difference between him and the third level was too great. I'm finished. I'm finished. Lu Ming, who exactly did you offend? Dandan wailed. Xianxia's expression was also extremely ugly. They did not even have the power to fight back against a Level 3 martial royal realm expert. Bubbles, space-time imprisonment was useless against such an expert. The difference was too great. Chirping. At this moment the bubble cried out as its chubby body emitted a dazzling light. It waved its claws and a passageway suddenly appeared in the void. It was a tunnel filled with the concepts of time and space. It was a space-time tunnel. Chirping. Bubbles shouted and charged in first. Let's go. Without any hesitation, Lu Ming pulled Xianxia and rushed into the space-time tunnel. As soon as he entered the passage, Lu Ming felt that the surrounding environment was changing rapidly. In a flash, the world had changed. The surrounding environment was changing and they were currently heading towards the divine ruins. Bang! The giant foot stomped down and the space-time tunnel collapsed. However, Lu Ming, Xianxia and the rest were nowhere to be seen. Chapter 1271. 1271 Inside the Divine Ruins. What? The Immerse family's master's face turned cold. He looked into the distance and muttered, "Divine ruins. Chase." At that moment the middle-aged man from the Heaven God sect spoke and stepped forward. The space in front of him split open and he brought young Master Lin into the space and disappeared. The master of the Immerse family and Mu Yi also tore the space apart and chased in the direction where Lu Ming and the rest had left. In a flash, the space above the divine ruins split open, and the figures of the middle-aged man from the Heavenly God sect, the master of the Immerse family and the others appeared. They escaped into the divine ruins. The master of the Immerse family spoke with a grave expression. "Why aren't you chasing?" The middle-aged man from the Heavenly God sect spoke. "This place is the divine ruins, it's very dangerous. Even emperors who enter have the risk of dying." The Immerse family's master said. "Even emperors are in danger? Hehe, I think you're exaggerating. I've just carefully scanned this place with my spiritual sense. It's just a ruin without any living creatures, so how could it be dangerous?" The middle-aged man from the Heaven God sect smiled faintly. He was confident enough that there was nothing in the Divine Ruins continent that could threaten him. But the Mu family's master and Mu Yi were a little hesitant. The legends of the Divine Ruins throughout history made them very fearful. A dignified emperor is actually afraid of this and that, afraid of his head and feet. How can he achieve great things? Fine, if you don't go, I'll go myself. The middle-aged man from the Heaven God sect said indifferently with a hint of disdain in his voice. Not to mention that he didn't believe that this place could bring him any danger. Even if there was a little danger, he would still try. Lu Ming's thunder cauldron was suspected to be a holy weapon, which made him drool. Furthermore, Dandan and Bubbles might very well have the bloodline of one of the top 10 combat beasts, which was even more tempting to him. If he could capture them and nurture them well, they would be of great help in the future. He was determined to get all of this. The middle-aged man from the Heaven God sect stepped out and headed into the Divine Ruins, followed by young Master Lin. The Mu family's master and Mu Yi looked at each other, their eyes uncertain. Finally, they gritted their teeth and followed the middle-aged heavenly deity in large strides, walking towards the Divine Ruins. It was not easy for them to curry favor with the other party. The other party had the Xianxia sect behind him. This was a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity and they did not want to miss it. The few of them passed through the Divine Ruins periphery very quickly and entered the inner region. He passed through the inner area and appeared outside the core area. The middle-aged man from the Heavenly God sect did not hesitate at all. He stepped into the core area with the master of the Mu family and the others following behind him. There were some broken formations in the core area. Some of them were very powerful, but they were not much of a threat to a Level 3 Martial Royal Realm expert. Just these broken formations scared you so much that you don't dare to come in. The middle-aged man from the Heavenly God sect laughed. The Mu family's master did not say anything and was still on guard. He had never entered the core of the Divine Ruins before. He only knew that it was very dangerous here. Even emperors would die if they entered. As for what kind of danger it was, he did not know. Soon they passed through a large area and arrived in front of an intact palace. There's actually an intact palace here. The Mu family's master revealed a puzzled expression. Lu Ming and the others are in this palace. They can't escape. The middle-aged man from the Heavenly God sect laughed casually. The Mu family's master and Mu Yi nodded. They sensed carefully and could only sense the auras of Lu Ming and the others in the hall. There were no auras of any other living creatures other than Lu Ming and the others. I'll go chase them out. Mu Yi took the initiative to ask. Previously he was actually injured by Lu Ming and the rest. This made him feel embarrassed. At this moment he was anxious to prove himself. With that, Mu Yi stepped forward. The pressure of an emperor emanated from his body. Do you think that hiding in a rundown hall is useful? I'm going to destroy this broken hall and have you all get the hell out. Mu Yi said coldly. His claw pressed down in the air, and a withered claw as large as a mountain formed. It grabbed at the palace, trying to tear it apart. Whoosh! At this moment, a jet-black spear radiance shot out of the palace and shattered the withered claw into pieces. Whoosh! Then a second spear light appeared in the palace and its target was Mu Yi. The speed of the spear ray was unimaginably fast. In a flash it had arrived in front of Mu Yi. Before Mu Yi could even react, his body was pierced by the spear light. A hole appeared in his dantian. No matter what territory or spirit body it was, they were as fragile as tofu in front of this spear light. Mu Yi's eyes were wide open. His eyes were filled with unwillingness and disbelief. Slowly, the vitality in his eyes dissipated and completely disappeared. Mu Yi had fallen. How is that possible? Who is it? The Mu family's master and the middle-aged man from the Heaven God sect had a drastic change in their expressions as they roared in disbelief. They had clearly not sensed any signs of life in the palace, so why would there be an attack? Furthermore, it was so shocking. One move had killed an emperor. Lu Ming. The next moment their eyes widened. They saw two figures holding hands as they walked out of the hall's entrance. It was Lu Ming and Xianxia. So it's you guys. Lu Ming looked at young Master Lin and the middle-aged man from the Heavenly God sect. His face was gloomy. I really didn't expect that the deity sect, a great sect in the Yuan continent, would be so despicable. They were not my opponent, but they attacked me in the dark. Hee, it's a good thing I didn't join such a sect. Lu Ming sneered, his voice filled with mockery. Kid, what did you say? Young Master Lin scolded and his face was really ugly. Lu Ming was obviously talking about him. How dare you? When did it become your turn to judge the actions of my Tianxin sect? The middle-aged man from the Heaven God sect said in a deep voice. Hee. Lu Ming smiled disdainfully. He could not be bothered to look at the two people from the deity sect. His gaze fell on the master of the Immerse family. I want to know who you are. Why did you send people to kill me? It was obvious that the 6 great supremes and the emperor had been sent by this person. You killed my son Mujua. Do you think I should kill you? The Immerse family's master's gloomy voice rang out. He took off his black hat, revealing a gloomy face. The Immerse family, it's the Immerse family indeed. Lu Ming muttered. He had already guessed that it would be either the Immerse family or the Wang family. Since you want to kill me, then come. Lu Ming said indifferently. The Immerse family's master and the middle-aged man from the Heaven God sect changed their expressions. They looked at the palace with fear. The Spearlight just now had killed a level 1 martial royal realm martial artist with one move. Its combat strength was no weaker than that of a level 3 martial royal realm martial artist. Who cares who he is? Since he doesn't dare to show himself, he can't be that strong either. Let's attack together and take down Lu Ming. We'll leave quickly. The middle-aged man from the Heavenly God sect said. All right. The master of the Immerse family nodded. The Immerse family had lost an emperor because of this. This was a huge loss. It was impossible for him to stop now. He had to kill Lu Ming. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.